just talking about how it was just this lady that cut him and his girlfriend off, and did a peace sign outside the window, and she stopped on her brakes and was just angry, and then Eric couldn't help but just like kind of step back and laugh, and because he didn't have the reaction that she wanted of him getting angry or him reacting, she spit on him. Like it's just that kind of wild, like that right there. That mindset is almost like observant in anybody who holds on to the globe belief like so wholeheartedly. It's like they just feel attacked, and I don't know if you've heard of the 3 points Zen, but if Wave Mixer, if you'd like to play that for Zen, I think that would be a perfect thing to play for Zen real quick, just to hear those 3 points. And I want you to really listen to this Zen and understand the 3-point takedown. It is a standard, and you'll understand why it's a standard by listening to it. I think that would be beautiful right now.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
And you'll after you listen to it, you'll see why it's so important to do, because it breaks down that ego. It forces an ego death before you even have a conversation with someone who is a glober.
Yeah.
I don't think Wave Mixer. I don't think Wave Mixer heard you.
Oh, it's not here. Okay.
Yeah, I think he's deafened. He's here, but it looks like he
muted himself.
Okay, so let me see here. I'm gonna find it for you.
I'll sing a song if you want me to.
No, God.
It's okay. I'm gonna link it to you. This is what I want you to do, Zen. I'm gonna link it to you, and I want you to deafen real quick. Just listen to it, and then come back and tell us what you think. So hang tight. It's only like 3 minutes.
All right. What is it like? Okay.
I promise you, it's standard. Usually, we have the what's it called, the bot play it, but I think Wave Mixer's at work real quick, so hang tight. Here we go. I found it. Oh, okay. And this guy Miggy, aka Mayhem, is the one that created this 3-point takedown, and the reason why it's standard is because it's so powerful when you get the globe person that has that belief to concede that they don't know actually. Oh, that's the one I just sent him. Yeah, that's the one I just sent him, by the way. Secret Asian Man. That's exactly the one I sent him. So yeah, did you get it, Zen?
But hang on, I don't know where to find it. I'm just looking at my phone right now.
Okay, if you look at your phone, look in the live stream voice text. It's the same one that I sent you.
Does he have VC verified role?
No.
No, he does. Yeah, so you should be able to see the live stream voice text right above the live stream channel that you're in right now. There's the live stream voice text if you click on that. But just to let you know too, there's other people in here with the ability to play the bot.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, if you just play it, because I'm trying to
speaking up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know who has access to what. I know Wave Mixer for sure, but I know he's deafened right now. But yeah, go ahead. Whoever has access, if they can play the 3-point takedown for Zen, I think it'd be really important as a new member for him. It's my personal opinion. Hang tight, Zen. We got you.
Yes. I'm a bit new to Discord, to be honest.
Hey, no worries, man.
Yeah.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe, do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there is There's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
just
it was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right, you just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually. Listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, "Hold on, what the hell just happened?"
That was.
And this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing though, homie, and I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Nice.
Pretty interesting, right?
Yeah, good. Yeah, basically, he outed the fact that it was merely a belief. It just accepted it. All those 3 points, it just accepted
Exactly.
as a belief without seeing them direct. Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm not sure. I asked in the voice. I think that guy he was talking to actually has like a degree in astrophysics. I'm pretty sure something like that.
Yeah.
Which is why you can understand the curtness of Miggy. Just but essentially what he did and what that 3-point takedown, as it's called, does is it forces anyone, whether it be PhD or science fiction, fanatic, no matter who it is, it forces the concession, which is so important if you want to have an honest conversation. Now, some people aren't as so beholden to their beliefs about the globe. Some people just concede right away. You'll get those people who are like, actually, I don't know, or I don't know, in a very calm manner, But the reason why it's so important is because when they say I don't know, or I'm not sure, I really don't know, you don't have to actually go as far as Miggy saying so what you're saying is it's just a belief. You don't have to attack them full on unless they are someone that's in the field, but some people are just that they concede, they say I don't know, I don't know, and then depending on what kind of person they are, it's it's up to you to how to bring them closer to the truth about the world, that it is flat, and I understand why it's the standard now, because if you can't get that concession, then you're not going to have a decent they're not going to listen to anything you say. They're just going to be yelling at you and just really not listening to what you have to say.
Absolutely. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because if you can get them to concede that they don't know, they then can't go back to they know.
Right.
Yeah.
And it helps you steer the conversation too, because a lot of times these people, they always want to start looking at the stars and the planets and talk about gravity and get all in the weeds about shit that doesn't have anything to do or with the shape of the Earth, right? So that's one of the things too that I think is important about it. It keeps you grounded. Yeah.
True.
Well, welcome to the server, my friend.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
But yeah, I think it's so funny too, because we both got here the same way through Eric Dubé and Chris talking about ego death, and it's just so funny, right? That ego death is so important. I find the server, and then the first thing I learn about is Miggy's 3 points, and it's like, oh my god, here's a tool to force the ego death in the person you're trying to explain this information to, and it's
nice.
Divine appointment, man. I think it's beautiful.
Who'd have thought the ego? No, I've been involved in spirituality and meditation and all that for so many years. Who'd have thought that ego death would be more about recognizing that the Earth is not a globe? I thought it was about overcoming. I don't know what I thought it was about. Suppressing desires or whatever. But
what it is. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were
letting go of a fervently held belief. It's more about that, isn't it? about what the reality of this.
I think what it is, though, is it's getting them to have that moment with themselves where they realize that they were fooled.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what it is. That's because it's very hard for people to deal with that. Nobody wants to believe that they were lied to or tricked or fooled because you feel dumb and it's embarrassing. And I think that's one of the big aspects of it.
Yeah, that's the journey, man. It's the like what you're saying, Zen, about like it's a fervently held belief and they have to let go of that belief. But the thing is, it might be right then and there, or they might mull it over for, a month even, or 2 months, whatever the case may be. But when you get them to concede to, I don't know, that will
it's a dent. It's a crack.
You can't get that. That won't go away because it's something they said and felt in that moment, and that's kind of like the seed that's planted. And sometimes the conversation can continue afterwards in a very healthy manner. It's very rare, but most of the time they have to leave, figure out their own life. Yeah, they just have to accept that. And I'm curious about what you said about ego death, like what your initial thoughts about it. But it's go ahead. Yeah, I'm curious about what your thoughts on ego death were before this.
Well, I thought it was just about kind of like suppressing thought completely and meditating, like the Buddha, and just sitting sitting and sitting in this kind of perfect silence and not allowing thought or just weird ideas. I'd read lots of Buddhism and lots about Zen and lots about, I don't know, Taoism. I'd read lots of spirituality,
Right.
But now I just feel the energy is changing everywhere. I was almost going to say globally there, but that's not the right word.
Gotta be careful.
The energy is changing amongst humanity, and it's not. It's a gorgeous thing, really, but it's happening. It's coinciding with the reappraisal of what reality is.
Right.
Previous assumptions about what reality is, all attached to a globe theory of Earth.
Right.
And I think that's why the globe, the flat Earth part, it's the one conspiracy, the one thing that unlocks all of them. I think Eric DeBay says this.
It's the one thing you can know it's true. Right.
Yeah. It's just, once you see it, I mean, I've been flirting with it for years, but now I'm like, no, it's just the case. It's just the case. And it's quite liberating, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. Yeah. I'm sure the coolest part about all of it is that it's universal in terms of the type of person that can truly accept the truth. Everybody is on this earth. No one's in Mars doing a podcast. You get what I mean? Everyone is on Earth. So every single person has the ability and the capability to see this truth for themselves. But the powerful lie is that it's not just about the shape of the Earth or anything like that. The lie and why it matters is the fact that they have been telling you not to trust your own senses and your own mind, and that you need to trust our mind and our beliefs because we know better and we know what's best for you. And the thing is, if you never had that ego death of I don't know what's better for me or I don't know what's actually true, then you can never truly try to find the truth. But yeah, man, ego death is so important. But how was that 3-point takedown? Seeing an actual example of it, right? It's powerful.
It is powerful, but it because you can't at any point. No one can say I know at any point in that. Really, they can kind of say what they think, but then when you really test what they think, they've been told that, or they've relied on someone else's opinion or someone else's eyes. So yeah, it's very good. I mean, For me, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just my earphones are running out of battery. For me, my favorite thing is just the idea of like gravity, just testing gravity ideas. So like really ponder gravity. If it's real, okay, let's look at how it it's meant to keep planets spinning round. Things and nothing that has momentum, especially something that massive, a moon or the Earth or anything, as they call it, nothing would just curve on its own without some unbelievable force keeping it in a curving orbit. It would go in a straight line and it would have momentum going on a straight line. So in order to curve something like the moon, a massive rock like the moon,
but wait,
take an astonishing amount of force.
Take a step back for a second. This is important, right? How the hell do we know the mass about what the mass of the moon is, or the mass of the Earth?
But think about it, right? How do we know it's a rock?
Yeah,
we need to be careful here, and let's think about this for a second, because I don't want you to get in trouble with somebody when you're having a conversation with them.
Right then, yeah,
we don't really know what the moon is.
We don't really know.
I guess what I'm doing is I'm working in their conceptual reality to test that conceptual reality. So like, I know it's not a big rock.
Yeah. No, you're good, man. You're good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I know it's not a rock, but I'm saying if it were a rock, and if it was this mass and this massive sphere of rock, and it had some momentum in a particular direction, how could anything possibly divert from a straight line? Because anything that has momentum will go automatically in a straight line. In order for it to divert into in a circular motion, it would without having a rope on it, it would need something to pull it around in that circular motion, and they call that thing gravity. But if that thing gravity ceases to affect things once they get out of the atmosphere, as they tell us that is the case again and again, how could it then still have an effect on something like the moon? But anyway, that's just my kind of personal.
Yeah, I mean, even think about it simply with just pressurized. Like, how do you have gas pressure, right? How is that possible? You need to have a container. You need to have a container. Period. So the fact that you have the complete vacuum of space adjacent to our pressurized atmosphere without a container, how is that possible? And we know what they say literally almost every time I've noticed is like they say gravity, and then you go back to the point. And then you go back to the point like, okay, so if you had a vacuum chamber on Earth, which you can measure, and you had gases, any type of gas in it, what would the gas do in a vacuum chamber? It would still disperse in all directions, right? Doesn't look like gravity is pulling it down at all. And I remember having this argument with a globie, I call him, and he was just like, "Oh, well, it will be pulled down," and it was so ridiculous. I was like, okay, if I farted in your face, which direction would it go? And he said it would go down. Yeah.
You know what's funny too, guys, is they like to invoke that to explain how the mass amounts of water are kept around this spherical object, and how our friends down under on the bottom, standing up, that are upside down, don't fall off the globe. But then at the same time, it's just not what we see and what we observe. Because if it was this force that could do all that, would we be able even to stand up? Would the clouds be able to stay in the sky? Or don't the clouds are pushed
just chilling
down? And helium balloons. It's just nothing. We don't just observe that anywhere.
Yeah. No, absolutely not. Gravity is a ridiculous principle if you really look at it. It's just ridiculous. But they just say, "Oh, gravity," and then everyone goes, "Oh, gravity," because we took that on at the age of 5 or whatever age we first heard of gravity. We didn't have the capacity to even question anything then. So it was embedded too early for us to question it.
But, you know, in hindsight now, as an adult, critically thinking and looking into this stuff, you start to see what the actual purpose of gravity is. And it's like equivalent to the God of the Gaps theory, how they always say that. You know what I mean? God of the Gaps?
No, I'm not sure about that one.
So scientists bring this up all the time about how people use God to fill in the gaps of different scientific theories, and they call it, they say it's ridiculous, right? Well, guess what? Their God, gravity, is the same exact thing. They use gravity to basically fill in all their theories. That's the only purpose for it, is to make the concept of spinning balls in space work. That's the only reason for gravity when you really look at it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just it's the gap. Anything, gravity, oh gravity, oh gravity, oh that.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like,
all taken on by blind faith too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And go ahead.
Bodies, the comets and planets and all these things. I mean, even a comet, they say it travels in a pathway that's, I don't know, it goes around the galaxy and then comes back, and it always comes back. What's bringing that around?
Man, you know, there's a lot of speculative things out there. But go ahead, Paul. Here, I'll let you speak. My bad, bro.
It's called.
No, I'm sorry. I think I was just hot micing a little bit. I apologize.
It's called imagination. Is what it's called, because we're told that Halley's Comet came around in 1910. Everybody has basically died off until it came about 1986. And Comet Kohoutek was supposed to come on in January 1974. And I was looking forward to both of them. Had my telescope out away from lights of the town, and none of it happened. Comet Kohoutek burned up going around the sun, and Halley's Comet ran into something that didn't cause it to do what it normally does. So, but hey, it's there, no problem. I even had one guy who said, big following on another social media platform, said, well, I had a friend and his friend, they went out and saw it one night back in 1986. I couldn't go, so I didn't have a chance to see it. Wrong, because in the fairy tale, we were told that it was visible for 3 to 6 weeks. So this guy said, I didn't go out and see it the night that I was supposed to, but my friends did. I'm telling you guys, this thing, when you have a satanic abomination fairy tale like this thing is, they have to lie to cover up their lie. And I don't, don't want to get into the Bible too much, but they talk about God sends them a strong delusion. They are given up to a reprobate mind. People who believe in the spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe that actually come online and defend and promote it, there's something going on with them.
Oh yeah, they'll believe anything. Seriously. Yeah. It is a spiritual battle when you really take a step back and look at it. Like, there's a reason why flat Earth is so important in that aspect. It's because it really is a spiritual battle. It's not about the shape of the Earth at all, really. It's more about, like, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth, and why is it the first thing you learn in school, right? It's like, it's what they're doing is, like, if you think about it psychologically, it's the first building block to the web of lies that they're about to be indoctrinated with in school. And it's so important because when the reason why flat Earth is so powerful is because it goes right to that first building block of a lie, and that's why they feel so emotionally hurt or confused, like when you start to bring up these things, because what you're doing is you're attacking their psyche that they were indoctrinated with as a kid. And not everybody has the willpower or wherewithal to do it on their own, like how you were saying, through meditation and stuff. Sometimes you need someone, not even close, but just someone else has to show that, show that it's a belief. And I think that's why the 3 points are so important, because it's such it cuts the fat out of us getting into the weeds, or getting into the weeds of their own psyche. Because no matter what it is, if they truly believe that at one point, they're going to have an internal conflict. And we're not, our job is not to help them with that internal conflict. That's a mission that they have to go on their own. And
that's the whole thing.
Yeah, and then depending on the person, and depending on, like, if they truly mean well, then we'll bring them down. I'll bring them down to, like, the bottom chat or whatever, and then go into the weeds on certain things, and just, it's therapy. It is therapy. But some people, we all have our own lives and our things that we're responsible of. So it's up to you, especially when you tell people about this. I'm sure you've told people about this, or people you cared about, and you almost feel kind of responsible for them in a weird way, because it's like, you don't want them to go on the path of deception, and you feel that obligation. But at the very same time, it's like, this is a journey, a personal journey.
It is, and I just wanted to reflect back on what you said there, because I know lots of people, or have known lots of people in spiritual circles. I think I'm coming a lot closer to Christianity now, but I was always in Buddhism and other types of spiritual, I say in quotes, spiritual growth, because I don't think it's true spiritual growth. I think, all this meditative kind of stuff, and yeah, fair enough, you can calm your mind, but that's not getting past anything, really. I think this is more crucial. These
I agree.
Fundamental beliefs about reality are far more crucial to get over than just calming your mind. I mean, calming your mind, so what? I mean, what's the point of having a calm mind if you still believe in flat Earth, and you still believe that the vaccines are, vaccines can help you? And
careful. No, you're good.
Right, sorry.
No, you're good. But
absolutely.
No, you're right in terms of, like, like, go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
I just want to tell him, if he ever wants to have a discussion about that, about Christianity or about Bible, or
we go down.
Stuff, I would be glad to talk about it with him down in the chill chat, and I'm sure Jim would probably be willing to have that conversation with you if you have any questions, or want to have that conversation.
Let's go.
I'm not trying to convert you. I mean, no, only if he wants to. But I also want to say, flat Earth is. We have to make people understand too that flat Earth is just words, right? It's just the saying. All that saying and all that means is where we live. It is demonstrable and measurable flat. It is not the entirety shape of the Earth, because no one has a God's eye view. No one's seen the entirety of the Earth. So, because that really bothers me when people try to say that. Oh, what's the shape of the Earth? Flat Earth is not the entirety shape of the Earth, and that's it.
No, we don't know. I mean, that's the next phase. It's like, once you realize everything's a lie about the shape that we believed it was, then going into what it actually is, well, that's another conversation in a sense.
Yeah, if you feel like it, then I'm sure I'm down. Paul, you down? Jim,
I'm always
go down. Yeah, we can go down. Do you see the channel right there, Chill Chat? We can talk more openly about certain topics, without fear of the TOS violations, if you'd like, man. If you want to.
Oh yeah, okay. Hang on a minute. So let me.
Yeah, if you understand like why I'm saying that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because for the sake of the live stream, there's not a lot of people in here unmuting. So I mean, maybe we could just stay in here on Flat Earth for the sake of the live stream. Otherwise, unless he really wants to have a conversation.
Yeah,
I don't want to feel like we're pressuring him to come down in the chill.
Oh, is this live streaming on YouTube?
Yeah, you're on live stream YouTube, brother.
I didn't know.
Yes, sir.
I wasn't aware of that.
That's why we have to be careful about certain subjects that we talk about. Like there's certain guidelines that we have to follow, and there's certain topics that we can't talk about.
Of course, now I know. Now I understand.
You get why. Yeah.
That's why you said be careful. I was like, oh shit, right, okay.
Yeah, and you're good, man, dude. We all, even me, like I sometimes slip up. So like, if you really want to, go deep into certain topics, that's fine. But yeah, we can stick to flat Earth for a minute. Yeah. Yeah. If you look, and I know, you're a boomer. No offense. But yeah, if you look in the live stream voice text, Tios just posted it right there. Just please be aware that in this channel you are being recorded live to YouTube and other online platforms. So yeah, in order to preserve the live stream and the server, and to make sure we can continue to have these conversations.
Of course,
just don't forget, like, just be very mindful of those buzzwords that we're avoiding.
Of course, I get it now. No, I do. I get it. It's important to keep the resource going.
Absolutely. That's the most important, in my opinion. To be able to have these conversations. But yeah, man, it's a beautiful thing. Go ahead, T-Dub.
Just gonna say, yeah. So usually we use the VC check-in channels up the top there. You'll see to like just to vet people and just give them a rundown of the server operations and a bit of an induction. And you sort of skip that process, so there's a few things that sort of haven't been explained. Yeah, there was an exception made for you. Sometimes that happens, and we do it in the live stream. So just make sure you familiarize yourself with the welcome page. It's the rules and things of the server. Yeah.
But that's another reason why I freaking love the server, is because think about it, Zen. You're welcome to have these conversations like live. Like there's no, that's not like you have to go through hoops and ladders or sell a bunch of stuff before you get permission to come. You know what I mean? Like there's no.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? What? Like it's beautiful.
Well, you know what? I was just having a conversation with a friend, and I was saying to her, what I'm struggling with at this moment in my life is being awake in a world of people who are asleep, and being surrounded at work by people who are asleep. Everywhere I go, even if I allude to something that's half awake, I wouldn't flat Earth. I don't launch flat Earth on people. I don't unless I think they're a little bit awake. I don't just start launching it on people. But it being awake to many things, including flat Earth, in a world that's completely asleep, it can feel quite
isolating.
You can't it?
100%, brother. I feel like every single person in this server, and even people listening to this, has at one time in their life felt ostracized for even just asking a question, to an authority figure, even, and Capybara, he's deafened right now in the live stream, but when me and Paul were talking to this person that was on the fence, like we were about to go to sleep, and something just drove us to keep talking to him until it clicked. And it's that drive or that delineation between wasting your time and actually helping someone out. I think like what we were telling Capybara, it's curiosity. That is a really good indicator if they're ready for this information. They have to ask you, like, why do you believe this, or why do you, or how do you know, like, or when that curiosity comes into play is a really good indicator if they're ready for this information. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, because it's an energy. That curiosity is like the energy of awakening.
Exactly.
And you can detect it in people. You can sense it in people. That's what I mean when I only have conversations with people if I sense that they're a bit awake, because there's no point otherwise.
Right. Go ahead, Sasha. I see you just unmuted. Or
I wanted to say, when you said, that's the main point, but the realizing here, like the last 2 years, that is the the hardest question to ask. You have people coming here like for 2 hours and they don't asking that question. And that would be like a first question to ask. Like, I'm coming someplace. What is new? Whatever that it would be. In this case, it's flat earth. But if I'm coming someplace where I will ask that people, what is going on? Why you? I will not have a prejudice about something what I saw somewhere. I will ask that people first. If I come to, whatever that it could be politics. I'm coming to politics, and now I'm politics. You can choose one, whatever, and I say, look, you're liberals or whatever, and you don't know even what that people thinks about politics. You didn't ask them.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's almost like you're trying to pour you're trying to drink a bottle of water without removing the cap. You know, it's. Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah. We made like if you know who it's Elijah. You know
what?
You know Elijah?
Yeah. Not like too well, but yeah, I've seen him talk before.
Yeah. We came so many times that Elijah was leading to ask that question, and he didn't succeed. And that was like I don't know how many times, 100 times. I said, okay, with this guy now it will ask. No, he doesn't ask. He's saying after all I don't know if we had some kind of conversation before that. He said, or he will move, or he said, I don't have time now, or something, and he will not ask that question. That's so interesting, Like, why you think the Earth is flat? That's a simple question.
Right. If they're not willing if you don't sense any of that curiosity coming from the person, then I would honestly say, why are you here, or what is the point of you coming? Like, what's your goal? What's your intention? Some people will be very clear cut with their intentions, and you'll know they're an anti-flat earther, or that they want to make us look stupid. And you know what? I leave those kinds of people to the veterans who have been dealing with these kinds of people for so much longer than I have, because they know how to really, stop them in their tracks. I'm still learning, man. I think that's why this server is so important for me personally. Is I'm learning how to cut the bullshit out of the conversation when it comes to those people. And I think that's really the ultimate goal of the server is like perfect example. Mayhem just popped in. It's like you're training the next generation of flat earthers, of critical thinkers, and it's like there's tools here that you can definitely learn and pass on, afterwards. But yeah,
that goes
it's really
back to Mayhem's 3 points too, doesn't it? Because when you're dealing with those type of people, that's how you deal with them. You make them stick to that. We can't let them take us into the weeds about none of that other crap, baloney. When it comes to planets,
they haven't earned it. Yeah,
and their burden of proof is on the ones making the claims, and we're not the ones making the claims. They are. So they need to, if they have that attitude and they want to come in here and do that, then the burden of proof is on them, and they need to bring it.
Right.
Welcome, Mayhem. Good to see you.
But you will have like a person yesterday, Italian guy who is studying. He wants to be PhD and everything, and he's believing it out. Do you understand the claim? It's Earth is a sphere, and behind it's all science, and that's all. And even he could not bring any kind of name or whatever, but he still believed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
some people just aren't ready either.
I think it's programmed, that flat Earth. It's very programmed in your brain. If you say that, it's immediately something retarded. You cannot think like that.
Well, that's an important subject that you bring up, because in a lot of ways we have to think about this and play with this concept. Flat Earth, in a lot of ways, is also a deception in the sense that it can lead you down the wrong path, and the ones that are, say, not sincere and maybe have other motives than to bring people to truth, they can use that and abuse it.
Weaponize
and
it.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
did. They
like
did
Flat Earth
that.
Society, for example.
Yeah.
Flat Earth Society
Yeah.
is a prime example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's, you know what, Zen? I think that's very important to bring up because I'm learning as well. But you'll start to understand why it's so important to stick to the facts, especially on the live stream, because they're looking for literally anything they can use against us in terms of weaponization.
wow.
Like it's pretty crazy, but like that's why it's so important to understand the audience of who you're speaking with, right? Like you'll start to understand what their intent is. If their intent is they're on the fence, honestly on the fence, and they want to know some more information and you know, they can sit, listen, observe, or we can go down to the chill chat and really hash out some things. But like when it comes to people that have an agenda of whatever, you got to be unbelievably sharp and it's like sharpened, like veteran trained. And I feel like this place is iron sharpening iron. It really is.
Fellas, I noticed we've got a couple of new people that have jumped in that are VC verified but don't have flat Earth roles, and I just want to give them a chance if they want to get in the conversation or ask a question. Feel free to unmute yourself and just ask away. Don't be afraid to jump in at any moment.
Yeah, like Diesel Boy. How's it going?
Can I say something before?
Sure.
Because I never. If new persons start to speak, please don't have any kind of prejudice or how to say assumptions. Ask the question before that.
Agree.
Good point.
Can I ask you a question? Good evening, everyone.
No.
Hey, George.
Yes, George, please.
When you say the Earth is flat, what do you mean?
We mean, George, the sea level is flat. That's all.
Yeah, but why don't you just say that sea level is flat then?
Yeah,
why do you
George,
say
George,
the Earth is flat?
This is the point. It started like that. Everybody catch that, and we take that title. And this server is called Flat Earth server, but it's everybody can explain what is that, and everybody can explain it about surface.
Mayhem is unmuted, so let's let him take the floor for a second.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're giving due diligence to the new people, because it's great that we can answer those questions to the people that have been here a minute. But Paul let the floor open for the new people, so let's give courtesy to the new people. Let's let them at least give a chance so they can open up the floor so that we can hear them first before we jump in. Is that cool?
For sure. No.
All right. So let's hear from the new people real quick. So I don't know. I'm on the move right now. Could somebody call out their name and say, hey?
Yeah, Diesel Boy. Go ahead, brother. Unmute.
I'm not.
There's also Humble H, VC verified and Seem Sincere role. Been here April 13th, 2023, so fairly new. Who's this?
Both those.
Okay. I'm sorry. Somebody trying to speak.
I know Humble. Hey, Humble, you right?
Okay.
Humble and Diesel have both been here a while.
Okay. Fair enough. What about angelic materialism? I think I might have had a little conversation with you a couple of days ago. But you've been in here for a minute and you haven't said anything. If you want to unmute and talk, you're more than welcome. There you go.
Hello.
How's it going? What brought you into the server?
Oh, I guess.
Oh well, he left. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see anybody else that's brand spanking new other than Zen Owl?
I'm searching right now. Oh, that's old dude. Old dude, what are you doing in here?
Just being old.
Oh, that's why he's so cranky all the time.
What's it to you? What are you going to do about it? How's it going, man?
Oh, Paul, I think you were talking to me.
Tired of spanking.
Can I be heard?
I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Oh, I was saying that my Discord, it restarts sometimes. That was very bad timing for it.
That's okay. But you got the floor if you want to talk about something or ask any questions or you got something on your mind. Let us have it.
Oh, I'm mainly just listening. I'm trying to
That's fair.
basically understand why people believe in the flat Earth and also what the effects of it is.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll let the veterans take this one.
Oh, it has secondary effects, that's for sure.
All right, so I think we got Heretic in here. They could probably take this one on point. I could too, but I'm gonna move. I'll take it if nobody else that's been in the server for a while. So
Heretic's
let's
not in. Go ahead, brother. Mayhem, yeah, go ahead.
Heretic jumped out.
Heretic jumped out. All right, who else is in here as
Yeah.
far as veterans? Is it just me?
Oh, Heretic jumped back in. So either you or Heretic, I guess.
Yeah.
Up to you.
I would like. I haven't heard Heretic in a while, so if Heretic can take the point, that would be great.
What are we doing? Sorry, I missed that.
There's a gentleman in here.
Addressing... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Here you go, Paul.
Oh, angelic
So we
materialism?
Yes. He wanted to know why we think the Earth is flat, and also what was the second question? What was the secondary effects of that topic?
The effects of that topic, like what people associate with it when they come to believe that, and so on. Because that's the main thing I've been interested in trying to find out.
Very good question.
That's kind of a personal question, the second one. That's kind of like asking them how they reinterpret the world. But we think it's flat because it measures and is observed that way.
Is that just because that's how it's experienced? Like when you look at it? Is that
Yes,
the main point?
but also it measures that way against the globe math. So we're checking for the curvature drop that should be there as per the globe, and we don't find that. All we observe, all we measure is flat for as far as we can.
All right. Thank you for explaining that. The second one, I guess I'll listen more for to understand how people view it themselves. The effects of believing that.
Yeah, some people would take issue with calling that a belief because it's more something that is just directly experienced and observed, right?
Yeah, because I think that people more believe there is a sphere there. That's a belief.
It's also worth mentioning that also navigational is it represents flat. The system that we use for navigation, lines of longitude and latitude for our coordinate system, and any map that we use for navigation also measures to be flat and stationary.
Angelic, do you mind if we put you on the spot for a little bit? Is that okay with you?
Well, I mean, that's what I usually do when I'm talking to a Glober.
Sure, and I'm wondering, Heretic, if you wanted to run him through the 3 points or if he's heard that before.
Well, sure. Do you know of anybody, anytime, who has measured the curvature drop of the Earth?
I know people have allegedly done that, but I don't know how it was done.
Okay, so you wouldn't know how, and you wouldn't necessarily even know who?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not sure on that one. All right, do you know of anybody, anytime, who measured the axial rotation of the Earth?
The spinning?
Yes.
Oh, no. Well,
okay.
Obviously, people have claimed to them someone. I don't know any specifics about it, though.
Okay, that's a no. All right. So, third question that we like to ask is, are you aware of anybody who has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container? I would take it a bit further myself and say gas pressure due to gravity, as per the globe claim of the atmosphere. You aware of that?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So, that demonstrates that the belief is actually the globe, right? Because those are the 3 core points of the globe, right? And without knowledge of how those things were determined, all the globe is just a belief. So that's why people in this room would take issue with flat Earth being described as a belief, because it's really the globe that comes down to a mere belief.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, Angelic, when somebody makes a claim about something, right? So the burden of proof then is on them to prove those claims. We're not here making the claims. All we're doing is saying the Earth, as we're told it is, a spinning wobbly ball in a vacuum of space, it is a lie. It is not provable, not demonstratable. And the land that we do live on and the waters around us all measure and are observed to be flat and stationary.
And can be demonstrated.
Angelic,
Yes.
I just want to see if we can get a response. Angelic, what do you think about that? That after all of that, those 3 fundamental questions for the core understanding of the Earth being a globe were not being able to be answered by yourself, as in admittedly not being able to be answered. How does that strike you, sir?
With me, I think it's just an inherited assumption, basically. Like many other scientific beliefs I have about how the world is. Some of them are more directly experienceable by me. Others are less like that. It makes sense to me why, if someone takes a more skeptical position and like questions that, they would come to the position that the Earth is flat, because that is what is directly experienced, even not just from experience. I assume you could measure it. I don't know the details how people compete in measuring that. I've seen some things about it, about experiments over lakes and bridges, but the claims about it that I remember seem to be very fine and impossible to tell. At least for me, not impossible to like show more on the globe side. But that's what I think about that so far.
Thank you for your answer. And to further that, why would you think that the educational system would further persist to indoctrinate humans to believe that story if the fundamental questions that we asked you cannot be answered readily and easily?
Well, that's something I've been thinking about in the server. I would think that if it is a false belief that is had in science now, I'm not sure if this is the right term for it, but I'd call it like a thing like filial piety, with reverence for someone's fathers, because I know that like with Aristotle and some people, they had beliefs about animals and how they functioned and many other things that persisted for well over 1,000 years. I think it was like 1,800 years that people just kept repeating. So I would think it would be like that, but then that doesn't really make sense, because there's also people claiming definitively that it is a globe. Things like space travel, certain things about that is seen in the news that would presume that. So I think it would be a mix of ignorance. I'm not sure why someone would maliciously lie about something so seemingly innocuous, but I mean, it's odd.
I could see your position on how you're viewing it currently, and it's a mixture of like, well, how is this possible if we have this quote unquote morally high standard of humans that are going out and just going out into space and whatnot? That what reason would they have to lie? There, in your mind, you couldn't see any reason why that would even exist. But far beyond that, you couldn't see how an organization that would get funded be able to pull off something like this. So it seems too big and too grand of a lie for everybody to be in on it. And so to you, it's that just to fathom that aspect of it makes it not like that's not feasible. Like you'd have to write that off as like, well, it just has to be true, because then somebody would whistleblow somewhere, and we'd all know. Like,
I wouldn't write it off because I started to try to like come up with presuming that the Earth is flat, just in case, like, because I could probably try to figure out how people measure that. I don't think it'd be too complex. Presuming that it's flat, why would this initially be lied about in the modern period? Because before modern period, maybe people are just repeating this out of ignorance, and they couldn't fully measure it themselves. So ignoring that, specifically last century, I thought perhaps they lied about it to try to flex in about being able to go to space and technology, but then countries that were opposed to each other, they both claimed to do it, and now I don't know what, like within the last 100 years, what could be the reason for doing that? I don't know.
Have you ever asked yourself the question, what would be the benefit of this grand scheme? Like, what would be the benefit?
That's what I'm trying to
like,
figure out.
Well, if you were to just play it on your mind, just to entertain a thought, what advantage would it be if somebody just made you believe you lived on a globe and people could actually visit, outside of this, ecosystem? What would be their advantage? Well, if you could just think of a few, there are probably some that are already established as the reasons why. Like, I could tell you one.
The only one I can think of is that I didn't mean to cut you off there, but the only one I can think of is the ability to make people believe things is in itself valuable no matter what the topic is.
Interesting. I like that answer. So the one who holds the keys to knowledge, or the arbiters of knowledge, are the ones who hold the keys to power, would you say?
Yeah.
So let's just say, for example, the educational system has like this type of, ability to hierarchy, let's say, right? Your educational system has a set up levels of, hierarchy. In order for you to learn something, you got to go to an institution. The institution then has teachers. The teachers have their own people above them, and professors, and so on, right? And so once you get to the higher echelon, the people are actually there's the need to know basis, right? Basically, the ones who have this basic knowledge are the ones who are just people that study information. So you currently right now would be one of those, right? I would assume you're not a professor, one who actually is involved with
student.
Just a student, just somebody normal, right? Just regular. Yeah. So you have the secondhand knowledge that has been passed down to you by these educational systems. So everything that you know is basically given to you by someone else who allegedly says this is the facts. You got the facts. And so you don't dispute them because they're quote unquote established. So what happens is the people that your teachers and professors and all that, they're not in on the lie. They're perpetuating something that's established. With book knowledge, they don't know. They just study the information and repeat it, regurgitate it, as you would. And so you don't have this firsthand knowledge or verification of such things. So you just like when we asked you those questions about the Earth, you're basically coming up well, I mean, I wouldn't know that. First off, I'm not one who studies these things. I don't go out into the field and research. Somebody else has done that. Or at least you would put it that way, like you said. Astronauts would go out into space and that. And so what happens is, because of that, everybody who just learns about the information, they don't have that first-hand knowledge. So if you regulate that to only the people that have that knowledge, how many people do you think that would encumber?
It would be extremely few, because I know some people mention it'd be a huge conspiracy. Many people, even just people who've tried to experiment with seeing the curve of the Earth. I think that's very few people. And then you reduce it even further.
Exactly. So we could really, I mean, honestly, you could reduce it as far back as you can possible to say that there's the ones who actually experience, verify, or say, let's just say who say they verify it would be Probably you can count them on two hands. Probably. The actual ones that actually would say that. Now, if that is the case, then is everyone lying? Would that statement be true?
No, it would just be most people would be in a state of ignorance about it.
Correct. Which is the reason why, at this current time, people that come, and we always ask for the information. We talk about primary source, we talk about citation and demonstration, which really it's specifying the information to its core root. So we really want to investigate not just the fact that people are making these claims, but where did they come from? Where were they said? And how can we demonstrate them? So obviously we want to get to the root of the matter. And this is what the heart of the research that people that are in this server, they're all about. They're not just about like, well, we just believe the earth is flat, yada, yada, yada. No, it's never been the case. The case is we've heard, I've been doing this for 8 years, close to 9 now, but I've been talking to people and challenging them on the knowledge that the earth is a globe by way of like saying, okay, that's fine if you say it is whatever, you can make any claim you want or advocate for the position that it is a globe. But now we need the primary source of how it's been discovered to be so. We need a citation of where it's been said, and also you need to demonstrate to us how it's possible that it's been verified to be so. And when we ask for these specific questions, they come up unanswerable. So it's no wonder why there's a server full of people who have investigated this and have already made the decision that it is not a globe with 100% certainty. We can honestly say that there is no way that no one's going to come up with, there's no magical professor hidden somewhere in the mountains that has the keys to the knowledge of this secret information, because it's not, it's, the earth itself is tangible. It's able to be looked upon, and also like we could do demonstrations on top of it. So there's nothing hidden from us. If the earth was an oblate spheroid, with the consequence of it being the geometric shape that it is, then by us also going on the surface, we'd be able to measure point A to point B, a drop over the distance. So that drop over the distance would then produce a sagittal, or a hump of earth curve between point A and point B, which would easily be demonstrated with the said globe math. We have math that we can look up from its diameter, circumference, and radius. So that being said, I just wanted him to retort, Sasha, before I'm done. Okay. So that being said, like now we have all the information readily, publicly available to you, me, and everyone. So all we have to do is really just to go out into the field and test for the globe being what it should be as a sphere, an oblate spheroid. So that's why I'm saying, even with the simplest test, we can provide the evidence that it is not a globe. 100%. There is no globe measurements whatsoever, not even one time. So that's why I'm saying, like, I'm giving that information to you, to something to think about or to examine, because we have the values for the Earth's size. So it's not too big or too small that it can't be measured. It is exactly proportional to whatever key values have been demonstrated on Google. All we got to do is take those measurements and go see if there is this drop over distance, and that's all right there.
All right, that's what I was mentioning. It's probably not too difficult to do that. I'd want to do that. I probably could relatively soon. I think it, because I remember seeing some video by Folding Ideas about flat Earth, and he went to some lake and looked at something across it to see if it was a curve. He came to the conclusion that it was. I'm not. You guys have probably actually seen that video. It has like over 1 million views.
Angelic, can I add something, please?
Yes.
You are speaking now about some random person showed the curvature.
Oh yeah, I'm saying I would want to do that myself. Like he did it, so it's not difficult to do.
Okay, when people ask you that 3 question, you said no, but you said I'm not in that. Of course, like nobody. It is in science, whatever you think that science is, and blah blah. You believe in that. How to say? Let's say mainstream information. We are living on the globe and everything, you know. But my thing is what I will do. Okay, I also believe. Let's look into that. That means now that who measures the curvature? That would be like easy, you know. Like you because it's 2023. You go to Google, who measures the curvature, and then you in modern time. I will say at least 10 people, but for me it will be at least 2,000 people, because you know how many countries we have, how many smart people we have. At least 10 in the world in last 100 years realized, like, measure that, you know. And look at the devil. Look at the devil. There is 0 people did that. If somebody will tell the story, it will be a story about 2,000 years ago. Some guy, Eratosthenes, and its story is so ridiculous also. And he didn't even get the value, you know. Then he will have value with another guy, Al-Biruni, and the story also, it's like and that's all. That's 2 guys. One, it's, I don't know, 700 years ago, and another it's 2,000 years ago. You don't have John Smith, 1974, you know. You don't have Helena Overbright, 2001. You don't have Sasha Matskuliak, 1956. You don't have that person. You don't have that person for the rotation also. And plus you have 10 miles of flat surface. You have the rate. You need to learn the radius. You need to go into that. I don't want to tell you all that now information, but this is only geometries. Simple geometry.
Yeah, I think you should go into it yourself, brother. I mean, if you scroll down on the channel or on the server, and you can see the information that has been compiled over time from all these wonderful people, you could spend a year looking at all this information. I mean, if you look at all the categories they have here, it's beautiful. They've done a lot of the hard work for you, but that's the point. Is we're not trying to become the next appeal to authority. That's not the purpose. The purpose is for you to go out and do it yourself and critically think for yourself. That's the most important part, because no matter what, at the end of the day, if you're deciding on whether to believe this guy or that guy, then you got the wrong idea, man. It's about you doing this yourself and going on your own journey.
Well, yeah, I get that. That's what I would want to do, because if it looks flat, then you should, with that, when you're trying to measure it, you would be, I think, justified in believing that it is.
So shouldn't the burden be on the person saying that it's the opposite of what it appears and seems to be?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So they haven't met that burden, so here we are.
Yeah, man, I think you need to do this on your own. Oh, go ahead, Crazy.
So you said that you should do it on your own, right? Like to prove and test stuff on your own, right?
Yeah, with certain things, that if it's possible.
I'm just saying that, like, if you do want to do stuff on your own, try something that people say will prove that the Earth is a globe. If that works, then what are you going to do?
That's what everybody does.
Huh? What?
Nobody
FBI said that's what everyone does.
Oh, well.
Yeah, he's basically saying everybody literally does that. They have to go on their own. Like, there's a bunch of people who tried to debunk, quote unquote, flat Earth, and ended up realizing that no, it is flat. There is no curvature. It's stationary. That's not my business to tell you who, man.
So you're avoiding the question now. Okay.
No.
Well, we just established that flat and stationary is axiomatic, right? Because that's the way it's observed and experienced by all. So anybody who wants to argue with the axiom, they should be coming with the proof against it. Do you have it, Narwhal?
If you're in a car driving down a highway, you don't feel the car driving. Does it mean it's not?
That's not analogous at all.
No.
Yeah.
That's the exact thing that you're saying.
No, it's not the exact. It's not the exact thing. You're just arguing for the absence of any apparent motion, which is what we're saying. It's not detected. It's not felt. We don't register it. So who did? Who did measure it? How do you know that that's
You were
happening?
in a car that didn't have like any way you could see it moving, and you were just driving straight down a highway.
Straight.
Would you feel it moving?
Stop you right there. Straight. That's not acceleration. Just going at a constant speed in a straight line. The globe is said to be rotating. That's a constant acceleration. Those things aren't analogous.
The globe is too big to feel the rotation of the globe.
So how do you know it's rotating then? How do you know it's rotating then?
Gentlemen, he's just going to keep asking the same question again because he's been here before. We got somebody new in here, not VC verified yet.
No, let's do it. He's okay. He said it.
One
He
second.
speak.
One second.
Well,
guys,
we have
talk-
somebody new.
Okay.
Oh wait, never mind. They left.
I'm VC verified.
I was gonna say, hang on,
Never
guys.
mind, they left.
They already left anyway. So just listen up, guys. When one person is taking a point, can we please allow him to finish? Because Heretic had the point. He's on point right now. If I start hearing 2 or 3 people jump in, I'm going to start muting people. I really don't want to do that. I want to let one person take it. Heretic is on point, and if he's saying okay, let somebody else take it, he'll give it to somebody else, guys. Please allow him to finish.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Heretic.
Yeah. Okay. You've told us that we don't feel it. Yeah, we know. That's what we're saying. Yeah. So how do you know that that's happening then?
Well, there's lots of different ways. It's called the ISS. It's called like different.
Okay, the ISS. What specifically does that do to tell us that we're spinning around, even though it doesn't seem like it?
It's a space station up in space that has.
That's a claim. Claim stacking. Now, all we can tell from the ground is that it's a light that traverses the sky. But what does that do to tell us that we're rotating, though? Is that a measurement of rotation?
Obviously not.
Yeah, but that's what I asked for, so let's get to that.
I mean, you could look something up and see if there's a way to measure it, and then you could try it yourself.
Well, I'm asking you because you made the claim that it is spinning. Okay. So why didn't you look it up? Shouldn't that be what you've done if you know that it's spinning? Shouldn't you be the one who's looked it up already?
I mean, I guess, but I didn't.
Well, then how do you know it's spinning?
Credible sources.
Such as?
Basically everyone except for you guys.
Okay, that's kind of non-specific. Could you name somebody?
I can't name someone like a single person. I could name a group of people.
So everybody, but can't name anybody.
Not someone specific. Not a single person.
Okay. So
listen, I don't know who runs like the space things and stuff like that. I don't know the CEOs of all that.
We're not even talking about space. We're just talking about who measured the rotation of Earth.
We're quite literally talking about space right now.
I don't know why you keep going to that, because the question was who measured rotation of Earth. Because you came in giving us excuses why it's not experienced or felt. Okay, so clearly you think that there is rotation. How do you know that then?
Credible sources.
Okay, that's not saying anything though.
Is it?
No, it's not. There's nothing behind that claim. There's no substance to it. It's just 2 words that you threw together. If you say credible sources, then I ask who they are, and you don't know. Why are they credible? You don't even know who they are. You don't even have anybody we can point to.
I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. He's a Leon guy.
Foucault.
Yeah, that guy.
Okay. Do you know what he did?
He measured the Earth's rotation.
And how?
Or not exactly measured. He just demonstrated that the Earth does rotate.
Do you know the method that he used to do that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Do you know what he's claiming to have demonstrated? Other than the motion of the Earth. A little bit more specific. It's a particular effect. Coriolis.
Ah.
Right? That's what the claim of the pendulum is that it deviates due to Coriolis effect, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so that requires 2 reference frames of motion. One accelerating, that would be the rotating Earth, and another frame where it's not rotating.
Space.
So space, so the pendulum's in space.
The Earth is. I'm confused. Say that one more time.
Well, for the pendulum to be showing motion of the Earth, right? The Earth has to be rotating beneath it, and it has to be in a reference frame that is not rotating.
So you're saying Earth is the pendulum, right?
No, I'm not saying Earth is the pendulum.
What's the pendulum?
The pendulum's your claim for rotation of the Earth.
I didn't know a claim was a pendulum.
Oh dear. I shouldn't have gone into this. He didn't even know who Foucault was.
Yeah, we could stop here. We could stop.
Yeah.
Here. Thank you. Thank you, Heretic.
You're just off here? Man.
You don't know anything.
Well, I have to tell you your claim, so what's the point?
No, there's no point to it. Narwhal, you can just put yourself on mute, please.
Why?
You're not equipped. You're not equipped to have this conversation at this time. Just sit and listen. Sit and listen. Perhaps.
I've been listening.
Okay, listen some more.
I'm just saying, to all you flaggers out there, basically everyone in this, I'm just saying, you guys like to say to do your own research, right? So then do your own research on the globe, like theories and not theories, factual evidence, and do your own research on
Can I ask
and
crazy?
how to
crazy?
prove it.
Can I ask a question? Like a geometry, for example?
No, we're not going to entertain Narwhal at the moment.
No, I want to give him a little information, Miggy, only because he can believe crazy. Do you know that Earth has the dimensions?
That what?
Do you know that Earth has the dimensions, how big it is?
Yeah, I meant you could tell him. He's not going to respond. We're not going to waste our time with this guy. But you can tell him anything.
He's heard it before. I recognize him. He's been in here before, guys. He's heard it.
I'm very sorry.
Do you think that Earth is sphere? Simple question.
Yes.
Yeah, he's not going to respond.
Yes.
Sasha.
Okay. Great. Do you think that sphere is geometrical object?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that every sphere has drop over distance? That means if you have more distance, that things will, drop more because it's sphere.
I know where you're going with this. Yes.
You know where I am going with this.
Yeah.
Okay, where I am going. If you have the dimensions of object, can you measure it?
Yes.
Okay, we did that in the reality.
All right, so he's either going to be ejected or not be talked to. Because we're not going to entertain his business, Sasha.
Yeah, but I want to try, Miggy. He can refuse that. I will tell him information about radios, but it's all right, Miggy. He can refuse
he's not ready
that.
He's not ready for this conversation, Sasha. We can wait for him to actually gain some more knowledge and then come back because he's going to waste everyone's time. He's just a time waster at the moment. Until he's more equipped to come to this conversation, then we can entertain it. But
hey, if you
I don't know, do we have any new people in here other than Narwhal?
I will gladly do so. I can talk about
Mayhem. There is a couple other people here. I don't know how new they are. They kind of do look familiar. If you want me to name them for you, I can. We also have a guy being BC verified right now whose first language isn't English, but I think he might pop over and maybe want to talk. But he's not here yet. But do you want the names of the? We got Chubbs, who is BC verified, sincere.
Yeah, let Sasha take first crack on this next one because I didn't want to shut you down, bro. I'm like Narwhal's not one right now for a conversation.
No, I understand you that he doesn't understand.
I'm done.
He doesn't know Hilla Beans, bro.
Yeah. He cannot be honest with himself and say, okay, I don't know this. I don't know this stuff. I will research more. Blah blah blah. He cannot be. Man, can you? You don't know anything about Focal. We heard that you don't know. You don't know anything about some stuff. If you learn that, you will maybe know to say something. But Miggy, it's right, yeah. But I wanted to give you some information.
I know things.
Can I finish?
They can finish so long as there's not an exchange back and forth because
yeah. Let's go with new one. Yeah.
Yeah, what's the new guy's name, Paul? The other guy.
Well, he's not here yet, but we have Alaric87, who is VC verified globe skeptic, seems sincere. And we have. Well, they've been here since April, so maybe that could be why.
Yeah, he's got the avatar of a phoenix, right, Alaric?
Yes.
Okay. Alaric's been here.
So okay, the other guy's Chubbs, but he's been here. I think I've actually talked to him before. And I do not. Then the guy, he's still in the VC. So that's all we got.
Sounds good, man. We could probably just chill out amongst the rest of us, and then. But there really hasn't been too much meat on the bones lately with these guys. It's just a few table scraps here and there, you know, as it were.
We can speak about We can speak about mountains in the middle of USA.
Are you calling me
mountains
a crumb?
in the middle of the USA.
Yeah, they have elevation. They have the height, you know.
Okay.
And I'm interesting how we realize that they have that height, 2,000 meters, 1,035. How we know that?
Sea level.
Oh, from which side, left or right?
What do you mean? You're a funny guy, Sasha.
From
I'll tell you what,
Pacific
Crazy.
sea level.
You want to come down to the chat, bro? I got you. If you actually want to have, yeah. If you want to have a serious conversation, Crazy, I'll go down. Come to the chill chat. Let's go.
Go to chill chat with him if you want, but here, let me unmute. Well, somebody, do we have a mod in here? Can unmute him? Or
No, he's not muted.
No.
I was trying to have a serious conversation, but I guess
because I remember I muted him. Let somebody unmuted him.
Me? I don't think anyone muted me.
If you'd like to kind of go down and chill chat and get a more understanding, that's fine. If not, it's up to you. I'm more than willing to talk to you and see where your mind's at.
Chill
chat. Mysticals will handle it in the chill chat.
Right. It's up to you, Crazy.
We got. This VC is left up. We got to clear the path for the new people that are, because it has a listening audience. It has a YouTube audience, so we want to make sure that we're not. Yeah, people that need to learn things, you can probably show them whatever you want to show them.
Yeah. You want to come down, Crazy?
Sure, why not?
Are you sure he's not muted? I think I muted him.
No. No, he's good.
No,
let's go.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Bye-bye.
That's cool.
Any good arguments today, at least?
That was the best one, unfortunately.
Wow, that was the highlight of the day? Okay.
Sad.
Yeah, it's been a slow day. It's been a lot of trying to get people to go on mute, and then they leave right away. There's been a lot
I know
of
the
that
one
today.
I know the one you were just about to talk to. He ran, or the other guy ran, which is
that's been how the days went.
Okay. I mean, that was Heretic didn't even break a sweat. I was hoping he was going to give him at least a little bit of pushback, but that wasn't. Yeah, kind of like a microwave fight or something.
Yeah, I realized it was pointless.
Where's Great
on his own
Angelo?
claim.
We need Great Angelo in here again.
Okay, so guys, we got the new gentleman that just came from VC is here, Model Builder. Feel free to unmute yourself, Model Builder, if you want to address the panel. Otherwise, if you just want to listen, that's fine too.
Hi everybody. I will not take the time to speak because I have a bad English and I don't want to annoy people. So I will just listen and maybe take the speak when time or two.
That's okay, man. We just want to have a nice conversation here, and if you, well, I don't know how much you've heard about Flat Earth or what brought you to the server, so maybe you can just tell us a little bit like that. What brought you here? Did you were you interested in the topic, or what's going on there?
Yes. So I can share a little my journey. So I worked in a space field for about in a private company, but we worked related to space field. I was in imagery, and for like 7 years. So I discovered the first time I have seen about flat Earth is in 2015 when there is a spike. I am sure this spike is about the P900. It's sure because it's the outdate of this camera. But I was like stupid people, and I never troll flat earthers, but I use it to learn some Facebook disinformation Facebook, and seeing some meme, and I was like stupid people. Not able to mind represent how the globe work, mind represent how gravity work. When I see this meme about Australia or the boat Riverside and so on, and I use that sometimes to work. And 5 years after the COVID come, and I realize some things about our world, this famous, and I will not continue on this subject. I spoke with a friend, and the subject led to flat Earth. So I was like, no, you can't. You can think something like that. You understand what I tell, because I don't know if I am understandable.
Yeah, I've heard that you work with a company for 7 years. Is this correct? And you did imagery. I want to say satellite imagery is what I picked up. Is that right?
Yeah, right. And,
okay, so you kind of have a heavy accent, but I think I can make out what you're saying, so it's not too bad. So I mean, I can still hear. You're good. You're good. I mean, I can still hear what you're saying. So.
I have not the habit to speak in English, but I have the habit to write in English, so it's a little complicated to be clear. Sorry, because I take the time to write my text, but speaking is hard. So a friend of mine just talked me about flat Earth, and I was like, no, you can't think something like that. And I was like Eratosthenes. I was like, I worked with GPS. And the made up excuse everybody tell, and when we speak about that, I am somebody that is scientific in my mind, and he tell me you can take authority argument. So I said, okay, let me like 3 months, and I will build something, whatever, I don't know, that will prove you the globe. And 2 years later, I am here on this Discord. So I don't know if it was clear, but
yeah, it was pretty clear. I mean, everybody heard you, but yeah, thanks for the. Does anybody want to add something in the panel? I don't know. Maybe some people want to ask you some questions. I'll open up the floor to anybody in here. Does anybody want to ask the gentleman some questions?
Did that friend tell you something about flat Earth?
Can you repeat, please?
That your friend, what he told you about flat Earth?
It told me about the curvature. It was the first thing it told me, and I was like, but Earth is huge. You can see it at 10 kilometers high because you see less than. I don't know. I was on made up excuse at the time, so the only things that he has done to me is that he gave me how to tell I don't know the word an objective. He tell me prove me the globe without using GPS or something that come from a space agency. Or something that we can't retro-engineerate. You know, so only things that we have access. Okay, and I found Sagnac. So I was like, I have the things I can build myself because I have the knowledge to build a Sagnac gyroscope. It's just using 1 kilometer fiber cable. It costs about $1, something like that. So just with $2 I can build something like the Sagnac Gyro. I will prove flat Earth, the globe Earth, and so on. But in my research, I found the other experiment, Michelson-Morley, and Iris, and so on. So I was like, it's not logical that one light experiment can get the rotation of Earth, but the other cannot get the displacement of Earth around the Sun. So I was. It was not a proof, so I looked at other ways. I used the mechanical gyro, and the mechanical gyro proves the flat Earth because they keep rigidity in space. And when we do an integral on a mechanical gyro, piezo-electrical gyro, we can see that there is no other thing than that noise, so it keeps stable. So,
no motion.
No motion. Oh. No motion at all. No motion at all. And yeah.
I also don't speak very good English, but I want to understand. Yes, accent. It will be hard for other people. Do you explain in that during your research, you find out there is some not matching something what authority is saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's my point. Yeah. I will try to be more concede. It's a hard experience for me now to speak English. So I am sorry for everyone here to hear me. So
and your position now, are you skeptical about this or you want
No, I am always skeptical because I was fooled one time. So being too much trustful in yourself is not good. So every time we need to put in perspective what we interpret.
Because people know to ask this question: why would they lie?
Yeah, for me, when I was a Globie, I have a little abstraction capacity. So when I was a Globie, I was like, I hate people that why the lie. It's obvious why the lie. I mean, in a hypothetical world, if you brainwash the people to think that the world is totally not at all what there is been told, you can do whatever you want. It's obvious, and there is the fact, the hiding God fact, but it's another rabbit hole behind that. Just the fact that you can control people because you control the few of the world of the people. It's obvious for me because the first thing that we touch in school here. I don't know in your country, but in my country, the first thing that we touch in schools is don't trust your sense because you are on a globe. It's the literal first huge thing you touch about your life is to not trust your sense.
Oh God.
It blew my mind. No, 7 years after, 5 years after having discovered flat Earth, I just begin to see through the lie because my ego restrained me like 5 years to look seriously in this subject. And it's only because I was on an ego fight with my friend that I will prove him the globe. I proved to myself the flat Earth.
Yeah, it's quite the journey, man. Thanks for telling us about all that.
Yep.
So I'm probably gonna be out of the VC, out of the call, but that's quite a story. His journey to flat Earth was he used to work for 7 years at a company that he was working with satellite imagery. So just I don't know.
That's
Yeah,
I get it now. Oh shit.
yeah. Tie that into what his experience is. So you're gonna see
Great.
the revelation that he had when he was taught at school that he couldn't trust his senses. That was the first thing that they taught him at school. So anyway, if anybody, it's quite a story, right? So it's something to listen to. I'm gonna be checking out. So you guys, I'll talk to you guys later. But it's been cool talking to you guys. I'll be out and about. Talk to you guys later.
See you later, Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey.
Hi.
Are you from France?
Yes. Accent.
Okay, I'm from Croatia. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Living in UK. Coming from Italy.
Yes. Okay. What a journey.
But cool. Yeah, cool. Nice story, man. You can find out here a lot of information. You have down to in the server. You have hashtags and all information about curvature, about Antarctica, about whatever. It's down. If you scroll down this chat, you will find it a lot of information.
Man, about curvature, I have done 3 different software to check every point I have found official. So the 400 kilometers photography from Alpes to Pyrenees.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So I have. I can share some screenshot here or on the on the lobby. Somebody can I share some screenshot?
You cannot. You can only if you are not VC verified. You can maybe only send the pictures in the voice text chat. We don't share the screen. I think.
No, not sharing screen. Just put a screenshot, so a picture. Yeah.
Oh
Just
yeah.
just to show you some.
Does he has a role to do that? I cannot
I
give you.
don't know. I will check. On which chat I should put the picture?
Can you see above this? It's written voice text chat.
Yes.
Live stream voice text.
Yeah. Okay.
Try to do there. If you cannot, that means you need moderator. I don't know if somebody's here now to give you.
Yeah, I will try. If I cannot, I can do it later. I cannot do it. So
Somebody needs to VC verify this.
It's not a problem.
Okay. I don't have that power.
Give me that power. I have done a software that check. You put the latitude, longitude, you put the 8, and it gives you on-scale representation of what should happen on Earth. But with every data in it, the line of sight, the peripheral. And I have done that because I was so triggered about the Earth being flat at the time that I trusted nothing. So I have done from scratch every fucking single calculation, trigonometry and so on. Just to be sure, I obtained the same result as the Earth curve calculator website. And just to prove to myself I am not dumb to think that Earth can be flat.
And then?
I will try.
And then what you find out?
I found out that there is a lot of observations that should not be done on the globe Earth. So there is a lot of things to say about airplane. There is a lot of things to say about this long shoot, long observation. There is, but I will not enter into the detail because I am too much bad speaker for now to be understandable. Okay. So I will share my work when I have the role and.
Do you have in France? Do you have in France some kind of server or people that you meet there and then discuss about this?
I cannot discuss about this in my in my environment. I have a wife that follow me, but hopefully my wife have understand the light too. So it's hard to not be able to speak about it. It's really hard.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, I think it's a journey. Every flat earther know, and it's how I can say that it's ironic that I have heard that flat earther is more easy. It's more easy to be a flat earther. It's a global argument that it's because you are naive and so on. It's harder than to be gay. I would prefer to be gay. I can speak about being gay, not being flat earther.
I look in different way now. It's easy to be flat earther now. It was maybe struggling. Yeah, because you have your friend, nature, you can go, nature will be always with you. That sea level, that things, it's always with you, and that never will work with the globe, and that's the point. And all people can trust, that's okay, you can believe whatever you want, but at the end, that this, if somebody get that information, like a sea level, they are speaking about curvature, that will struggle with for all your life if you don't look into that. But if one day you look into that, you will find out, like you look into that. And when you look into that, but if you want to believe and never look into that, then you will say, yeah, that flat earthers are stupid and everything. Yeah, of course. But nobody wants to convince you that there is information. We can give you information, and if you can live with that information or not, that's your life. Do whatever what you can believe in, witches, ghosts, aliens, whatever you want.
Yeah, it's easier to talk about aliens than you can tell the Earth is made by aliens. People will be like, oh yeah, maybe you tell the Earth is flat. Everybody blow his mind. it's there is a programming.
It's not about a flat earth, it's about a globe, and people need to understand that. Yeah, there is a title, flat earth, but why? Because there is no globe.
Yes, it's
doesn't matter.
I have heard that term. It's the default position.
Yeah, doesn't matter even flat. It could be for me pyramid, but it's not a globe.
Yes. That's yeah. You are true.
And water.
I heard the term true earther, and it's a beautiful term, I guess. True earther, because it's miserably flat. But if somebody come with a proof we are convex or so on, I take it. If I can verify it, I take it.
I will go to sleep soon. Or look at like this. I will tell you something. The water is curving. Now you can believe me or not. That's you. I can tell you. I finished 30 years studying of the ocean, and I can tell you that that water is curving. Now, because if you see, maybe my name is there. Oh fuck, Sasha. He really studied 30 years. I will believe him, because he studied that, Or you can think like this, how water behave in nature, Should I trust the water or that guy who studied the water?
Yeah, he's right. He's right in one thing. He's right in there is the tide that at some point create a curve on the water.
Yeah.
There is, in my opinion, it can be possible with magnetism. We already have some experiments with curving waters using electricity, static electricity, and so on.
Yeah, on the small scale. Yeah.
Yeah, I am not speaking about circular curving. I am speaking about a curve like we see in nature, so a slight curve, not a curve with 6,000 kilometers radius. Not that, just a slight curve.
And that's important. You said 6,000 radius because that's the size. And everybody say big.
Yeah.
But big, that's big. No more speaking about when you say, oh, you cannot see because it's big. No, it's big like that. Okay, now I'm sorry if you don't know geometry, that's your problem. But if you want to learn, go to school and learn geometry. And then when you come back, when you learn geometry, then try to use that geometry and try to figure out is that really true? How that at the end, that's not so big,
No, it's little. I have done an emulation software where where I have harvested some fly pass, plane fly pass, airplane fly pass, and put her in a globe, we can literally beginning to see the curve at about 200 meters. And when we reach the cruiser point, so 10 kilometers 8, 13k feet, we can see it's impossible to not see the curvature of globe Earth at 6,571 kilometers. I don't know how to tell this number.
I don't know in kilometers what I learned, for example, in kilometers. I know in miles.
Yeah, I know. So I have done the software with miles conversion, the kilometers conversion. There is for all the for everyone because this is a fucking pain. I have no data in French about this subject. So every data come from the most often United States, and you made the mile everywhere. So I am like, I need to convert it in kilometers. It take a fucking pain time to do that. So.
Oh, okay.
So now it's automated.
I need to go to sleep, but model, I will DM you one channel, you know, because I want it's a lot of videos, but when you have time to look into that, because it's about everything, about science, about geometry, about.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
See you, man. I need to go to sleep.
Good night.
Good night. Cheers. Can I say one last thing?
Yeah.
Can you send yourself?
What?
Here is the guy. Here is the guy. What I want to send his channel. You know, inside the server. Okay.
You want me to send a message?
No, I'm telling you, he's here, but I will send it to you. Doesn't matter. Okay.
I don't understand.
Yep. He's talking about me, and I don't really give a shit. You got a reification fallacy in your own fucking name. You're totally unaware of it. I don't really give a shit about that. Tell you what, flat earthers, you have an alliance, Sorat, double-speaking ether whore in your midst. All right? I've told you for the past, 8 weeks, you better do something, flat earthers. You better fucking do something. I'm going to tell you that shit right now. All right? I'm not fucking kidding. We're getting closer to the reckoning, and you're going to be the fucking reckoning. Do you understand me? Is this clear? Okay? You better fucking start doing something about it.
For me, it's like this, John. I want to say.
Sasha, I don't need your fucking assistance.
No, I want to say from my point of view, if I can.
No, I don't.
Why? Because I'm flat earther, QE.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I just want to leave it. Just me. It's just me talking. Gotcha?
Okay.
I'm just saying, Flatter, I'm going to be out for the next few days. I got a lot of shit I got to do. I'm going to tell you what. I've been seeing a lot of commiserating and a lot of fucking whoring around with the ether whore. It's going to be your ass. Before it's his ass, it's going to be your ass. You better fucking do something. I'm telling you that right now. Now, I've been saying this lightly for the past 8 weeks. You better send out the fucking message. You're providing comfort for a stone cold demonstrated fucking liar. All right? Is that enough said? That's rhetorical. You don't need the answer. You better fucking do something. I'm going to tell you that right now, or you're going to rue today. You personally. You tracking with me, sunshines? You better get your fucking act together.
Well, that felt good.
Kiwi said what he had to say. I don't want to go into that.
Did anybody catch any specifics on that?
Maybe everybody need to be into the story last 5 years, last 1 month, last 1 year. I don't know.
You got to know the history to understand what he's saying.
No, I know exactly the history, but
the history is this. Q is saying this from the beginning when he started to saying this. But that's if you want to listen him or not. That's your. I know what Q is saying, but okay, that's me only.
I mean, I don't know what he means by do something, but
There is. I don't know. There is something to do, but I don't. I don't want to go into that. That's me only. But
I'm just gonna
for
keep
sure,
doing what I'm doing. Gonna keep doing what I'm doing.
yeah, of course. I don't know who is who. Who need to do what? But yeah,
Just sounds personal.
some kind of no, it's not even. There is some kind of hypocrisy. It need to be stopped, but it depends how much. Yeah, who much and who wants to stop. If you understand me, but I don't fucking care. I can be in this moment president and say what the fuck you want. Why you don't want, who I am? I'm such a fuck. Who the fuck you are? Are you some important one or I'm important one? Who is more important one? Or doesn't matter that, let's go to other shit like arguments or that shit. There is pseudoscience thinking in the air, but that's the problem. Somehow we know how to attack pseudoscience, but somehow, if you want to know, that's the story. But at the end, I want to give information for, there is no fucking curvature. That's me. Whoever wants to give more.
It's pretty clear. Basically, we got somebody spreading around a lot of things and in the flat earth. And it could be very detrimental to flat earth because we've got some upward rising earthers and we got some ether earthers. And this is a key component of the Hegelian dialectic where you have an antithesis and a synthesis to move the Overton window to whatever thesis is meant to be. That's pretty much the point.
And it's also, if you call personally, I don't have a website in which one it's written some kind of arguments, and then I find out somehow that maybe I'm wrong with that things what I'm, because for other, because of some persons or people. Maybe I'm wrong. Because I made some website with my arguments. And I'm telling other people, look, these arguments are facts. And somehow I am a liar if I'm doing that. That's why some people are angry. Because they put all their life in that research.
Right. There's this feel of someone feels betrayed. That's why it feels personal to me, and no, it's not my battle.
Yeah, of course.
I don't even
Not
consider it even a slight bit my battle. I'm staying at I'm not gonna do anything different, and I'm not gonna do anything that anybody yells at me to do. So.
Man, if you want, let's put it like this. I posted months ago that GIF with. This will be even stupid example, but I will give you with that stars, like out of focus. I was banned for 2 days.
Right, sounds about right.
And then some even muted for 1 day because of some arguments. What was on the point? What was on even with? Can you imagine? Maybe a little bit because when it's emotions and you put yourself like everybody did in this server. Fuck it. What is going on? Then asking for unmuting like a fuck. I'm not asshole. I'm not. Like a fuck. No, you cannot. That kind of shit. I'm telling you that personal shit. But then when you put on this kind of arguments, what is for you important? If I'm doing something, I don't know. I told you I don't have a channel, but some other people they have channels and website. They are doing something very seriously. Yeah. But here you can find out this kind of hypocrisy. This you somebody can do something. I can understand, but this is I'm here now 2 years. I understand how it's working in community. I work for non-government organization for the like a peace in conflict resolution situation, blah blah blah, for 5 years. And in that community where everything was like a fucking peace, was so much hypocrisy that you cannot imagine. But okay, we are people at the end. That's why
It
I'm
sounds like
calling.
someone might be in VC check-in one that old dude's asking someone to finish the check-in in VC one, maybe. For anyone that can do that.
I
Sorry to
can.
interrupt
I'm
you, man.
doing dishes.
I
If
don't want
somebody
to have
can.
even this kind of monologue.
Isn't that what kids are for?
What?
Isn't that what kids are for?
Well, if my kid was old enough to do it, then yeah, that would be something I could get him to do a little bit of. But he's only 4
I
years
forgot
old.
how old. Oh, put him in the sink. Just sit him right in there.
Oh yeah, he'd make a big old mess. No, thank you. I'd have to clean that up.
Yeah, a few times, then he get it. He get the hang of it.
I need to go. Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, I will send you a channel. Don't worry.
Yes. Okay.
Cheers, man.
Bye.
I was just helping Brian. I feel like I did anyways, because he brought up the point I was putting in chat with his debate with what, if you can call it a debate, with Witsit. I was just helping him. And he addressed the point that I kept making. I was like, dude, you got to bring this up.
Where was this?
Enter the Asylum was doing Brian's Logic and Witsit are debating right now. I was
Where's
waiting.
that?
I was watching, and it's on. It's on either Enter the Asylum's Discord or their YouTube. They're live streaming it right now. I don't have. I'm not at my computer. I've just got my headset on, so I don't know what. I can't give you the link. Sorry.
Okay.
On Enter the Asylum. Probably gonna have to go check that out.
Time to boot scoot there. No proof.
Boogie.
Time to boot.
Here he is.
Time to boot scoot. Talking about scooters and stuff, right? Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Quantum?
You better get your ass out of here, Ruhif. Before I mule kick your dumb ass. You're about a retard. I'm talking to flat earthers here. You guys, you don't think I'm fucking serious. Okay, not a problem. You do you.
Talking about.
You fucking do you. All right? Do you.
I do me. You.
Bye.
Love you. Bye.
No.
A boot scooting buggy.
That was weird. What's up with Quantum coming in here saying that crap?
He's saying boot scoot. I don't know. You're probably getting real impatient.
I mean, he came in here and said that and then left. Like, I don't know. I know he's been beefing harder and harder with Jaren and Witsit, but you know.
Witsit was telling
You will
him.
come back.
Yeah, well, Witsit called him a liar. So.
And
Yeah,
Witsit's not even in here.
I just listened to Witsit call him a liar. I don't know. Maybe that's got him fired up.
Well, that's silly. Yeah, that's been going on for a good year now, huh?
I've been called way worse than that.
There you go.
You can guarantee that so has
Probably.
QE.
Have y'all been looking into Louisiana
ridiculed.
fires?
Listen, he's been being ridiculed since before he was a flat earther because he's he's a retired scientist and ex-military, and he's been tackling these pseudoscientists since an evotard, and proving the Bible to people for years before this. So this isn't his first rodeo.
Is that
Getting
what
ridiculed.
QE?
Yeah, ridiculed out of
cool.
professors' offices, and he's been ridiculed about much more than just flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, no wonder he has this kind of attitude. I mean,
but he's coming into a flat Earth channel talking crap to flat Earthers.
Yeah, I'm
silly.
not arguing his attitude. I mean, he has a reason for it, and I'm totally support it because everyone's personality evolves because of certain situations you had in your life, and
environmental.
Yeah.
He's a big integral part of this flat Earth, anyways, because he's helped figure out a lot of stuff that needed to be figured out. Like the 3 points, he helped Miggy with his 3 points. He helped Witsit with his
boy.
He helped Witsit with his arguments against the Globers. He's helped everybody in this arena.
Yeah, 100%, dude. Even me, he helped even me. So.
Me too, buddy. That's why he's saying he ain't playing when it comes to. He's here to expose the pseudoscientists and the people who are he knows how the war, on either side of the war, he knows psychological warfare. He knows all of that stuff. He's understanding many different angles just from personal experiences.
Yeah, in different type of situations, even if you're a flat earther or come in as a flat earther or such, if you are talking shit or do not know what you're talking about, I come from a position where I'm from Germany and I have to apply my knowledge about English speaking and such and apply certain terminologies to explain certain things in the flat earth realm, and there was one time where I was thinking in a different way that it was actually in terms speaking of a different thing. So I was contrary to what I was actually explaining. So this was a detrimental position I was in, and he came in and immediately shut me down, muted me, and the whole thing he does, and this brought me to thinking, and afterwards I reevaluated my thoughts about what I was speaking about. So I researched and came to the conclusion, okay, I misused certain terms, and this brought me nowhere because everyone who was listening basically thought I was a fool about what I was speaking of, like horizontal and vertical, and I was contradicting one another, and I was speaking about certain elements which regard to this type of observation. So yeah, it made me fool about reversing those things, and he reminded me of that, shut me down, and this was okay for me. Afterwards he cleared me of that. I came to the conclusion, I apologized, and everything was fine.
Yeah.
So after that, nothing more
So,
to
I mean,
add.
like, curiously, like, what did he come in here and say just now?
He said boot scoot and boogie. Better
Well,
be
I said
figuring
boot
out
scoot
what you're
boogie
gonna
after he
do.
said that. So, I mean,
Huh?
but I don't know,
He doesn't even want.
like, what's the
Hold on,
context
baby.
of it?
Here.
There's a he saw Ruhif in here, and it was like him or me. I don't know. If
Who's
you're not gonna
Ruhif? Hold
remember
on.
Ruhif, it's Ochai the new Hif. Maybe they rebranded him. Maybe a rebranding.
Oh. Because, like, the only R I've seen here is my name, Rex. I'm like, huh? She's saying my name in a special way or what?
Yeah. No, Ochai the new Hif with the New York hat on.
So, what's the gist about
I think
that?
that. Have you look at Ruhif's roles? Like he's prolific in all the channels everywhere, and just an anti-flat earther.
A pretender
pro-globe.
clown. That's what he is.
Okay.
He's got a lot of roles. Space herpes, globus hystericus, heliocultist, highly suspect.
Hey, I'm curious about mine now.
Not humor.
Space herpes.
Oh, no, I'm not bad. Yeah. I haven't been here in a
The
minute,
last
dude.
time I
I'll be
checked, I
chilling in
had.
Go ahead.
I said the last time I checked, I had stupid, retarded space herpes. No sense.
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
Still have it.
No, I've been chilling a lot in
It never goes away.
Earth Awakenings. That's a pretty good channel.
Oh, that's the one that's in contention right now, buddy. With the ether, yeah, the ether crowd spreading pseudoscience. Gonna figure out.
I'm about the ether.
Well,
as an idea.
So,
like I'm not
one
saying it's
question:
proven, but it's
what do
interesting.
what do they say about the ether? What does it do? What?
it's an extra medium, and it's a concept that's
and
being
it's
postulated that that is the reason for our electromagnetic field, our light, and the electrostatic field.
Yeah,
Like
I mean, it makes a lot of sense too.
Dielectric,
only
electromagnetic. I'm trying to remember all of them. Please forgive me. So dielectric,
you're doing great.
electromagnetic, and light. All of those are supposedly what is a result
And
of
they all
this
coincide
medium
with
that
one another, anyways.
can't be demonstrated or proven. So therefore, it's pseudoscience.
Well, I mean, it's also something like, okay, so you can't necessarily demonstrate a dream, yet you know that those actually happen. So I mean, yeah, like there's things that can't be proven
Yeah, but those are
necessarily,
inside of your
except for
own
through
head.
experiences.
Those are inside that.
Exactly.
Okay,
That's the
well
only reason why we can accept those.
that's right. But this is different. This is something that replaces.
It is.
This is
But
a
it's also
replace.
it's all metaphysical.
Let me go ahead and say this is a replacement theology for what the Christian Bible puts forth. So that's the only thing in contention here. And it's also pseudoscience in the real world.
Yeah.
So what's
About
interesting
this.
about it is, like, I just want to say this, and I mean, I don't care either which way. Like the way I interpret it, which is kind of cool, is like, you know how you have Photoshop, you know how you have the PNG background where it's all checkered or whatever, and then you place your things within that. That's kind of how I interpret the ether or metaphysical background,
What even brings you to
which
the
is
idea to think about you
figure.
need to interpret anything in that kind of made up
Well,
medium?
that's what humans do. Period. Is they interpret. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what your question correlates to, except for the aspect that I will always want to interpret every single thing that goes into my brain.
Well, that's what the ballers did. They interpreted what they were told about the heliocentric, and they accepted it as the truth, and even in their own minds
I
conceived
accept
of
it
it.
as an idea. I don't know either which way, but it's pretty cool.
I'm just saying, this was what was put forth to the public, and they were able to understand it somehow because they accepted it at some point. And we all
Yeah,
know,
but majority of the humans are like, okay, whatever.
we all know how that happened. That happened because people accepted ideas that weren't proven, and they ended up being integrated into our school systems. This is how we got here in the first place. It's something that people put in our minds. So be careful about what you put in your mind. That's the point.
Right. But I mean, it's interesting that, you know, like how energy is able to come and go. Where does it go? Where does it come from? How light is a particle and a wave. It's like, that don't make quite a lot of sense necessarily. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting aspects on it that can point to that direction. And I don't know, but regardless, like, so, I mean, I don't see it being that big of a deal, except for the fact that you just take it as an idea and leave it there. It's not proven, so
So you don't
whatever.
think that the heliocentric thing was an idea at first?
Well, of course, but it was also proven wrong. So
How long
people
did
can either
it?
accept it or not. Let
Globalism
me ask you
is
this: has
mysticism.
the ether been proven wrong?
Okay,
Has
you
the
want me to
ether been
prove? Do
proven
you want me to
wrong?
prove? You want me to prove something that doesn't exist wrong? That doesn't make
Well, the
any
globe
sense. That's
doesn't
a
exist.
logical fallacy,
Did
actually.
we not prove it wrong?
Yeah, yes, but that was a postulated idea. I don't have to prove something wrong that doesn't even exist.
Right. So you can.
Can
All
you
I'm saying
define
is you can
ether?
leave it as an idea.
What's
Who cares?
What's ether?
Yeah. What's ether?
That's what I'm asking you. For me to prove it wrong, can you even
Oh,
define it?
shoot, no, I can't define it.
I want to further establish this question about. We know that AC and DC exist in electricity. So, in regard to AC, minus and plus regards one another without any grounding, and DC, I think, resounds a grounding pole minus and plus. So, how does this explain the ether as one topic in itself? Even though two different things are possible in terms of bringing electricity to any device. So we have two different ways, both are true, but yet both do not work with one another. Both cancel each other out.
Well, you got me
I
on
don't
that
know.
one.
I don't know if that was a question to me or not. Sorry, guys. I'm in the middle of something right now.
It's all good.
Yeah, this is more regarded to someone who is really specialized in electricity. If someone would bring up their mind about this. This
I
would
was
be
gonna say,
very
yeah,
helpful.
I'm an HVAC contractor. I deal a little bit with electricity, but yeah, not
Can you
on
guys
full
can you
scale.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. The difference between proving the globe wrong and proving ether wrong is they actually came up with dimensions of the globe and how apparently it works. So you can actually prove those parts of it wrong. Now, have they come up with the same with ether to prove it wrong? That's probably more
Yeah,
the
yeah.
question.
So
Yeah?
right. And like my thing about the whole ether thing is like, dude, it's just an idea. Like let it be as an
Yeah,
idea. Like no one's
that's all it is.
proven
It's an
ether.
idea.
Exactly. And I'm down for the idea. Because I mean it can excel us to another direction that's, going towards the right direction, I guess you would say. Perhaps,
What's your
maybe. I don't know.
what's the first premise though for ether existing? What is it?
Well, you got the drift, you got
What drift?
the magnetic field, well, the celestial drift. So there's a medium there, regardless. Don't know if that correlates or
What do you
not.
mean by
Don't
that?
know.
So the stars move around in the sky, so therefore there's a drift?
Right, but don't we detect that drift, period, onto
How?
the Earth through what's that thing called?
You're talking about the
Interferometer?
gyroscope?
The
Yeah,
interferometer.
like just period. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
well, that still
period. Don't
doesn't
you
say
detect a drift?
anything. Yeah,
It
no.
doesn't say that it's the ether that's causing that.
Like, I
No, it
mean,
don't. But
yeah, it doesn't say that the ether's causing that it detects the drift.
exactly. So, I
First of
mean, once
all,
again,
what
it
is
goes back
ether?
to ether. It's
Why are
just an
we even?
idea.
Why do we got to go to
It's an
this when?
idea. That's
Okay,
all I can
well,
say.
we got to define what is ether.
An idea.
So how does interferometer prove an idea that's like
Never said
imagination?
it proved.
Okay,
I'm saying
but you
there's
did bring it up. I'm
yeah.
just saying, like, think about your way of
Yeah,
thinking,
because
your
I was curious
line
about
of
the whole
logic here.
QE
She
drama
does have a point. So, I mean, it's
and
a
the fact that the Earth
good
awakening is
question.
under contention. You said.
Yes, it is.
Hmm.
I mean, coming up with an idea, you have to make a term. So the term about this particular idea was ether. So the way electricity works in their mind and what they have observed, which I described previously with AC and DC, basically describe that, which we cannot see, which we cannot measure without mechanical devices. So yes, I mean, someone has to. We could name it whatever, you know.
Right. And I mean, there's something. I mean, I would say that there's something that, like, you say that energy can't be, destroyed or whatever, or created, only, changed or transferred. It's like, well, where is this coming from? Why is this world electrical? And where is this electricity coming from? So, I mean, like I said, once again, it's an idea. And I mean, it doesn't hurt to have an idea. So I don't know. Like I said, I mean, whenever someone's saying that, no, it has to be and it's a fact, well, then yeah, you have to prove it. Other than that, we're in speculation town. So I don't care either which way, but yeah,
I mean,
let it be.
theoretically speaking, if we will put a suit over our bodies and would measure heat and electricity we would provide from our just from moving our bodies, you know, that could.
Yeah.
This would exponentially. I mean, this would be even better than a solar energy, whatever, you know. It's like I I mean, we are more proficient because we are living creatures. Living creatures, regardless of human or animal, would provide the same result if we could properly measure the same energy output. You know.
Mm.
It depends on the suit. The suit has to be properly made to not leave any type of movement outside of measurement. You know, everything has to be captured. to be measured. But it's just fantasy speaking. But regardless of this, it could be a thought, you know.
Oh, it's very interesting. I mean, it's so complex, period. Just how our bodies automatically do what they do. And I mean, it seems like on the health side, like, I don't know, this is my idea. I don't know if it's true or not. Um, but it seems like if you just have all the minerals you need, your body produces everything else it needs: cholesterol, vitamins, whatever, protein. Like, it's just astounding.
Yeah. Speaking
I
of
mean,
life, I
the
mean, how
complexity
do
of
we?
this world, let alone
Yeah.
our own bodies, just, oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah. I
Beautiful.
mean, how do we measure the heartbeat of the heart? You know, how does the impulse come?
Or the
Then
same, yeah,
without the
same
life
idea.
that has been given to us, who is the provider of
Same.
this very life, the impulse that is continuing, which
That's
is
exactly it. The
optimization?
impulse electricity that we
Yeah,
have.
yeah,
Like, okay, so I'm an HVAC contractor. Here's one little interesting side bit that hopefully someone could take home is the newer furnaces, like since I would say 1990 and above. The newer furnaces has a flame sensor, and what the flame sensor does is it has one wire on a metal rod that is inside the flame. So there's a jet flame that shoots through, and the rod's inside that. And the other side of this circuit would just simply go to ground as a common wire. But there's actually DC millivolts in fire that the board will detect because of that flame rod, that will tell the board, like, hey, yes, we have a fire. We're good to keep on burning. Otherwise, if it gets clogged up with soot or whatever may have you, where it can't detect the flame anymore through the DC millivolts, it will shut the whole operation down, retry like 4 times, and then lock itself out. So the simple fact that there's electricity and fire is just one of them things. It's like, dang, this whole world is electrical. It is just amazing. So, man, food
yeah,
for thought.
yeah. I mean, indeed, it's. Yeah, I mean, we could start at every type of topic we can imagine, but regardless of this, yeah, it's astonishing. I mean,
Where does
if
all this
you
electricity
take
come
it
from?
truly,
You know what I mean? Like, where does it even come from? If it, I mean, it's energy, but it can't be created or destroyed. Well, where is this coming from? And we can't see it all the time, but it's always in the background.
I mean, you
That's what I'm
cannot.
saying. Like, it's
I mean,
interesting.
you cannot uncreate God or create God. God was and is and ever will be. So, if He is the source of everything, that the majority of those who imagine how the matrix or the association with everything they associate with the matrix as such and how everything works came to be, and as an atheist would say, oh, this is everything working together just like it, you know? It's like, no,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, the whole
You
atheist
can,
thing is
you cannot,
booty.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you cannot exclude something that is, you cannot claim information. Information exists. Information seeks a body by whom the body is interested in. Basically, by when Yah says, "Those who seek information, I will give it for them freely." So He is a source of information, giving them who seek freely the information, whatever the information you seek is. You might or will not, based on your faith, will get those information, right? So
Ugh, gosh, dude, it's so horrible being. I was never atheist, but I was definitely agnostic. And it was just through supposed logic fed by, of course, lies of mainstream science. And I'm sure this story's been told 1,000 times, but yeah, the fear, the hopelessness almost, want to escape reality. Like, it was so terrible. Like, just because you mentioned atheists, maybe trying to go into like the mindset of what they would think. And it's just such a terrible thing. And once you are awakened to just being logically like, no, there has to be a creator. Like, you
Yeah, I
start
mean,
seeing the signs everywhere. It's like you have eyes to see, of course.
people who justify their atheism are usually the ones who have been most fearful about acknowledging that there's something above themselves. Because it's when you talk to
And it
them,
wasn't a
they
selfish thing. So, I mean,
usually
I guess
only
that's the
speak
difference
of
between
themselves,
atheist and agnostic.
how they came to information, how they see the world, and how it's always about them. And they cannot break out of their own prison that they have established around themselves, viewing others, or usually atheists are also the most ones who have empathy lag problems. Like someone who was hurt, they are most likely to be the ones who are the observers of the ones who are being hurt. It's like there's something wrong in them that has to be corrected somehow spiritually. So everyone living who makes contact with them and reminds them of their errors or way of life, they have to somehow make experience to may accept their wrongdoings in life. I see that as that. Well, everyone is welcome to have their fair share in talking.
I'll say I'm still here. I'm just scrolling.
I mean, we cannot just be 2 or 3 people. I mean, people
So
love
yeah,
to
I mean, like,
listen, but
I don't know, like the whole thing when it comes to ether, it seems like it's getting shut down a little too hard too quickly. In my opinion, I don't know, not trying to say anything like that, but yeah, I mean, I'm just not completely against it. It's like, wow, if we live in this realm that's not a globe, it's like, well, it opens up a whole nother door of possibilities, you know? So anything mainstream saying, I'm not
What is
really
ether? What
too,
is it? What is it?
I
Before
don't
you
know.
keep talking about it, okay, then what? I mean, if you
Like I
don't know what it
said,
is, then what is it?
yeah, I
if I
mean, you
don't know what
cannot
it is, then what is
you
it?
you
Like I
cannot
said, like the
undo
idea
it.
that it's getting shut down too quick is the whole thing that I have a little bit of an issue with. It's like, okay, what is
Nobody
it?
knows
What is
what
it
it
not?
is. You're telling us that we're shutting down something, but nobody has even defined it.
Okay, let me ask you this: are you shutting it down?
How can
Am,
we?
am I rejecting something that doesn't exist?
Are you
I mean,
rejecting an idea? Yes.
what is the question that you're asking me? It's like you're wanting me to disprove it, even
Dude,
though
I
there
am not
isn't.
the ether expert here at all.
Yeah,
But
me
I'm
neither.
also not rejecting it either.
Yeah. I mean, if
So
ether
that's the thing.
describes the electricity point, how we are make things happen, basically, in the hardware stuff, then I'm all for it. It's like Either all the way.
And
Whatever the people say otherwise, it's no. I believe in ether. This works for me. It's fine.
what you got to say about that, lady?
I'm in the middle of
What
cooking.
is
I'm
it?
sorry.
What are you cooking? Now I'm more interested in that. Well, dang it. I was hoping to hear that. All I had tonight was Taco Bell. That sucks. I hate processed, well preserved food. But I had it justified because like I'm staying in a hotel, then bought some new earbuds that cost $250. I'm like, let me eat cheap.
I mean, we have a bunch of people who are very new to the server and who have not been verified as either of one party, either Flat Earther or Glober. So I would like to listen to them.
Well, you know, I do have a flat earther role, but I'm really starting to question that after seeing the Indian space shuttle landing on the moon now.
You had me for like 3 seconds. AJ. It was good.
I really like to see the video you have watched about the landing.
Have you ever played an Atari?
Atari. Wait, isn't that a console?
Yeah, that's what the video looked like.
Okay, then never mind.
You wait, now that the Indians have gone to the moon, there's going to be a 7-Eleven and a service station set up there in no time.
Yay.
Yeah, I wonder if they're riding elephants above them, bringing them to the moon.
Oh, you got a new name, Roofy.
Yeah, that must have been Spake. He's the Scottish guy, right?
I went on a snowboarding mission yesterday. I drove to Mount Hotham from Jindabyne to go and meet a mate, and I am absolutely destroyed today. I can't stand up straight. My hip, my back's all bruised, my legs bruised. I got really drunk and slept in the snow and lost my phone. It was a hell of a 2 days.
Jesus.
Do you have any kind of something you can hang on and just relax your back and such?
Yeah, I've been doing that today. But
Yeah, you should. This is usually the most relieving thing I can do for myself.
just steep and icy.
I mean, stretching and exercises in general usually do help. You should do them regularly so that you do not rust. You know.
Yep. No, I do. I just had a fairly big crash and it was very icy, so I landed on the ice and did a couple of Did a couple of flips down the ice. Wasn't nice.
Yeah, I wouldn't be wanted to be in your position, you know? It's like, ouch. Well, gladly, I had never had made my driver's license, so anyway, you know, how's your day going?
How's my day going?
Yeah.
Yeah, not too bad. Just recovering.
That's great.
Well, happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Saturday morning, people.
Yeah, good morning to you too. How are you doing today?
It's not morning, it's evening, but it's still Friday.
It's 11:56 a.m. for people living in the future.
Oh man, time travelers.
Yeah, I'm a time traveler. I'm already at 4 a.m.
It's only 6:56 p.m. in Los Angeles, so I'm on the late show. As long as I'm not late for a funeral.
I'll give you tomorrow's winning lottery numbers.
Thank you.
Oh, when is the last time I've used lottery numbers? 10 years ago or so? Never. I will never do this again. Just a waste of money.
Other than lottery tickets, what is the topic of the evening? Anybody found the curve?
Yes, I have.
You found the
You
curve?
should ask. Yeah.
Ouch, the no hoof. That's a long one.
The curve of what?
The Earth.
You'd have to speak up a little bit. I'm old and I can't hear you.
Earth is just dirt, you know? It's like, how do you make curvature on the dirt?
Can you see what I posted in the chat?
Oh, I can take a look.
I do. Let me read it.
The simple.
You point a theodolite 30,000 meters away? Wow.
Yeah. So the simple question is on a globe, that angle will be lower because it's dropped, and on a flat Earth, it'll be higher because there's no drop.
Well, I know that you've had this discussion before with people here, specifically about theodolites. Now, I personally have never used one. I never heard of what one was before I came here. So I have no wish to try to discuss what can and can't be done with it. However, I do believe we have some people here that have quite a bit of experience. And I think this point has been discussed already. So let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen the curve?
Yes. I've measured it.
You've measured it. Where? So did you measure it or did you see it? How did you measure it?
I measured it with a theodolite.
Okay. So this was you that was standing on top of a mountain. That's an elevation of 1,000 meters. And you did that?
Yeah. Not that exact example, but I've done that process, yes.
So you're posting an example that you haven't done, but you're saying you did this, but you don't have any kind of example of what you've done?
No, I do have examples, yes, but I was at 900 meters and I looked across to 1,102 meters, 1,400 meters. Yeah, different mountains.
All right. Did you video any of this so we can take a look?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Cool. Why don't you put it up? I'd like to see it.
Cool. One sec. Goes through the mass, though. It's pretty boring. There it is. There you go, in the chat. That's in California.
If we made a level like 100 miles long and we set it on equal elevation buildings, it would only show level in the middle. Does that sound right?
Yep.
According to you? But on the ends, it would show unlevel, right?
Yep.
Okay. Because I was trying to understand the both sides and the made a little diagram. Pretty crappy.
You're kind of making a LIGO argument, right? Like LIGO is a big straight tube.
Did you see my picture I made?
Yep.
Right. So 1 and 3 would show non-level, and 2 or the point where it's closest to the Earth's surface would be the only true water level according to the globe model. That's correct,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Unless there's a weird gravitational anomaly that modifies it slightly.
Yeah, but that then just becomes your new down, right? So yeah.
You wouldn't know it, yeah.
Yeah.
So, according to what you posted about something on top, being on the mountain 1,000 meters away, and then 30,000 meters away from the elevation of 1,200 meters, would actually in our model, flat Earth model, be exactly 0.36 degree in elevation.
Yeah. If that's your trig, 200 over 30,000 arctangent, sure.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what you do.
know what we should get out of this, or what your point with this was.
Okay, let's test that then. Can we go and measure that?
I mean, of course, we can use devices and our eyes if we are so precise in measuring with our eyes, which is nobody, basically. But anyways.
Yep. So do you get
Well,
0.382 or something?
Instead of measuring from mountaintop to mountaintop,
yeah,
wouldn't it be better to just go over a straight level surface?
I mean,
the reason
his point is basically the same. If we would take the same point from a street point of view, the top of a mountain would be exactly that. Just we have free fall in downwards. It's like this is not measured. This is not object of focus. So basically, laser pointers or anything that make a straight line that could be
they don't
laser measured.
The wave mixer, the reason why this is on top of a mountain is to control for refraction. Right, once you're above the surface, so you're looking basically across a valley, then refraction's quite predictable. Right, as opposed to black swan right at the surface, that's where refraction can go crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
this picture that has the three cones
at all.
Picture that has. Go ahead.
Who's going?
Because whether you have a surface level from earth level ground, besides mountain level ground, the 200 meters difference would be the same we have in different pressures from gases. So there's no light bending difference in any shape or form that you may talk about right now.
Yes, there is. It's measurable. It has been measured.
I mean, if you have one shore to another shore that is just 3,000 meters away, and you watch it from the morning to the middle of the day, then you can see that the temperature from the rising of the sun elevates the different temperatures within those 3,000 meters or miles, whatever.
Yep.
You know, and this vaporizes the water differently and heats it up in different waveforms. So you have different how shall I say it, distances in which the gases are being manipulated by heat and react to each other. So therefore, you have cooler and hotter elements you are observing at the same time. So they
Yeah, so
make
let's avoid that, right?
basically, yeah, you are basically watching a magnifying glass that is changing constantly just because you're watching through the element you observe in one straight line. You have to make measurements in meters or kilometers or miles and distinguish between them in terms of
I think we're agreeing, right, that close to the surface you've got all this stuff heating up and you've got heat exchange between the ground and the air. Let's get away from that and do it from the top of a mountain.
there's no difference.
It is
You
different.
have if you are top on the mountain where you have the clouds residing on top of you, you can watch over the clouds, you know?
We're not getting to the height of the
What then?
clouds.
So what then? If you have more moisture, the clouds puff up. So what
We're
then?
not looking at
you have
clouds. We're just on a mountain looking across
yeah,
another mountain.
yeah,
We're
but
not in the clouds.
the best observation measurement would be watching the clouds, how they react to the pressurized system they are in
We're
terms of
nowhere near the
how much,
clouds.
when they are going to rain down, when they are going to rise up, because they have not much pressure to, you know.
We're nowhere near clouds, right? We're just on a mountain. We're looking across a valley, right? That's where refraction is predictable, measurably so.
Yeah,
That's
even
why my thing is on the top of a
above,
mountain.
yeah, even above the valley, you have clouds eventually.
Okay, on a day there's no clouds then. Okay, the reason this is on a mountain is because once you're above the surface, refraction is predictable. That's why we're on a mountain, not at the surface.
No, this is nonsense.
It's measurable, dude.
It's
Measurable.
nonsense. No, I'm sorry, this is nonsense. It would make the same however deep you go, even if you look at the point of view you are standing on right now and going up to the mountain.
In the chat,
Whatever,
my
yeah,
slides.
whatever device you take, it would bring the same measurement to you.
In the chat are the slides showing the measurements. I've got hundreds of these, and they are all the same, that once you get above the surface, refraction is predictable.
It doesn't even predict the measurement. It even, to be honest, if you are be on the ground and have all the differences between the temperatures and the gases we have that we have to go through to measure certain distances, you know. And if we are going to be above the ground, then it would be easier because there's less disturbance because of temperature. You made it even easier now. You even disproved yourself even easier right now.
And we measure the refractive index of the atmosphere.
Say again?
Can we measure the refractive index of the atmosphere?
No.
No. Jesus. Okay. All right. Does anyone else want to have a chat?
I mean, how could you? Explain.
Oh, you've said no. You've got absolutely no idea. You've said no. So instead of saying no, say I don't know. Right? That would be honest.
No, I mean, why should I say I don't know when I say no?
Do you know that we cannot measure the refractive index of the atmosphere?
Yes, because we cannot measure it. This is an illusionary project you are going through right now.
Okay,
That
so
has
you're
been.
saying no.
Yeah,
So if I
this is
show
my.
you, actually, I'll just give you another meme. 1 second. There's another meme. This is for radio waves, though, not visible light. 1 sec. There it is. There you go. So these are measurements of the refractive gradient, but just for radio waves rather than visible light.
Can you give me a picture where I can see the little things more up?
Oh, the values in the table.
Yeah, I mean,
Google
if we are going to be precise, then yeah, please provide me.
Well, can someone read? Can someone confirm for him that those are numbers in that table?
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, we can measure the refractive index in the
let's say I take this for value. I cannot read the values even if I took it into my browser, my 4K browser.
That's fine. That's fine.
You know, it's like
if you wanted to, just accept it for now. But if you want to do it, like look up the source. The source is at the bottom. Fine, right? We can measure the refractive index. It's been done. And my graphs, the graphs that I posted a minute ago, are also measurements of the refractive index gradient. So yes, you can measure it.
I don't know, man. I mean, I have to
That's
see
better. That's better.
I have to see the little values up close. I have to read every single file. You know, it's like I want to be precise in this, and I cannot say anything to this.
And data. Oh, for radio refractive. That'll do. Copy. There you go. There's the source PDF.
It's loading.
Yep.
Okay, let's see.
Now let me find the pages of the results.
Yeah, I have to go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth Travolta. Like what? What are you? What are you saying?
Is it page 10?
Page 10 of the PDF. I don't think so. Page 10. No. There'll be graphs of, tables of gradient data. Table 9. Going to be towards the end because I think they just do surface indices first. Figure 3, figure 4.
Be right back. Short FK.
All right, Flat Earth Travolta, what's your issue with having the radius in the curve calculator? It's meant to make a prediction, right? It's what should I expect to see? Oh, I'm going to go in a sec as well. What should I expect to see if the Earth has that radius? That's not begging the question. I'm going to try and search for table 9. There we go. Page 86 of the PDF. There we go. I'll do, yes. Still trying. You guys have a lot of catching up to do. I should actually edit that slide to say page 86 on page 80. Good question, actually. It's page 86 of the PDF, but the sort of printed page is page 80. Page 86. PDF. Printed. There we go. That's better. And that slide was in response to.
You know, I have to excuse my ignorance. Like I said, I don't know a lot about theodolites. I've just heard about them here recently. So what you're doing is you're taking a telescope and you're going from point A and measuring to point B, then going to point B and measuring to point C. Is that what we're doing here?
Just from point A to point B, and the theodolite measures the vertical angle.
And how do you do that?
That's what it does. Like it levels itself, and you.
It levels itself.
Oh, well, there is a compensator, but you basically get the bubble to be in the middle of the spirit level, and then the compensator takes over because it means you're close enough to being level.
Enough. So what's the accuracy on that?
Oh, usually within about
plus or minus 2%, or
about 3 or 4 arc seconds usually. Like it claims 2 arc seconds, but I don't think it is. It's not the world's greatest theodolite. Oh, sorry, the one in the video. The one in the video had only a resolution of 10 arc seconds, but my one is apparently 2 arc seconds.
Oh, but you're the one that set the level on it, correct?
Yes.
I'm back.
Yes.
And it has a thing where you just get it close enough, and then it levels itself and says, "Okay, this is close enough."
Yeah, mine does. My one has a compensator. I think that one does. It was a Nikon NE100. Nikon NE.
Okay, I just thought that they were much more precise and didn't cover such a long distance. I don't know a whole lot about them. I'm just learning about this kind of stuff. I'm
okay, but
by no means a theodolite expert, nor have I ever used one or seen one in person.
Okay, but when you say not precise, like how precise do you think is very precise? Like my theodolite's about 2 arc seconds resolution.
Well, I don't know what an arc second is. So
okay.
Just from what I've heard, the distance, there's a maximum distance that you're supposed to be able to do on those. And I don't know what that distance is. We've got a few different members here that are actually in the construction business, own theodolites, and use them a lot. But I don't remember all the quotes from the exact amount, how far it can go, and everything else. So I wouldn't be a good person to really have a debate with on this subject.
Oh, you don't have to debate. I can tell you. I can tell you that these people that you're talking to are wrong. So first of all, 1 degree is made up of 60 arc minutes, and then 1 arc minute is 60 arc seconds. So 1 degree equals 3,600 arc seconds, and the resolution on the one in the video is 10 arc seconds.
Well, so it might be accurate looking, straight across at something. Yep. What I question, though, is when it's first set up, how you know that it's 100% level, 99.9999% level.
Yeah, right, 99.99. Yes, that does, and that's it. It came calibrated. They do a calibration test on it, and then there's also, I'll show you the
calibration. That's one thing, okay? Because you can calibrate the sights on a 45, but that doesn't mean you're going to hit the target.
Yeah, let me just take a photo of my thing. Give me 1 second.
I mean, we are looking at waves here, right? So there's definitely something that is missing by measurement in regards to this. Because you cannot measure the whole wave unless you are standing besides the emitter of the wave. So anything that is missing from the wave is the distortion in itself from the measurement, which distorts the actual accuracy that came from the emitter. You do realize that, right?
Don't believe that was directed at me.
All right, 1 second. Oh, it's going to be upside down. It's all right. So there's a spirit level on the base of it, on the it's called the alidade, the thing that rotates. It's upside down, but it says 30 arc seconds per 2 millimeters. It's basically saying if the bubble is outside those 2 longer lines by 2 millimeters, then your error is 30 arc seconds. All right, so you got to get the bubble, as best as you can, exactly on those 2 lines. And yeah, then the compensator, I'm going to check my compensator. I think it's like a couple of arc minutes where it kicks in.
Now, isn't there some kind of a process where you have something coming down from the bottom and the center of that, and it goes like to a nail, and the tips have to line up or something to that effect?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's if you want to do some really accurate horizontal angles. Yes. I'm usually doing vertical angles, so I don't really care. But I do measure the height from the nail or whatever it happens to be up to the telescope. Yes.
Yeah, this is in regards to the whole thing I was pointing out. That it is a wave form of measurement and not a straight line.
I agree. It's not a straight line. Light refracts. Isn't that what we're talking about?
Yeah, in regards to that, but there's from the emitter itself, the wave that is being put out, some of the wave is bouncing off and never reaches the conductor, not the
Sorry,
conductor, the
what's the context here?
there's reason for error. I'm basically saying there's
Error in what though? Are we talking about theodolites? Are we talking about that microwave link? Like what are we talking about?
I must have missed something. I thought we were talking about theodolites, not microwave links.
I don't know how to describe it because I have to rethink in English how to describe this. Yeah, it's but basically, since it's a wave, it's basically there's something missing that reaches the reader that gets a wave to be read. You following?
Not really sure. I just looked up my manual. So the compensator works when you're close enough to 3 arc minutes, which is pretty good. Live stream.
So in that picture, the theodolite where it shows the level, it's upside down.
Yes.
And what is that again? Can you explain to me what that is specifying there?
Google spirit level sensitivity, and it's basically a measure.
Yeah, just tell me, what is that measurement there? Is that 30?
30 arc seconds.
30 arc seconds.
30 arc seconds per 2 millimeters.
And for how? 2 meters.
2 millimeters. Okay. So each of those lines, the small lines, is 2 millimeters apart.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 millimeters apart. And that's 30 arc seconds, and there's 30 arc seconds.
I'll post the
1 arc minute equals 60 arc seconds, so it's half a minute. Oh, half a minute, that'd be a half a degree. So that would be a half a degree over.
No, not half a degree. Half a minute. Okay, 30 arc seconds is half a minute.
Okay, so 1 degree is 60 arc minutes, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and excuse me. So that would be 1 degree divided by 60.
Yes.
Would be 1 arc minute. And that is 30 arc minutes, you said?
30 arc seconds.
30 arc seconds.
The sensitivity of that spirit level.
That's a half a minute. Yep. So that'd be a half a minute then, right? 30 seconds equals 1/2 of an arc minute?
Yep.
Okay. And so half of 1 arc minute would be 1/2 of a degree then, wouldn't it?
No. 1/120th of a degree. So 0.008 degrees.
So if I cut 60 and divide it by 2,
yep,
that's 30 arc minutes. So
no, that's
60 arc minutes equals 1 degree. If I cut 60 arc minutes in half, wouldn't that also cut 1 degree in half?
Yeah, but we're onto the arc seconds, not minutes.
Oh, so okay, 30, wait a minute though. So let's go back. Okay, we'll go back. So 1 arc minute equals 30 arc seconds.
Yes? 1 arc minute is 60 arc seconds.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, excuse me. Okay, 1 arc minute is 60 arc seconds.
Yep.
Yes? And half of 60 is 30, correct?
Yep.
Okay, and this is accurate up to 30 arc seconds, right?
The sensitivity of the spirit level is 30 arc seconds per 2 millimeters.
Okay, 30 arc 30 arc seconds. So if 30 is half of 60, okay, so if there's 60 seconds in a minute, a half a minute should have 30 seconds. Would that be correct?
Yep.
Okay. So
but there are
you haven't lost me so far. I'm kind of slow here. You have to help me understand. You know, I wasn't very good in math.
There are 60 minutes in a degree. So I'll put in the chat 1 arc second.
Oh, well, no, I don't. I'm looking at what you have here. You don't have to put anything else. I'm still trying to figure out what you have up here. So you've got 60 arc seconds equals 1 minute. Yep. Now, looking at my clock, I've got 60 minutes on my clock, and half of 60, 30.
Yep.
So to me, when I see 30 arc seconds, I can look at it either a half an arc minute, right? Because it's half that amount that it makes to a minute. So that would be 1/2 a minute. Yes or no?
Yes, half a minute. Yes.
Cool. Okay. I'm with you so far. You haven't lost me yet.
Cool.
Okay, so we've got a half an arc minute, all right, or equals 1 degree. So
no.
I'm sorry. Wait. Half an arc minute. Okay, so that's half of 60 arc minutes. Now, if 60 minutes equals 1 degree, if you cut the minutes in half, that's 30 minutes, wouldn't that give you 1/2 a degree?
No, 120th. 1 divided by 120th.
Well, how do you get 120 when you cut 60 in half and end up doubling it?
Yeah, because we've gone to arc seconds. So 60 minutes in a degree and 60 seconds in a minute.
Yeah, I understand 60 seconds.
600 arc seconds.
I understand 60 seconds, and I understand how 60 seconds fit into 1 minute, and I understand how 60 minutes fit into 1 hour. Well, I'm just trying to compare it to things that I can relate to.
Yeah, just use it as an hour.
Why do we end up at 3,600 arc seconds degree?
That's 60 times 60.
The same time. I previously mentioned.
But we're not multiplying
in your
here.
first example.
No, we're not multiplying. We're dividing by 2. We take our 60 arc seconds, so we divide that by 2. We take our 60 arc minutes, we divide that by 2. So you can't divide 60 by 2 and end up with 3,600. That doesn't work mathematically.
Okay, let's work out how many degrees is 1 arc minute. All right, there are 60 minutes in a degree, so 1 arc minute equals 1/60th of a degree, and that will be 0.016. So 1 arc minute equals 0.016 degrees. Cool. That's 1 arc minute. If then we go half an arc minute.
You have to excuse me. I've only got a high school education, and math wasn't my strongest subject, although I did pass it. But I'm still having a hard time understanding how you can divide 60 by 2.
Because we're doing half an arc minute.
Okay. So if I tell you I'm going to come over to your house and I'll be there in a half an hour,
yep,
would that be like a much bigger fraction of 60 minutes?
No,
would that be half of that
30 minutes? 30 minutes, but 1800 seconds.
Now, if there's 30 minutes in an hour, if I said, hey, I'll be over there in a half hour, would that be the same as me telling you I'll be there in 30 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
But also 1800 seconds.
Okay, but the degree, we're not measuring in seconds, arc seconds. We're measuring it in arc minutes. You say 1 here, 1 degree is 60 arc minutes.
Yes.
But we're not measuring in seconds.
We are. 1 arc minute is 60 arc seconds, and the sensitivity of that spirit level is 30 arc seconds per 2 millimeters.
Okay. For 2 millimeters.
Yeah.
And how far away was that you were measuring?
50 kilometers, yeah. You're getting confused with what the sensitivity is, though. That's the sensitivity of the vial.
Well, I think the sensitivity has a lot to do with the accuracy of how flat and level it is.
Yes.
If you're trying to measure how flat and level something is, you have to make sure that you are 100% flat and level at your starting point.
Yeah.
Where you looking
never be 100%. You can never be 100%.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But this sensitivity tells you how accurate you are.
Are you sure about that?
That's what it is. That's what I'm trying to explain.
So okay, so you're 100% sure that that's exactly true what you said on this, and you are okay.
That's like read the link that I posted about the sensitivity of spirit levels. That's what it means. So if the bubble is off those two lines by 2 millimeters, then the error in my measurements can be up to 30 arc seconds.
And so 30 arc seconds over the distance of what would you say, 50 meters?
50 kilometers. Yeah, let's go and work that out. Actually,
yeah. So that'd be way off, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 30 arc seconds off is a lot.
Yeah. Wait, how many meters?
We'll say 50 kilometers.
Holy shit!
Is there a problem? Yeah, 30 arc seconds over 50 kilometers is about 7 meters.
Talking about 300,000 kilometers or more, this is way off. I mean, bro.
What's bro's not an argument, Ripcord. Make an argument.
I'm not making an argument. I'm just trying to figure out math. And from what I learned in school, if you have that much of a variance from being absolutely perfectly horizontal level, you're trying to measure something to say exactly how level or how much curve there is, and you have that much off.
But I don't have that much off.
I don't think that.
Right.
Well,
this is just if you are 2 millimeters off with the bubble, that's 30 arc seconds in your measurements. I'm not 2 millimeters off. I'm a tiny fraction of a millimeter.
Oh, you are 100% sure that was absolutely dead perfect on.
You can never make a perfect measurement. I am no more than a tiny fraction of a millimeter off that bubble being where it should be.
Well, and so when you leveled this, did you go ahead and level it north and south and east and west and get it absolutely level all the way around?
Yep, and multiple times on multiple different axes. Yes, I usually do probably three.
There was no variance at all.
Yeah.
Cool.
I got it.
I still don't understand the math. No, I still don't understand the math.
Okay, the sensitivity. If the bubble is 2 millimeters away, right, so it hits one of those little lines, then your error is 30 arc seconds. And if your error is 30 arc seconds and you're looking 50 kilometers away, that means your height difference will be about 7 meters, which is a lot, right? You got to compare that to how much drop you would expect, right, over 50 kilometers. What is the
how much drop? How much drop would you expect over 50 kilometers?
Let's have a look. 50 kilometers. 168 meters. Yeah, so
168. And how much of a drop did you detect when you did this?
That's a good question, actually. I don't know whether I calculated that. It would be about that.
I thought that's what the whole discussion was about. You said you found the curve and you measured it and you were going to prove it here.
Yeah, but I just measured angles. I don't know whether I equated it to an amount of drop, but yeah, it'd be 168 meters. So even if I was off by 30 arc seconds, which I wasn't, that's well within sort of the measurement accuracy.
Let's say that you're right dead on. How much drop did you measure over distance?
Yeah, it'd be 168 meters then.
Oh, so you did a calculator. You pulled out a calculator, equated it up, and said, "Okay, this is what it would be." So, it would have been 168 meters then. You didn't know until you pulled out a calculator just now. Oh, no, why would you say that you had proof?
I did it with angles in the video. Right, I can convert those angles into a drop. Let's do the first one. Where's my video?
You kind of lost me at the math. Like I'm not a country bumpkin, but I'm not the smartest guy when it comes to math. That's not really my forte. But your math just doesn't seem to add up to me.
Hang on, let's do it.
I truly wish there was somebody here that actually knew something about a theodolite, because I don't. I'm not going to profess that I do it. All I know is just, a little bit that what have I heard.
So my prediction for that first one, right, for the first mountain I was looking at, it was 32 kilometers away, so less than 50, obviously. My prediction was 0.233. Oh, this is going to be more because I didn't have refraction in the flat Earth one. It's 357. 0.357. So the difference in those would be the drop, but also refraction. 0.124 over 32 kilometers. 32.2. Oops, 32.2. That would be 0.124. So that's only 69 meters over that 32 kilometers. That would be the drop that I measured.
So I'm trying to figure out the math that you added up down here. And it says 1/2 arc minute, which is the arc seconds. Okay, I got that.
Yeah.
We've already determined that. 1 arc minute divided by 2 equals 0.008333, blah, 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 blah.
Race. Yeah.
So up here it says 1/2 arc minute equals 30 arc seconds.
Yes.
So how does 1/2 an arc minute divided by 2? Got 1, when you divide it by 2, would be 0.5000000, 0.00083 or 0.08333.
Yeah.
I don't understand that math. I'm losing something someplace.
Yeah. So 1 arc
if you go
minute.
If you go by degrees, what I know about degrees is if something is perfectly horizontal, perfectly horizontal, and it's a 180 degree line, and if you take a 90 degree and you go up, so you'll have 290 degrees right there.
Yep.
So 90 and 90
I gotta
equal.
go. Sorry, I've got to go. I've got to pick up my daughter. Fuck. I was meant to be there.
Fun.
I gotta go. See you.
So anybody else that's out there? Am I just stupid in the math? Did it make sense to anybody else?
Yeah, I don't follow either way. I mean, the whole arc thing is for me totally new, to be honest. But anyways, from my point of view, nah.
Well, from what I see here, what he said, the accuracy level on there, what it would be. He said there's no way to have it 100% accurate. He did. But there's no way to have it 100% accurate, but he did. Then for the amount of distance that is supposed to be measuring, and then it's like a V. It starts off at a point where you're looking at, and the farther out you go, that error angle gets larger and larger. Okay? So it doesn't make sense what he was saying. He was trying to make it smaller and smaller the farther away you looked. Well, if it had, let's see what he said here. It was 30 meters for every 2 millimeters.
I'm back when I'm driving.
Okay. Once again, that was 30 meters to 2, not millimeters. It looks like millimeters upside down here.
Yeah, 30 arc seconds. 30 arc seconds.
Oh, 30 arc seconds.
Per 2 millimeters.
2 millimeters. So how many millimeters would there be? I want to get my calculator out. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take... how are we going to do this? So 2 millimeters times, and that's 5. You know what? I don't have a conversion thing here. Millimeters, and what was it? Distance was 50 kilometers.
Yeah, please don't divide 50 kilometers by 2 millimeters.
Well, but that's the angle that it would go out as far as being accurate. So if it's only accurate to 2 millimeters.
No, that's not what that means. Read the link that I posted about spirit level sensitivity.
Well, you got a whole bunch of links here. Which one?
Yeah.
Longest microwave link. Here's how you beg the question in JavaScript. I got to look at that.
Yeah. Read the spirit level sensitivity link.
I'm reading the JavaScript. That's more fun.
All right. Yeah, I was meant to leave 15 minutes ago to pick up my daughter. Fuck. Anyway, I'll get there.
All right. Well, it's been fun, but I'm actually a coder, so I'm looking at the code here. Yeah. That caught my attention.
So am I.
You ever get tired of this, Ruhif?
It's a good distraction.
Same argument. Same argument.
Oh yeah, but you guys will get there soon. Another 1,000 times, you'll understand.
Bees headed, huh? Or just bees headed, just eventually.
So, what brings you in here? Why do you come in
here? It's a good way
here?
to chat. Pass the time.
Okay.
Enjoyable.
Wait, what?
Eh?
What did you just say?
I said it's fun.
Enjoys our company.
And I just understood Hasatan.
Oh, pass the time. Yeah, pass the time.
Pass the time.
Yeah, maybe I'm hearing things, It's like
He said that's a good way to pass the time or waste our time. Same thing. That's okay because I didn't have anything better to do. It's a Friday night. I've got the night off. Tonight was my first day of working from home. Just got finished cleaning up my desk, making room for the computer here. Got it all set up and got my home office going. So that's going to be nice for me.
Is awesome, man.
I don't know if anybody is familiar with my story, but I live in Los Angeles.
Go ahead.
And actually, I don't live in Los Angeles. I live on one side of Los Angeles, and I work on the other side of Los Angeles. And I have to take a commute right through the middle of downtown through rush hour every day.
That would
suck. I did up until today.
The video that I posted of mine is in Palmdale, Lancaster.
Oh, right on. I used to live in Palmdale, right up by Plant 42.
Yep. Yeah.
So that video is up at the aqueduct?
Yep. Looking across, is it Antelope Valley? Is that it?
Well, it runs through. It runs north. It brings the water down south from Mount Shasta when the snow melts off.
Yep.
But it's not level because what ends up happening is it's going downhill. The water's flowing downhill. It's a gradual grade coming down. It's not necessarily the curve of the earth, but it's actually the altitude above sea level. So that's why the water is coming down.
Yep.
Some people even go fishing in the aqueduct and get fish. I know people that have.
Yeah. It's usually level between locks, like pumping stations, though. They usually hold it.
Well, there's a pumping station once you get all the way down to the bottom and you're down just past Santa Clarita, where it hits the 5. Then it drops down, it runs through the power station, and then goes into the treatment plant down at the bottom, over going towards Northridge over on the right-hand side. I've actually gone alongside the aqueduct, and I haven't seen actual pumping stations for sometimes 100 miles.
There's one. The 5th observation I do is at a pumping station. It's like 20 miles west.
20 miles west of the aqueduct?
Of
Runs north
Palmdale.
and south.
Oh. Of Palmdale. Yeah.
Fun fact for anybody wants to know the difference between Northern Californians and Southern Californians. Southern Californians put a "the" in front of their highways, like Wave Mixer said, the 5. Nice. Northern Californians don't. It's weird. The 405, the 5. We don't do that.
10. The 10, yeah. The 10.
Santa Monica Freeway, the Santa Monica or the Santa Ana Freeway, Foothill Freeway.
We just say 580, 680, 5, whatever. It's just weird. It's a dead giveaway.
I used to live up in Northern California. I used to live up in Chico.
I spent a couple years going to the school there.
Right on, cool. You probably are very well acquainted with the Madison Bear Garden.
Yeah. I actually think it's gone now.
Yeah?
A lot of the bars like LaSalle's and Crazy Horse, Normal Street Bar is gone. It's like a new age over there.
Yeah, the Madison Bear Garden, they had a big chain. There's one in Malibu. There's one in Old Sacramento. It's called Fanny Ann's. Did you ever go there?
In Old Sacramento? No, I like going out in Sacramento because it's flat and easily walkable, but no, I haven't.
Well, are you living in California now?
Yeah, I live in like the East Bay, kind of like the Delta area, Oakley area, and then right now I'm at my cabin in Arnold. If you know where Arnold is.
Oh, I don't. But if you ever go to Sacramento, check out Old Sacramento. Really cool. At least it used to be. They still have like the wooden sidewalks. They have a cigar. They have a saloon with like the cigar store Indians standing outside. A little souvenir tourist shops. They've got a bar there called Fanny Ann's, and I forget, it's like about maybe 4 stories tall, and it's not real big, horizontally, going across. But vertically, it goes up. And they've got different sections for different things. It's kind of cool. But anyway, like I was saying, it was set up just like the Madison Bear Garden, how they've got like one wall with leather belts and all kinds of crazy shit hanging from the ceilings. Another one in Malibu.
Yeah, like
I'm gonna have to go by Malibu to see if that one's still there. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I was just saying they got like 5 internal bars. There's nothing to do in Chico but drink. That's the problem with it. It's just 6-7 blocks of crazy college kids with nothing to do. Mosquitoes everywhere, but it was fun.
Well, I used to like Bidwell Park a lot. I actually got baptized in Bidwell Creek.
No, yeah, you can go to the river. That was the other thing, right? You could go tubing down the river.
Yeah, that's what you do. You get your buddies and drive down to the bottom pickup spot, 2 cars, and then everybody load up in one car, drive back up to the top, and then tube your way down. Have your beer all hanging with a rope down in the water to keep it cold.
Yep. Yeah, 1 tube with all the beer in it, just floating with you.
Sometimes they've taken multiple tubes and put like a little platform thing on it, so you can go ahead and set ice chests and food. I've seen a barbecue.
Yeah. Good old days.
Yeah,
we're getting 432s for under $5. At 5 and I, 432s for $4.95. Basically a gallon of beer for $5.
I don't know what a 432 is. But I do remember
432s. They have 4 quarts, right? 432 ounce.
Oh, 432s. Okay.
High Lives.
All right. Yeah. I do remember St. Patrick's Day, and I went there with a friend of mine. He was a TG, Tau Gamma Theta. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they were kind of like the Animal House of Chico State. And for those who don't know about Chico State, Playboy magazine at the time did them the #1 party school out of all the universities in the United States, 20 years running. Anyway, so one of the roommates that I had, he was a Tau Gamma Theta, and we decided to go to the Madison Bear Garden on St. Patrick's Day, and we each had a pitcher of green beer, and we were drinking it. And this really hot-looking chick, and there's a lot of them there, it's all college co-eds, was walking by, and my friend Junior, I'll call him, just took a big sip of beer, and he went to burp. It literally looked like a scene out of The Exorcist. He nailed her. Well, and I shouldn't laugh, man, because that was a bad thing to happen. It was pretty disgusting, but that's been like 40 years ago or more, and just a fond memory of going to the Madison Bear Garden.
Yeah. Yep, a lot of stumbling home. But it's never that far from home. You didn't need Uber in that place. You just
there was no Uber.
Crawled if you needed to.
Well, most of everybody rode on a 10-speed. The 10-speed is the way to get around town there.
Yep. Longboards. Were longboards? They weren't a big thing back then. I'm more like early 2000s when I was there.
And I'm talking around I'm talking like around 70, late 70s, early 80s. Right in there, 79 to 81, maybe. That was probably before you were born.
I was born in 79.
Oh, okay.
So
there we go. But you wouldn't know about Chico State back in the day.
No. It's a little different. Way different now.
Back in the days when John Belushi was alive, Dan Aykroyd, the whole original Saturday Night Live crew was there. That was a hot thing on TV back then. All right, we went from curvature to theodolites to college party towns.
Nice.
This is Friday night. It's ladies' night. And Pat Line was in here a little bit ago. Friday night used to be ladies' night once upon a time. At least a few months ago it used to be. I know Flatsy Klein was in here a little bit ago, but I guess she's disappeared. Looking here.
Yeah, sun's almost down for me. Or away.
Do you want to continue on theodolites?
Sure.
Well, I don't know anything. Anyway. I don't know anything about theodolites, so I wasn't obviously very good at math either. So we're talking about college party towns and having a good time at Chico State University.
What languages do you use, by the way?
What languages do I use?
Yeah.
HTML, PHP, MySQL, JavaScript.
Ooh. On some MySQL today myself, actually. I'm running some comparisons between the human and chimpanzee genome, and the software that does the comparison is called BLAST, and it's using an absurd amount of RAM. Like I've got a 32 gig server, which is pretty shit, whatever. But this machine, this software just uses up all the RAM, and then Linux comes along and kills the process, the memory manager.
What kind of server are you running?
It's an old Dell PowerEdge. It's R430, I think it was, something like that. Got a couple of them.
So what do you have for processors?
I think they're E5 2600, something like that. I don't remember. It's I've had it for like 8 years. I've got 3 of them.
I'm running a Xeon on my home computer here.
Nice. Desktop?
Yeah. I've got another server, a Linux server that's actually running my websites.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, instead of running the software that just outputs a CSV file and dies halfway through, I'm now pumping those results into a MySQL database so that I don't lose them when it gets killed.
CSV, that's just a flat file.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all the software puts out. Yeah.
Okay.
Fine. Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of stuff, working on online stores, processing payments, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Nice. You ever heard of Big Commerce, the company?
Big Commerce? No.
My mate runs it, and he's like worth $150 million or something. He started it. I used to work with him.
Well, he must not be a very good mate. Otherwise, you'd be working with him, and you could be rich too.
I'm fine. But I remember working with him, and he was just the laziest guy in the world. And then, somehow just had this good idea of Big Commerce, and In fact, let's check his net worth at the moment.
Military says clever and lazy. Clever and lazy is the ideal leader because they'll figure out a way to make. They'll figure out a way to do things in the simplest manner.
Yeah,
with the
that's usually to get somebody else to do it for them.
Whatever it takes. Clever and lazy is the combination you want in charge.
Where is he? Still on the list?
Clever and motivated and dumb is the worst one. You don't want them in charge.
Oh, there you go.
And then
Net
clever and
worth
motivated.
817 mil, 817 million Australian. So he's rather rich. Nuts. All right, I'm going to have to depart in a minute, people. I made it, by the way. Made it to my daughter.
Good. We're glad to see that you made it there safe and sound, and you'll be back to chat another day.
Yes. All right. I'll be off.
Give her
See you
a
soon.
pound for us. Peace.
You little weasel. Look at you, you little fucking weasel. I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking bitch.
He's super unpleasant as a guy, just annoying in his persistence.
Well, we'd like to take this moment for a commercial interruption.
Picture, if you will, a place where people believe that they are living on a ball covered with water and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Although nobody has ever measured the size of this ball drop over distance, people of this place have been deceived to believe that 70% of this ball is covered with water that magically curves around the surface of the ball as it is spinning at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, simultaneously circling the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. These people were indoctrinated from an early age as children, where they were placed in a government-mandated educational facility and graded on how well they were able to regurgitate the disinformation they had been programmed with. Children were taught to recite, not to think. After completing the mandatory 12 years of training, they were ready to put their training to the test, a sink or swim test, if you will. Some went to fight in wars. Many died in these wars because they believed they were protecting their freedom. If this sounds to you like something that could happen only in the Twilight Zone, join us for Speculation Sunday here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Tell them Rod sent you.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself.
You guys see any satellites or
You know what?
upward shooting stars or anything over there?
They just shot one of Elon's rockets off from Vandenberg a couple of days ago, and it shot off before I woke up in the morning. And I woke up in the news, they were talking about it, and I went out and looked out, and I couldn't see it. But several months ago, we were out having dinner, and we were in the parking lot, and we saw one of his big Saturn V or whatever the fuck he calls it, rockets. And it looked like, if you ever see a boat when it's going through the water and it's making a wave, making a wake behind it, that is exactly what looked like was happening there. So, I don't know if it was some kind of fumes it was shooting out. I don't know if it was hitting some kind of a barrier that was flexible, and it was going across it. I have no idea what it was, but it was a very fascinating sight. But I've seen many, many, many rockets take off from Vandenberg, which is, I don't know how many miles it is, but it's north up the coast from where I'm at. And they go up, and they come up over the LA coastal area, and they keep going south down by San Diego, down close to where Sunny is. They don't keep going up. They just go, make a big arc. I don't know what that's about. I thought they were going to outer space.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen videos of something like that, but I think they say it's excess rocket fuel that glows or something. I don't know. One thing I know for sure is they have an explanation. That's the one thing that you always can know is like, well, just this. Why does this happen? Well, what did they say? They said this, and it's like, okay, I guess no more thought necessary. Somebody provided you the answer.
Well, when I
Go
see
back to looking
information,
at your phone.
when I see disinformation and propaganda, I'm starting to realize it now. And a lot of times when I look at something and they're saying, hey, look what's happening over here, they're actually got the puppet over here distracting you while the other hand is doing something else that they don't want you to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's usually involving a celebrity that nobody cares about, or I mean, it could be even worse. Some of these false flag things, I don't like to get into those because it's sensitive to people, but like, there's evidence they do it. And
Yeah, and we need to
I
stay
know
on
what you're
topic
saying.
here. And the biggest secret that they're keeping from
Yeah.
us is where we live. And let me ask you a question.
Yeah, they go.
So,
Sure.
and glue 25, is that how you pronounce it? Or is it glue or glue?
To me, it's glue, but it's glue to most people around here because I don't know. Like I didn't know that I was ever gonna be called something by this name. I set it up for my friends and my other Discord stuff, and now it's like glue's fine. Everybody calls me glue, but glue is what I think of it as.
That's 2 whole syllables. I could just
Does that
say
make
glue
sense?
and it's 1 syllable. It's half the
Yeah,
work.
that's totally fine. Yeah.
Oh, you can call me Wave. You don't have to call me Wave
Yep.
Mixer. A lot of people do that. They just make it easy.
Save me a couple syllables. Save me a couple split seconds.
Well,
That'll
let
add
me
up.
ask you. Let me ask you this. I'm taking a look here. It says that you are a valued flat earther. You seem sincere. Why is it that you have come to the point of realization that we're not on a spinning water ball?
It goes back like I've always been ever since like 9/11. I was like something's wrong. I don't know. I don't get it. And I always had this theory that it was ran by the governments were at the top, of the food chain. And now it's so clearly obvious to me. So you get into this cycle of like, okay, you find some of the crazy stuff. Initially, everybody would find David Icke, Jordan Mag, like all these like Bill Cooper, so-called conspiracies, right? The startup, or to me, they're just open investigation. I actually hate the word conspiracy because if it were a government, they would call it an investigation, not a conspiracy. It's only a conspiracy when you're questioning the government.
So we're
So
actually
get into that.
investigating the conspiracies that are being pulled upon us.
Right, exactly. But you get titled the conspiracy theorist because it's easy to discredit you like that. Like it's like it's nonsensical.
Okay, but 9/11 is one. 9/11 is one thing. This isn't the 9/11 channel. Specifically related to the flat Earth. Have you had any observations that you said, okay, this is flat?
Well, I think 9/11 is. I think the 9/11 was relevant to me because that's what started me questioning the entire story. Right, like, can I trust anybody that's above me that's purported to be the expert?
Oh, you picked up a piece and
20 years ago,
realized it
right?
was a piece to a puzzle, but that still didn't
Right, and
show
so
the
like,
whole picture
okay,
of the puzzle.
right. So, but that's like the starter is like, okay, for flat Earth to be true, there needs to be a pretty serious deception. Like that is not even debatable with me. Somebody knows, and they hide it, and you need to be able to understand that that's even possible before you can even get on board with this, right? At least that's what I think. Maybe some people don't have to, but that's the way I see it. So then I started like I was like, I don't even know if this is true. It seems ridiculous. And then I hear people saying these guys are idiots. I can't believe they're stupid, blah, blah, blah. And then I hear Eddie Bravo, who I'm like, he kind of outlandish. And I hear some other people that I know of talk about it. And then, so I was like, all right, you know what? Ridicule without investigation is the height of ignorance. So I kind of go by that. I'm not going to call anybody dumb. Let me check it out. So I just started watching like 5 months in a row videos, listening. A lot of it was Witsit. And I started watching his modern debate because I'm like, I'm not just gonna take one side in. I'm gonna need to watch two people, just both sides of it. And I still do that. I still think that's the best way to do it. And so listen to him on modern day debate, and I was like, ah, man, he's making a lot of points. In fact, he's making these globe people look stupid. You know, they don't even know what they believe. That's really what it was. Is the realization that me, and most of the people I know don't even know why we believe it. And I see that a lot with religion, like whether or not you want to be on a religious side or not. I would say that a lot of people believe their religion just because they came up with it when they were little. Same thing as a globe. I don't want to debate whether it's true, real, Bible. Like I don't care, but I think that's why. So I just started investigating. You know, it took me a lot of months.
So you don't believe in a globe anymore, and now you believe in the flat Earth?
I think it's more. Well, okay, I think the globe is ridiculous. That's what I think. Like the flat Earth means different things to other people, but the whole globe moving, like especially the moving part, man. It's not even the curve; it's the moving part. Like it's so crazy what people think is happening to the Earth right now. Once you start thinking about it, and you get permission to actually step outside that belief by finding other people who have, other people who are questioning it, it gives you the strength to question when you see other people questioning it. Otherwise, you're stepping out pretty far. Whoever was the first person to start questioning it publicly, give them the kudos. You know, that couldn't have been easy.
Well, I wasn't around at the beginning. I didn't catch on until 2017. And I started, like you, with towers, the smoke trails in the sky, weather conditions, and what's happening, resources, and the scarcity. A lot of this stuff, those are all little pieces of the puzzle. And for me,
Right.
when I found out about flat Earth, and I was only a believer, I put all the pieces of the puzzle together. I looked at the big picture and I said, fuck, this all makes sense now.
Right.
That
All
one
the
piece of the
theories,
puzzle,
that
one piece of the puzzle, I couldn't get it to fit until I could go out and see the drop over distance for myself and either eliminate it or verify it. So I didn't know whether there was a curve or not. I know I'd never seen a curve, but looking at the practical facts of how big they say the Earth is and the drop over distance, 8 inches per mile squared, blah, blah, blah. I didn't know anybody that had a P900 or a P1000. I didn't know anybody that knew anything about flat Earth other than online, talking with Mark Sargent. And he's the one that actually got me in touch with coming here to this group. Or it's one of the guys, Flat Earth Professor Dude. He's the one that invited me over here. But I didn't know anybody, didn't know who to talk to, and that was just eating at me. I was looking at all these different pieces, and I said, man, this fits, this fits, this fits, this fits, this fits. But I can't say this piece fits until I know it for myself. I went out, I bought a P1000. I actually went to my very first Flat Earth meetup that Mark Sargent had told me about, and it was down by Huntington Beach. Took my P1000 there, and you're probably familiar with the Black Swan. They have a very similar situation there. One oil derrick that's a little over 6 miles and another one that's over 9 miles. And it was kind of a hazy day, so I couldn't see the horizon, but I did pick up this little tiny boat that was, small little, maybe 4 passengers, 6 passenger, just a little, fun jumper type thing. And it was out in between those 2 oil rigs. So I figured if that boat was somewhere between 6 and 9 miles away, and I shouldn't have been able to see it at that distance. And I could see where the bottom of the boat hitting the water, because they were going up over the waves. It would come up a little bit and come down. You could see the whole action. And that is the point that I went from becoming a believer to becoming a knower. And that last piece of the puzzle finally fit. And when it did, it just made me say, oh shit, I was right. And
yeah, I've never actually done a measurement. I want to. I don't have a P900, but I have like a Lumix with a big old lens on it. I don't know how good the camera is. My dad gave it to me, But I was thinking about doing Lake Tahoe, because it's high enough. But I don't know how refractive it is, and I've seen some other Tahoe measurements that looked, because it's about 20 miles, right? Like, it's a pretty long lake. It should be 260 feet of drop across the long way, and I think that's the one I'd like to try. I might not go the long way though, because it's pretty far, and it takes so long to get to the other side to drop someone off and then come all the way back. Like, I don't know. If I need two people, maybe I don't need two people. Maybe I could just see if I can see the shore. That's really, if I can see any building, I'm seeing too far. It's 260 feet should be dropping, so I think so.
I'm trying to find my video here. And yeah, here it is. Right. I'm going to drop a link in the live stream. I'm going to share with you and anybody else that cares to click on this link a moment that I went from being a flat earth believer to being a flat earth knower. And it's in the live stream.
Yeah, I'm going to check it out.
Wish it would have been a clearer day. There's also an island, Catalina Island, which is about, I think, 20 or 25 miles away. And it was like a bit overcast, and you couldn't really see a lot of it there. You can see like there was a lot of haze and crap in the air here, so you couldn't actually see how far the horizon was.
So you don't think that it's refracted up and looming?
Well, I don't think so at all.
That?
No, there's days on there that it's a lot clearer, and there's been videos taken from this exact location. A friend of mine owns that property right there. This is his backyard where I took this at. And his name is Renee. He's a flat earther. He is through this event. So this is something that he does. He has events every quarter on the solstice and on the equinoxes. So this is his backyard.
Can you own beach? Can he privatize that beach, or is it against?
He doesn't own the beach. He owns the
own?
property. He owns the property right up to where everybody's sitting right there, and the rest of that's all public.
Man, beachfront property, huh? That's
Welcome
nice.
to California.
Yeah. I'm looking at beachfront property in Oregon. I'm like, dude, it's reasonable. And then when you go to California, it's like, well, Northern California is not bad, like Arcata, but those aren't beaches compared to SoCal beaches. They're more like wind farms or something. Cold,
and what sucks is the water isn't clear. It's like a brown, murky stuff. And what happens, I don't know what happens, why it's all dirty like that. You know, I see pictures of like the Caribbean and stuff, and you look at the water, and it's like crystal clear. You can see, you know, shadows of the trees down under the water, and all kinds of, you know, it's amazing. It's amazing. I would love to be someplace that there was clear water like that. The beaches here suck. You know, they're not nice at all. There's some waves. The surfers like them. You know, they'll go out there with the waves, but we go fish.
Yeah, I mean, but see up here, like the beaches up in Northern California are all rocky, cold. Like, have you ever been to Santa Cruz? It's not even like sand, like windy rock.
I haven't spent much time right up by the Bay Area other than just like going up the 101.
Yeah. Well, like Pismo's nice. So if you were to go, like, you go up to Pismo, and the Central California beaches are pretty nice, and they got all the sand dunes and the dune buggies and stuff.
I've been to Pismo, but that's been like 50 years ago. So that's not someplace that I frequent. I've spent a lot of time at Venice and Santa Monica and Huntington and San Pedro.
My aunt lives in My aunt and my cousin live in Laguna Niguel or Mission
Yeah.
Viejo. So I mean, those are pretty nice beaches, right? Like the Dana Point is like right up the road from her. So I've been there sometimes, and then I really like Central California. Like my favorite is from Big Sur down to like Santa Barbara or San Luis Obispo, Santa Marita. I really like that area. It's not overdeveloped. I mean, Santa Barbara maybe, but like above that, from Monterey down to San Luis Obispo, it's not overdeveloped. There's just a lot of wine, vineyards, and beaches, and it's just really nice.
Again, 50 years ago, I used to have a friend that lived up in Atascadero. So I used to go up there and spend
Yeah,
summers.
that
It was
area.
nice.
Yeah, it's really, I love that area. I'm more like Central Valley-ish now. It's just more people, more like they keep telling you everybody's leaving California. I'm like, it seems like there's the same amount of people here though. Traffic
Well,
doesn't
you
get
know
better. I
what?
know that.
Well, what's happening is people that can afford to move out or are moving out, buying property that's cheaper. They're taking advantage of the skyrocketing prices of property here. I cannot afford to buy property here.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking, buying. We've been looking in New Mexico and trying to find some places. I don't like it because there's no water there. Got family that lives in Nicaragua, and I came about a hair away from purchasing some property. I had the money ready to go ahead and put the down payment down. And we're going to go down and pay cash for the property. But we had some changes in the family. We had a death in the family and some other things happened. And then I started looking into the politics and the president there. And it's like, if you're kind of outspoken about people's rights and stuff like that, I don't like you, and they put you in jail. I've got a big fucking mouth, and I pretty much say what I feel. And I don't want to end up in jail because I'm telling somebody that the earth is flat. You know? But one of the big issues that the president had there was with the Catholic Church. And the head preacher, priest, cardinal, or whatever the hell he was, he told him to shut up, kicked him out of the country or whatever. And I don't know if he's out of the country or if he's in jail. He's definitely not allowed to go ahead and crap about the president there. And I don't know. I guess some of the people are unhappy there in the country. It's a third world country. It's poor. And the reason I wanted to go there is because, number one, the prices there are extremely cheap. And we could have afforded to buy a piece of property and have a very nice house built for, under $200,000. And to be able to go down there and pay for it cash so you don't have a mortgage, that's what we were looking at. So,
yeah,
between having to deal with, we had my wife's brother pass away a couple of weeks ago, and we had our 8th grandchild born a couple of weeks ago. So my wife needs to help out, being a grandmother, doing the grandmotherly type stuff. She's also got to help with her mother, who's like 89 years old, and help the funeral type stuff for her brother. And it's then when I started, reading more about the political unrest and stuff going on there, I thought, wow, you know what? It's a good thing I held off on this because it's a big jump to make. What would be nice about being down there, well, first of all, the big pitfall, it's a foreign country, it's a third world country, and the native language is Spanish. So we couldn't expect everybody there to speak English. We would have to learn Spanish to be able to be there comfortably. But what the main things I liked about it is when there was the big shutdown from the flu a couple of years ago, they didn't shut down. They've got locally grown produce there, cattle, chicken, so you can get beef, you can get chicken. I'm sure they have pork too, and they've got, all the different vegetables and fruits grown naturally there because it's close to the equator. They grow all year long. There's six months out of the year it rains. It's the rainy season, so that they do get a lot of rain, but that makes the place very, very green and lush. So, but the whole idea of not having to worry about you can't get a can or a box of something off the shelf of the shore, the shelf at the store, because they're all sold out or they're holding stuff back. So that I like the idea of being a little more self-sufficient. If I wasn't 65 years old, if I was 25, I'd love to buy a piece of property and have it all self-sustaining, have my own garden there, grow my own vegetables and fruits, and not have to worry about paying anybody for any kind of food. Raise some chickens, and we could have a lot of eggs. I don't know if I can kill a chicken, but if I had a couple of chickens ready to kill, get one of the neighbors to do it. Here, kill, cut, and clean it. Give me one, and you keep one. Well, I learned to have the stomach to kill an animal and it and do all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, chickens and goats. A few goats, keep the grass clear, and then pretty small, like not a lot to feed. Cows would be a tough one, but and pigs too. Pigs are a handful, man. Eat too much.
I don't think I'd
Killing
want to
if you
do
can't kill a
cows or
chicken,
pigs.
killing a pig would be rough. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
goats. I think goats aren't a bad option.
My friend that lived in Atascadero, her neighbor, they had some animals there and they had some pigs. We were over there one day and they had the butcher come in and he took a 22, stuck it right up in the cage, right between the eyes, bam, shot one down, pulled it out, butchered it all up, cut up the meat, and gave it to him. I gave it to him, but so I'm sure they paid him to do it, and he got to keep some of the meat. I saw the whole process from being a live animal to being ready to put on the barbecue. Brother, he's a hunter. He goes fishing, he goes hunting. He used to go use a shotgun to go duck hunting. He actually went to a bow and arrow to go ahead and shoot elk with. And he was a very avid hunter for a while. I've had some of the elk meat that got and made. But he, butchers all that stuff up. He has like a big ice chest type thing, and he'll go ahead and carve it up, pack it up, bring it home. Wow, I could not do that. Pardon me?
I wanted to, I wasn't sure if anybody was in here. I didn't know you were in here unmuted, and I was just checking the thing and seeing that somebody in here didn't have no roles, and just popping in and see if everybody was good or if anybody needed anything.
Well, I didn't notice. I've just been sitting here talking. Who do we got in here with no rules?
Well, actually, we got. How did I see? We got Kyle in here, but he's been in here since July. He's on the fence, VC verified, and then we also got. Who's this? Was it something about fences?
Over fences.
Over fences, yeah, not VC verified, no roles. Been here since August. So, and I don't have the power to, I think, do anything. They'd have to go to VC check-in, and then I could get in there and help them. But I don't. Can they unmute themselves?
Well, I think they need to go to the check-in first.
Yeah.
Because they have to know the rules.
Yeah,
just talk to.
All right, so over fences. If you want to join the conversation, you need to jump up into VC check-in and just have a quick conversation with somebody, and we'll get you in here, and you can unmute yourself and talk to your heart's content if you're interested.
I just unmuted them.
Okay. How you doing, Wave?
I'm doing good. How about yourself, Paul?
I'm doing great. I'm a little getting a little lonely. My family is still out of town. They're coming back tomorrow morning though. They've been gone since Tuesday, so I miss them. But other than that, I'm doing good.
I'm actually kind of jazzed. It's Friday. Today was my first day of working from home. So my 3 to 4 hour daily commute is a thing of the past. Now my commute is it's about maybe 6 to 8 feet from my recliner to my desk chair here.
Say, from the couch to the desk.
Yeah, to the toilet. I work from home. It's freaking awesome. I spend most of my life barefoot because of that reason. All my laundry's done. I feel like I can work out. Dude, after an hour and a half commute from San Francisco, on the stupid train, or even 2 hours sometimes each way, you don't want to do anything else. Like you're done.
I couldn't imagine.
Or at least I don't have the discipline to do anything. I'm sure there are people who can do it, but it's like it makes it so much easier to just not have to do that.
Oh, G. Lou, that was you that was in Palmdale, or that was the other guy that I was talking to with the
No, that was
Seattle light.
Ruhiv. That's Ruhiv Steel, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Ruhiv.
Well,
I'm not Ruhiv.
I used to live in Palmdale, and I'd have to drive 30 miles to get to work. So I'd come down, the windy mountain freeway, the 5, which is, one of the big major arteries that goes up through California all the way up north and keeps going. And then take the 210 to come back into Pasadena. So, I do that daily drive, and it was a bitch. I hated doing it, but that was I was working at Earthlink. I was the webmaster there. As the head of the web hosting serving department, and I got paid to do it. I got good insurance, and I was riding on the crest of the bleeding edge of the internet back in the day, back in the mid '90s. That was pretty cool, but it was a bitch of a drive. But that job is what enabled me to buy the house. I used to live a lot closer. I just lived down the street. They gave me stock options, and I exercised them, but I didn't have enough to buy a nice house in Pasadena, which at the time was going for about $300,000. I could buy a house for $135,000 in Palmdale if I took the drive. Now that $135,000 house in Palmdale is worth over $500,000. But that's been over 20 years ago, 25, something like that. Well, almost 30 years. Working from home, man, it's I can walk into the bathroom. I talk to people. I do like technical support type stuff. So I talk to people on the phone, and they call up. They got a problem. I figure out the problem. I fix it. They're happy. They go away. And I can take a piss while I'm talking to them. I can put the phone on mute, and they've got no idea that I'm taking a piss. I can walk outside. Now today it was almost 100 degrees outside, so I didn't want to go out there. I stayed inside in the air conditioning in my underwear. So it was nice and cool.
Yep.
Fans blowing on my legs, air conditioning going. And I didn't have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to get ready to go to work and try to be back home by 5 o'clock at night. And I fucking woke up like at 3 o'clock in the morning. I had to go pee, and I couldn't go back to sleep. And I didn't even have to be up for like another 3 hours. I ended up getting in here. I think I was talking with Enzyme and Spake in the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah, it's nice, man. Like I do cybersecurity stuff, so like sometimes I'm just laying on my bed, or like it's actually not like I do a walk every morning or a bike ride, depending on the temperature and where I'm at, and that's not. I don't know. It's just makes my life easier. For a second, I was working 2 jobs just without them knowing, and trying to stack money, but that got to be too much, so I quit one.
Well, right now I've only got the 1 day job, and I'm in the digital security arena also. For this, I was working for a company where I work my regular 40-hour shift, and then every other week I'd be on call 24/7, through the whole week. So if somebody, and I'd get calls from anywhere from Hawaii to New York and Florida, and they're all on different time zones. So I had the regular day job, 40 hours a week, and for the same company, I was on call every other week. And aside from that, I have my own web design business, and I was doing that. So I was like burning the candle not at both ends, but at 3 different ends. And I've been doing that for years. My last client that I actually had for over 25 years, and he just sold the business, and the company that bought it, owned by a place in New York. They've already got their own web development team. So I just kind of handed the keys over to them. And, I used to add new products, new used pianos, move used pianos, new models, keyboards, all that kind of stuff. And the flu season was going around a couple years ago. People couldn't come into the piano store to buy anything. And the only way that they could stay in business was selling online. And there was another store that was a health food store. And the only way that they were able to do anything was to be able to do stuff online. So I'm happy to say that I was part of both of their businesses. The one piano store, it's the longest I'd ever worked any place, 25 years. I was a contractor that worked for them. So I wasn't an official employee there, but I'd been there. The only person that had been there longer than me was the person that owned the business.
So you just webmastered their? You're the webmaster, or what?
Yeah, so I built the website, and it went from originally HTML back in about 96, 97, something like that.
Yeah, like the old school, like not even. Yeah.
Yeah. So I went through HTML, 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 5.0. I got into some Perl. I started doing some database stuff, and went to PHP and MySQL. I do the graphics. So if you go ahead and click on my name, and there's a link there to my website.
Oh, yeah, I have a friend who does like literally exactly what you're talking about. Like he does PHP, HTML, all the front end web development for NASA. A specific research lab around the Bay Area that they have, and he's been doing that. Like he got the job out of college. He went to San Jose. He got the job out of college, and like that's the only job he's had out of besides like high school jobs.
So when I was living in Palmdale, a neighbor that lived across. When I was living in Palmdale, I had a neighbor across the street, and he worked for JPL. He was working at the Dryden Air Force Base, and he was in a group called ISPA, stood for the International Society of Parametric Analyzers. It's basically a group of bean counters that figure out how much it's going to cost to send a rocket to the moon. And that's what he did. He worked on budgets and stuff like that. And he'd work with the different people that would supply the different parts, get the engineers, get everything ordered and made to spec, whatever, stuff like that. But I built the website for them, the ISPA website, the International Society of Parametric Analyzers, who are the ones that counted all the money of our tax dollars that were going to NASA to go ahead and make CGIs.
Nuts. What was that?
The tone room website design is slick, bro. So you're good from my
Thank
point
you,
of view,
thank
at
you.
least.
You had a chance to get around in there and interact with anybody? Is anybody, other than welcoming you, replied back to your music? Or you need to get in there and talk a little bit. You can't just come in and say, "Hi, here's my music."
Yeah. Unfortunately, from just my introduction chat, you shared my music, so nobody really listened to it, I guess. But some people liked it. But I'm gonna open a new thread. It's just that didn't get my way around it yet. But I haven't interacted more than my introduction. So, but when I was scrolling down, just looking at the website, and I saw it's your design and everything, and I was like listening to you right now. I was like gonna comment. It's slickest.
Thank you, thank you. I've been doing this a little while, but it's what I'm seeing is it's kind of like a bell curve. I was down at the bottom when the website started getting real popular, and was climbing up to the top when people were first getting all the .coms, and that was the rage. And I was part of that. Now, people don't look so much at websites, or not so much on Facebook as much. They're getting into TikTok and other little things. Something that, like a website, you could go in and look at it, and you could read some information and get some pictures about it. Nowadays, people are more interested in just like a quick little 10-second or 15-second blip that they can see on TikTok. I am, hun. My wife just got home. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and sign off from here and spend a little bit of time with my wife. So it's been interesting talking to everybody. Have a pleasant Friday night, and I'll catch you guys again sometime.
Can you say like 30 seconds?
See you, man. Take care.
30 seconds, wife?
Yeah, I got 30 seconds.
There you go, in the chat. That's my setup. Power Edge R430s.
Oh, okay. Cool. Right.
Cool.
Later on, everybody. I got.
All right, see ya. You even got a legit rack. It's not just set up on some boxes or milk crates. Like that's what I expect when people say they have like edge servers or whatever you have, power edge server.
The half rack though. Like it's only a
You
couple
got
feet high.
You got access switches and access points.
Yeah, the switch at the back. The back's a bit of a mess. Do you want to take a photo of the back?
Not unless it looks nice. I like the I like the look of a good MDF or a good IDF.
No,
but if it's ugly,
it's ugly.
If you're not velcroed and like labeled and stuff, I don't want to see it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not good.
All right, fair enough. Got your router laying on its side. Was that? Yes.
Oh yeah, that's the broadband system here called NBN.
So you run? Is that true? It says Debian. You running Debian on here, or is that?
Yeah,
like...
Debian 12 I put on the other day. Yep.
Oh wait, that's a CD. Wait, you're installing from a CD? You don't have like a bootable?
No, I've got a USB.
You're still installing?
Where's my USB?
Dude, that CD is from what? What year did you buy that? That's a DVD.
Oh, no,
it's DVD.
Debian 12 is not that old. But I did install from a USB. One sec.
I'm gonna say that you
Camera.
have a tropical fruit theme. Well, plum. I got plums where I'm at. That's not tropical. But...
Plum, guava, and mango. And there's one machine missing, which is currently in South Korea. But I can't really get back. Anyway.
You have a... Is that VGA? That's not serial, is it? That's VGA, right?
It's VGA, just for the terminal. Yeah.
All right.
In fact, Guava's running Red Hat, and I should change that to Debian.
Red Hat or CentOS? Ha! Fuck off.
I'm just kidding. I wish I had the knowledge you guys have about servers. I don't know shit about servers, so kudos.
You don't need to. You just at this point you learn AWS or Azure or something. Servers are managed by somebody else.
I don't even know what AWS is, so like whatever, man. I don't make my money online. I wish I was. I'm thinking of being just start being a translator online and buy a fucking van or a camper or whatever and just travel around for 3 or 5 years. I don't know. That's my plan, short, long term, whatever, till I can get a van.
If you can do it, I'd be jealous, man. I mean, if you have the freedom to get a van and just travel around, I say do it. I don't have that freedom right now. But I do work from home. I could do it, but I have so many other obligations that I couldn't.
So the props of me failing in life is that I have not much obligations right now. So I guess I'll try it out since I have the freedom for it. If I can achieve it for a short term, that like this is not a lifestyle I will live for like permanently, but yeah, just travel around Europe for a while and maybe do beats online or just be. I'm a 34-year-old failure in life.
Dude, I'll tell you what, when I was 30, like I didn't have until I turned 37, 38, Okay, when me and my kid's mom finally decided that this wasn't working, 37, I walked out of that house with, I didn't even keep my bed. And I went and got another job, and I wasn't making a whole lot of money. Like everything I have right now, I got after 38 years old. Like I was in a bad relationship. It was all bad. But what I'm saying is, it's not too late.
Man, I really struggle with exactly that concept. So it actually really helps, you know. I've tried many things and did different things and whatever, but hopefully I can just. I don't even know if I want, kids anymore, but at least I want to enjoy the rest of my life and make some money for the my family. But I haven't found a way to do it
Yeah.
yet, successfully, at least.
There's a lot of stuff. Like if you're interested in tech, like you just spend time learning a little bit, getting cybersecurity certificate, or become an AWS architect. I mean, that's a job. That's a 6-figure job right there. You could do that in a year. Just take a little bit of money and quite a bit of your time.
Well, like I like the concept and I love the tech, but I'm not the most effective route for me would be to like make music or sell beats or be a translator at the moment because like I'm a geek, but I
Yeah,
I don't know how to make a website through like what was it like you're talking about like almost like JavaScript or something. I don't know how to do like what was the easiest route? It was like without using templates and shit was like damn it. Anyway, I'm just not knowledgeable enough, and I think I have the capability of making my money through like at least production or editing.
yeah. See, I don't know a whole lot about that, but there's no doubt that there's a lot of companies that hire digital media. Like, okay, the place I work, most of our contractors are digital media content creators, whether that's putting together a video or breaking down sound or whatever. Like, if you okay, get on like Fiverr, right? If you got a portfolio, there's a website called Fiverr, and you can try and start something up there, try and get some side gigs. I don't know. Like it depends on what your skills are, right? Like what programs you use. Like if you're I forget what's the Apple one, the big one, Live Cut or something, or
Final Final Cut. Well, I used to have a Hackintosh because I was
yeah,
using Mac OS, but then after a certain OS, you can upgrade because my card was an NVIDIA and doesn't work with a Hackintosh setup. You know what a Hackintosh is, right? Like making a
yeah.
desktop usual regular PC work with native native Mac software. Anyways, uh, I produce music as a hobby, and I'm trying to make it my profession. So, like when you Windows is okay now for production if you just unload it with a couple of scripts through PowerShell. Uh, you know, so it's just easier for me right now. Because when I did the Hackintosh, I lost all my hard drives just by accidentally pressing one instead of zero. Because it's like you need to do text files and shit, and you format different like architectures. So it's like I lost almost all my old stuff into
So,
making Hackintosh.
well, that was like your content, your creation,
Yeah,
your
like
media
I
that you
used to do
make,
it as a hobby. I had some old stuff that I would like to have, but
and you
nothing
lost
really
it.
actually important. And maybe some pictures and stuff, but I just formatted the wrong hard drive by accident.
Yeah. So like nowadays, you'd get a cloud account and you probably just modify it. Like that would solve that problem. The Hackintosh stuff, that's super sketchy. Like what you're talking about, modifying text
It is.
files and all
It is.
those and all those.
Oh yeah, man. You
You're
have
in the
to
kernel.
like.
So
Yeah, I learned a lot, a bunch of shit. I would not be able to explain to you right now, but I followed and I learned kex files and editing, uh, like specific, like you have a program called Clover, right? And you can pre-boot
Yep.
any operating system through that, and then for me to be able to use my NVIDIA card to be able to edit through Final Cut, I had to manually edit kex files. So yeah, I learned a lot. Anyway, hi.
You get like a Mac Mini now for not a whole lot of money. A
No,
Mac
man,
Mini.
I have a MacBook Pro from 2012, but with SSD and 18 gigs of RAM. That's okay for production, but my motherboard, one of the thermal sensors is fucked, so it thinks it's too hot, so my clock is half the rate. So like a few years ago, a motherboard for a MacBook Pro 2012 was like 160. Now it's 90. So I'm thinking of actually fixing it because I bought a battery and everything. I spent a lot of money trying to fix it on my own, just like a hobby. But you know, maybe
Yeah,
I buy
I
a new
used to
motherboard.
have to do that. I used to do. I was on the IT side of things, and I'd have the little screwdrivers, and you could replace the things. You could pull the battery out. You could even pull the RAM out. I didn't do any of the screens, but like IT for a company, and then now Macs, you don't even do that. Like you can't even really open them anymore. They
Well, they're
you
fuckers,
pretty much
man.
have to send them.
I was just used to Mac, and since when I started production, I was told Mac is best for just for live performance. So I learned the same thing I knew with my DAW, which is like a digital workstation, which is Ableton Live, and I like 1,000 VSTs and instruments through Mac. So then I started doing virtual machines, but there's latency issues if you're producing. So wait, no, yeah, people ask me for rolling paper here in the Malaga, in the Spanish uh, seaside. They want rolling paper, but I vape, so I don't have rolling paper. I'm actually just
Yeah, the
walking
virtual
on the
machine.
street.
That
Oh, sorry, yeah.
no, I was just gonna say the virtual machine is the way to go if you got access to that type of stuff, but
Well, if
it's
you're
not always
producing,
easy
you
to
have
get.
latency, so I would only use it to recover my old archives, my old sets and everything, because you can't just produce through a virtual machine or play games without severe,
Yeah,
compromises.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, like you said, you can use as backup storage or to do a task or something or run a job.
The
But
only
yeah, I would
use of
imagine.
virtual
I've
machines
never
is to
actually had to
make
do it.
online scammer videos, right? Because you can just give them your right. That's what they do through the best YouTube channels that do catch scammers from they have virtual machines and they give them their what was it, virtual, no, anyway, just remote desktop.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. That guy who like calls the Indian
Jim Browning.
call centers and then accesses their stuff.
Yeah, there's
I hope that's
like
real.
well, I don't remember, there's like two or three really big YouTubers that just do that.
Yeah. So like I'm in your computer right now. They start telling them their name. They downloaded all their files and yeah. I appreciate those people. I hate people trying to screw over old. Basically, what they're doing is taking advantage of old people. Like that's
Yeah,
their main mark. I have a friend who works for the Treasury Department, and he investigates those types of frauds. He investigates like Nigerian scams and other things like that. And he has to go talk to the people who ended up giving these people the money because what happens is they give these people the money, and then that money. Well, okay, people pay another unknowing person. So both people, the person who paid and the person who receives the money are both being scammed. And then the person who received it then sends it, and it leaves this weird trail that's hard to track. And then he has to go talk to them both, and pretty much nothing happens. Like they can't catch him, you know. But
It's crazy
those are the
because they're
time. That's what those type of people are doing.
because they're almost the same as the catfish videos, you know. Like it's those same type of people that get catfished, unfortunately.
Yeah, they tell an Oprah like, "Oh, if you don't do this, you're going to lose your money. If you do that, you know, like," and then they get their retirement. They send $80,000 to someone else who also thinks that they're also being scammed, and then they take the money and then they send it, and then so now that you're investigating the person who received it by law, you have to investigate. You know, like so it takes up time. It's pretty intricate, and very few people fall for it, but it's almost always old people. He said, and it's bullshit.
Yeah, I guess most of the time, most of them don't succeed because it's a numbers game. But by numbers game, you're always gonna find somebody naive enough to send the money, right? So it's just like trying until you
Yeah.
get it.
Yep, and then they send it to someone that also is unknowing. So like, it's just, and so those people are receiving it, and they're doing, you know, so they. I don't quite know exactly how it works, but that's what he described. And he has to go talk to everybody involved in person, and yeah, it's pretty disgusting. But
Yeah, but just because bureaucracy delays justice too much, I guess.
yep, all they need,
You
if they
can't
can
just
if
go
they
to
can write a script
Nigeria
and
and
send it.
slap the guy, just flat smack him until his soul leave his body.
You will represent the flat Earth for the rest of your life. That's your punishment.
You're like you're the Nigerian prince of flat earth from now on.
Yeah. I bet if we ask Ruhif if he's ever measured the directly measured the curvature of the Earth, he'll say,
He'd probably say it depends what you mean
that
by
he has.
direct measurement.
All right.
I would say it's a direct measurement, sure.
Anybody else? Everything cool to say? It's like 9 o'clock on a Friday night for me. This is prime. This is like prime time for me right now.
Is it 9 o'clock in the States where you're at right now? It's like almost
Yeah,
6 in the
on the
morning
West
here in
Coast. So,
Spain, man. I'm walking home from the big city to my town because there's no fucking buses. And I'm drunk as fuck and speaking to you guys, so I hope you appreciate it, at least.
they don't have Uber out there. Uber or a city bike or something or a scooter. You know what I always like is
Fuck it,
finding
man.
scooters on
I
the way
need
home.
exercise. I'm a fucking hermit. I just stay in my room every fucking day or trying to make music or playing fucking video games. So, fuck it. I'm gonna walk a couple of hours. I don't care. I don't want to spend the
All
little
right.
money I have on a fucking
Fair
Uber.
enough.
I need the exercise. It's just simple as that.
Might see something cool too.
At least I get some cardio, from the night.
Yep. Walk a walk a half mile, do 20 push-ups. Walk a half mile, do 20 push-ups. Walk
Yeah,
backwards.
man.
Bear crawl.
Waka waka flame. Waka waka flame, man. Fuck push-ups right now. I would fucking fall on my face if I try a push-up right now. For real. And I wish I had my rollerblades on. I would be home in a jiff.
Capybara, capybara, capybara. He's on deafened anyway. Yeah. All right, shall be back later too.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord was up. Where is everybody? It's Friday. It's 11 o'clock. What's going on? Is it dead in here? There's no. That's disappointing.
Yeah, conversation died a little bit. Rue hit bounced too.
Well, that
So
Fucking
conversation.
dead, man. Only drunkards going their home from way out of Europe. It's 6 in the morning here in Europe, and I'm just walking on the fucking street, almost like a highway, alone, listening to if anybody just gonna chime in. But it's dead, man. It's dead.
It's dead. Well, the globe is dead.
Eureka. Been dead for a while. Just people, It's like when they cut your head, like a samurai cuts your head off, and then it's like a few seconds you still are conscious. It's the same thing. It's been dead for a while. It's just people don't know it yet.
All right. Hey, Kyle, what's up? I see you've been here since July. You still on the fence? That must hurt, man. You want to get off that fence? Yo, Kyle.
Kyle.
Well, no problem.
Come on, Kyle, you can do it.
Oh man.
Late night.
So what's up? How's your Friday going?
I'm just crushing it, man. I'm like
I could talk
chilling
about a
out here
lot.
in the
I can't talk
woods.
about it. Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a big ass moth on my screen door right now. There's these moths called like banded sphinxes, and I can see it. It's waiting for me to open the screen door so it can. One flew in here the other night, and it just ended up dying on the floor because it couldn't get out. I think I stepped on it. They're about like an inch and a half big. And it's just waiting to
Yeah,
sneak into
man.
my home. I know. It's rough. It's rough out here, dude. Telling you what.
Invaded by moths.
Moths. Yeah. It's a hard knock life.
It's better than mosquitoes, yo.
Knock life. Dude, I'll take 10 moths over one mosquito. I hate mosquitoes.
Yeah, man. I don't even eat meat or like to kill animals, but anything that wants to suck my blood is gonna be dead.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm gonna get a picture of this moth's underbelly though, because I'm staring at it and it's driving me crazy. I'll be right back.
You sound too American to describe animals like they're from Australia.
Greetings. I hope all is well with everybody.
Yo, you want to stay up here, Eth? You want to go down to chill?
Either way,
I see.
It's quiet in here.
Kimbo, you want to go to chill?
It don't matter, bro.
I just say that because I got a ton. We can talk about a ton of things, but ain't really nothing we can talk about in here.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to y'all about flat Earth. I mean, I'm done. I'm ready to move on from flat Earth, man. We got shit we got to do.
Yeah. Hey, we got to make some money, bro. Hey, the flat Earth community, we're gonna stop making money and then put it back into the community. I'm telling you,
What
bro. We
community?
need.
Ain't no community.
Yeah, you're right.
Whatever, man. I'm going to chill tech. Just teach me how to make the fat stacks, yo.
Hey, so what's up? What do you want to do?
I don't know. I've honestly just chilled, man. They're probably about to give me medicine that's gonna knock me out. So I'm just here to hang out until I go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, ain't nobody in here. I mean, I'll keep an eye on it, and if somebody hops in, like we can come back and try to engage him. But other than
I'm
that, man,
just
anything I want to say, I don't want to say it here. We can't have an honest conversation about shit unless y'all just want to call it a night.
I'm checking out the various
Keep
channels
checking
because
out.
I haven't been in here all day, so I'm like reading the lobby and other stuff, getting caught up.
Okay.
So Kyle is still on the fence.
Yeah, I already tried to talk to him, man. He went on mute.
Hey Kyle, bro, come on, talk to us, bro.
He's been here
We
since April, still on the fence. But that's okay if he likes, hard objects up there. Maybe that's what he into.
sound good. Yeah, I'm up for whatever. Fucking moth.
What? I mean, if you don't have to tell me if you're uncomfortable, but where are you at exactly? Glue. What part of the country?
I'm in the Sierras in California, so I'm probably about 100 miles from Tahoe, if you know where that is, or
Yeah. As you said, the thing's an inch long.
uh, that's one. I think this is a little bit bigger. It's a little bit bigger, and there was a bigger one in here last night. It must have been like bigger than that one that died because I couldn't get out. It's just waiting, man. Look at it.
That thing looks
Might be
huge.
bigger than it.
You could
Yeah,
shoot that thing with a 22.
I'd say, dude, straight up, I want to. I'm right up on it. Like it, I put my phone. I practically touched it with my phone. It does not. It doesn't give a shit. Like, and I didn't know that I haven't seen one like this before. So,
You should take it and rip it
but
apart and
whatever,
see
dude.
if it's got Margellans.
What? Oh, like that white stringy crap.
Yeah, yeah.
That
Something like,
old school like.
is that what it is? It's got
Yeah,
like
remember
them wormy looking things in them or whatever. They look like wires. Maybe that's not what it's called.
that.
Morgellons
Yeah,
is the synthetic
I remember.
parasites from whatever the plane
Yeah.
supposedly. That's why Bob got canceled, y'all. Anyway, is the moth hairy? Is it like nice and hairy and like craving for a
Where are you
shave?
going with this? Oh my
No,
god.
dude.
I'm not going
I'll show
anywhere. I'm
you
just
what the
asking if
wing.
it's a big moth. It must be extremely hairy.
Nah, dude.
No. Okay, check this out.
Aren't moths like hairy and shit? Like they have those like fibers like this like hair?
It depends. This is what it looks like on the back. This is the one that I found in my. I picked it up in a garbage can. It's not hairy,
What?
dude. Yeah, it's kind of cool looking. It's called a sphinx, like a marked sphinx or something. And trust me, it's
Why
bigger
are
than
you
it looks
picking
in
them
that.
up out of the garbage?
No, I found it on the floor. It was like just flopping around on the floor because it probably didn't get water or whatever they need. I don't know what they need to live. So I grabbed my garbage can and scooped it up, and then I threw it outside because it wasn't quite dead yet, and I didn't want to like stomp on it. You know, I was like, maybe it can live because they don't hurt anything. They just chill. They just like the light, but it's kind of cool looking.
What's
You
up,
know,
God Rocket?
there's this comedian called Bill Hicks who died in '93. He had a whole bit about like what were like moths before lights were invented. You know, like, were they going straight towards the sun? You know, it's gonna be good when we get there.
Right.
I thought Alex Jones is Bill Hick.
Hey, God Rocket, that place you invited me to, am I allowed to, can I bring somebody in there? Because I think Beasticles might enjoy that conversation and that time we had together the other night. He's a good guy.
So you bros have bonded, huh? You bonded without me.
Well, where you been? You can't even take the time to accept my friend request. You're dead to me.
An asshole.
Are you talking to me? All right.
Yeah, he was talking to you, bro. I think.
Oh, did I not respond? Yeah, yeah. I thought he knew what I was talking. I thought that was rhetorical.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just having trouble with my mic. But yeah, you should be able to. You.
I just wanted to ask first because I
Why don't you
know.
just drop it in my DMs and I don't know that you can do an invite, but I can. Who is it?
Okay.
Who are we talking about?
Beasticles.
Oh yeah, okay, yes, yeah. I know him. Well, next time I see him online, I'll send him an invite.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have some very fun, interesting conversations with those people. So yeah, thank you for complimenting on that. What happened last
Yeah.
night? It was fun. It was good. So I agree.
It meant a lot to me. It meant a lot to me.
Right on. Thank you.
That conversation sounds really weird.
Yeah, we we had a good time in there. So it
It
was
sounds
a
gay. It's called gay. It sounds gay.
Very homosexual conversation.
I mean, if you're jealous and you want to join, just let us know. All right, don't be like that.
Stop making it gayer, man.
This uncomfortable silence.
Yeah, it happens here quite often. Doesn't usually last for very long though. I mean, somebody will pipe up, say something stupid.
Well, what's up? Like, it must be around like 12 p.m. or like it's Friday, right? So most people are partying or what? They're in like the States.
I don't know. I guess that could be the case, but I don't think that people need a certain day to party anymore. I think people just party when they do. It used to be that way. Friday night, yeah, everybody's going out. Friday nights, Saturday night, yeah, let's go do this, let's go do that. I don't hear too much of that kind of stuff anymore. I think.
Because nobody
I'm not
works
saying it
anymore,
don't
God
happen.
rocking.
What's that?
Because nobody works anymore, so they can go out anytime they want.
Bro, I work every day. What the hell you mean? Almost every day. I work 6 days a week. And I still make some time to come to Discord.
I don't understand what's
Hey
going
man,
on.
I'm looking for a job. I can take half of your shifts if you're like
Yeah,
complaining.
sure.
No,
Hey, if you can slap and spin
I'll
some pizza, we can do it.
hire
Let's
you. I
go,
got a
man.
job for you. Can you swing a
Uh,
hammer?
let's go, man. I'll do it.
No, but he got to make it to America first because he's in Spain.
No worries, man. Look, right now I'm at the beach. I'm gonna start swimming now. See you in like a
Yeah.
few months. I'll just survive by drinking
Yeah,
seawater
man.
and
You just build a
eating
raft and get a
dolphins on the
soccer
way.
ball. Name the soccer ball
Yeah,
Wilson,
man.
and you'll make it.
Look, when it was 2015, I came from Amsterdam. I lived 3 years in Amsterdam, and I got a friend from the States. I was just gonna go visit him, but they denied my visa, because I have a shitty passport. I'm originally from Bulgaria, although I lived in Spain since I was 12. Anyway,
Is it?
since I didn't
Is
have a
it?
Spanish passport, they just said, "No, man, we're okay. We don't need you there." And I had everything. I had money. I had an invitation by letter, official,
They're
like
just like, we got
certified.
enough criminals here. We don't need another one.
Yeah, man, I'm from Bulgaria. If you need any like money laundering and what was it, uh, fake documents or whatever, I'll hook you up.
I'd definitely be interested in the documents. Yeah,
Hey,
hell
if
yeah.
anybody
Y'all
needs any
wild.
nefarious shit, just get a hold of dude, man. He'll handle you.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey man, I might be joking, but behind every joke there's a little bit of truth. My father actually was like, well, what was the name of like when you counterfeit documents. I actually stole one day when I was like 11. I stole from him like 100 marks because like in Bulgaria they used to use like German currency because it was like high class. And then when I went to the exchange office, they told me it was fake. I was like, what the fuck's going on? Why does my dad have fake currency that I stole?
Snagged up some counterfeit, huh?
That's how you found
Yeah,
out your dad was
bro,
a
but he
counterfeiter?
didn't. But hey, yo, he didn't fake currency. He bought it or gave it. Somebody gave it to him because he didn't do that. He used to do just like passports and like certifications because we were not in the European Union. So if you were a teacher or whatever, there was no like you had to go through certifying it, and he used to do that. But then like he didn't make a lot of money after all went digital. So yeah. Anyway,
I'll take it. I'll take a couple of fake IDs, a couple of fake passports, and
hey man, just tell them I'm your boyfriend or whatever, and help me out, man.
Jeez.
you want to get married?
Oh
Y'all
man,
wild.
I just heard how gay you were for the other guy, so like I was like, hey, maybe they.
Bro, you guys are something else, man.
I
Get a
mean, he's
room,
hitting
bro.
on
Get
I
a
mean,
me, but
room.
he's hitting on me, but he's calling me the
everything,
gay one.
everything I could do for a laugh for my fellow brethren. I'm drunk. Brothers, my fellow brothers, brethren.
Hey, I'm telling you, man. Now people that are listening to the live stream right now, they're thinking like, "Oh shit, all flat earthers are gay."
Hey
No,
man, we don't like it. If you don't like them curvy, how the fuck do you like them, man? It's like obvious. We're all fucking gay.
Jeez.
The flat earthers.
oh shit, yeah, what the
No,
fuck?
bro. No.
I don't want, yeah, I don't want nothing flat. Shit.
Of course not. Come on, don't take me serious. You know I'm not serious. I like them curvy.
No,
Y'all
bro. You like
wild.
it flat.
You guys, no, you're not wild. Y'all are feral.
Boy, it takes all kinds these days, don't it? Holy
Hey,
moly.
it's a funny combo, though.
I think it was just a bunch of gay sailors imagining a curve.
Oh, jeez.
Well, there's a pretty girl. Let's
Wait,
just imagine she's got some
wait.
real nice curves on her.
No, it's more like
Okay.
a very large group of sailors imagining a bulge. A little bit more on point.
Yeah.
And again, y'all wild.
Gets that of some vitamin C, man.
I think that they prefer vitamin D.
Oh, quit being so scurvy.
Yeah, man. But C stands for cock too, bro.
No.
So has anybody found like measurements for curvature or proof of rotation or gas pressure without a physical container next to a vacuum yet? Like
Yup.
we've been trying to find that shit.
India
Wonder
found
if
it.
anyway. Oh, Indio got it. He's keeping that for all them proofs for himself.
No, no, India.
Oh,
You
India.
did, bro. They went
Also,
to the moon, bro.
the the
I was
Lego
listening.
company has found.
I was listening to a bot earlier, and they was talking to some dude. I don't know when it was recorded, but he says, "Well, in order to prove gravity, I need something the size of the Earth in order to simulate the gravity, so we can do this demo. You want a demonstration?" And I'm thinking to myself, why doesn't this dude just tell him you're standing on it for hell's sakes? You don't need to find another body. You're standing on the earth. There's your body of that's huge enough to do your demonstration with. And go ahead, get started. You're standing on it.
But then
But
they'll
no,
point up and be like, "But the moon."
Yeah, I mean, come on. Oh, I need an object that's enough mass and whatever, so I can, do this, do this observation or whatever it's trying to
Mathematics.
do. It's like, dude, you're standing on it. What do you mean you
You
need?
guys just keep stepping on my ball, man.
Holy
Well, that's what I
shit!
don't get. They so desperately want to hang on to a ball. Why don't you just hang on to your own balls?
Oh,
Come on,
jeez.
man. Have you guys seen the document? I actually have a document of it was a study. I forget what university it was, but they came up with this way of actually measuring the land instead of, because you know how globers never want to go over the water. So I have this document where they came up with this system of trying to figure out all the states, which states is the flattest state. So they came up with a formula to figure it out and took in, like, of course, hills and mountains and stuff to get that out of the equation to just measure the land. And the funny thing is, in the whole document, you would think they would have to somewhere add in a thing for curvature, right? But not anywhere in the document does it mention curvature at all.
Because there's no fucking curve. They talking about Kansas, right?
No, that's a
Kansas.
Candice. That's a Candice experiment.
I should post it.
No,
Hold on. See if I can find it.
I think they talk about. Well, I'm not sure if you're talking about the same documentary, but Kansas is flat as shit, like a pancake.
No, Kansas actually isn't even the flattest state. Florida is the flattest state.
Yeah, and
Where?
Australia
Florida.
has a pretty good sized chunk that's flat too. I mean, there's a lot of places that
No,
have a
well, I
huge
thought we were
area.
talking about state, like
You mean the
yeah,
entire state? Well,
yeah.
I don't know why you
Hey,
couldn't just divide it up into this section. This piece here, this 100 miles by 300 miles piece is perfectly flat. So let's use that. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
There's got to be tons of that. There's the plain in Peru that's up near the Nazca lines up there somewhere. There's a big plain up there that's massive. I can't remember what the name of it is. Somebody here's got to know.
Yeah, what's with the Nazca lines, man? That's
I have,
interesting.
I don't know, but do you know how they make them? They all you got to do is walk and kick the rocks off to each side with your foot, and
You mean
scrape
like
it
fake
down,
crop circles?
and scrape the rocks off, and that white shit's underneath, and then there's no hardly any wind or rain or anything there to erode what you've done. So you just walk in a straight line, or I don't know, pull a string line and kick the rocks off each side of it, and you create one of those Nazca lines. I guess it's really easy to do, from what I've been
Can
told.
somebody check the document? Can you guys open that document I just posted?
I got it. I got
I'll
it right
open
here.
it
It say
now.
Kansas. It say Kansas. I told you.
Maybe that's the wrong one. I got multiple. That might be the wrong one.
Wait. Well, my bad. Hold on. University of Kansas, right? Okay, let me see.
They're geographic
In
reviews for Kansas.
Awesome.
the University of Kansas.
That might be. I might have put the wrong one in there because there's
Hold
been
on, let me see.
multiple.
It's like saying here where I live in Utah, the salt flats. They're
So,
obviously extremely flat, but they're also at 4,000 feet elevation. They're not at sea level. They're not, you know what I mean? It's a piece of land that is 4,000 feet above the sea. And it's, obviously it's next to
Yep.
the Great Salt Lake. And when it floods out, and it's the coolest thing when you see it flood. Oh my gosh. You get about an inch of water on that entire salt flat, and it looks like this massive mirror. I mean, it's one of the coolest things you'll ever see when you
Like
see an inch or two
Saladay
of water
Uguni.
on
It's,
the
How much
entire
is
salt
like
flats.
4,000
awesome.
feet in meters? Like 300, 400 meters? What is it?
What's that?
Like 4,000 feet in meters?
No, 4,000 feet in elevation above sea level.
That's 1,200
Yeah, but
meters.
how much will that be in meters?
I don't
That's
know.
1.2 kilometers.
Divide it by 3 and you're close.
Yeah.
About a kilometer. About 1,000 meters.
So how come in this document for their calculations, they didn't have to figure in the curvature of the Earth?
Because there's no curve, bro.
That's exactly right. Why would you try to calculate something that doesn't exist?
Yep.
It's non-existent. I mean, there should be no conversation about it. There should be no calculation for it. There shouldn't be anything for the curvature because it's non-existent. You can't find it any fucking where except for in
Yep.
your fantasy brain. It's the only place
Imagination.
it exists.
The same reason engineers don't account for curvature for railroads or pilots when they're flying planes.
It's a fairy tale. That's why you don't put fairy tales in the real story.
Yeah.
I guess
But
these new age kids do.
Yeah.
It's kind of
But I
weird
thought
that.
that if you drive if you flying the plane, right, the gravity course the gravity and gyroscope course correct your your direction. So I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Automated.
Yeah, man, gravity just behaves like your personal autopilot, right? Just does it for you.
So gravity's why you don't fall down.
A good one. Gravity's why you
In
stay
this case, why you
in
keep it
elevation
straight.
above.
Yeah.
You don't fall down. You just stay on this straight line. That's gravity for you. I thought it kept you to the curve or caused something to do with the curve. But in an
We thought
airplane,
gravity made you gay, but it just keeps you straight.
oh, good one.
Unless that big G
Somebody clip
gravity.
that. This is my finest work in comedy right now.
Okay, that was good one, man. That was that was funny.
Proverbial tip the fedora, tipping the fedora.
What the fuck? Floating seismometers could help peer into the core of Venus? Oh my god.
That's retarded.
Oh my god.
Don't you just love it when these guys come on here and try to tell you what Saturn is made of and how much gas is there and how many layers there are and how the density of it and all this crazy shit. No
How
one's
far
been
away
there.
it
No
is.
one's been anywhere near the
Yeah.
fucking place, but they know exactly what it is.
Oh, they act like they cracked that thing open like an egg and studied it under a microscope.
It's so fucking stupid. Oh my god, I can't believe people even try that shit.
I don't know about Saturn's rings, but they're trying to get to Uranus.
Oh, jeez.
Oh shit.
They also say Uranus smells like Uranus.
Now I'm starting to wonder about you, bro. I'm really
Yeah, Ether, what the fuck, bro?
Hey, I'm quoting headlines, man. That's all I'm doing is just quoting
Hey,
headlines.
it was me, guys. You should be projecting on me. He just
Keep in mind,
validated my comedy. Yeah.
I am on weird medicine that I just got and I'm at the hospital, so if I say stupid shit, I'm probably on drugs. But it's
Oh yeah, man. I'm on ketamine. I'm on fucking ketamine too. You know.
And
I'm K-holing
put
right
something to the
now, so
side and
forgive me.
it might
send something this way.
It's medical and it's
Check this
prescribed.
out. Scientists, check this out. Scientists discover a continent that had been missing for 375 years.
Wait, what?
Who lost it?
Your mama.
How do you lose a continent?
You're stupid, bro.
Please forgive me.
It's called Zealandia.
Well, you've heard about the new continent in the sky, right? They claim the moon is now a continent in the ocean of space.
What the fuck?
Oh man, Zealandia is the most creative name I ever heard for a continent.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it, I guess.
Yeah, Zealandia's underneath New Zealand. So
I'll post a stupid ass video about it here, and you can watch it if you want. But it's so fucking gay.
So they're saying the news.
You said it's underwater. That's the it's underwater by New Zealand.
So it's like an ancient
yeah,
continent.
so New Zealand's the top of it that pokes out of the water.
Oh, I think we've talked about this before, haven't we?
Yeah, but if you look up the definition of continent, it says landmass above sea level.
So the moon is technically. So if you believe the moon is a solid object, it's a landmass above sea level. Oh man, these people.
It's above the second ocean underneath the first ocean, so it's technically a continent.
Yeah. But these people, it's like a sophist surfing thing. Grasping at straws while it's like sophist surfing. A very weird trick.
I wish I could get hired by NASA to write these fucking articles.
You could just
ISS fire thrust.
You could
Yeah,
probably
man,
just use a
you just get
chat
the
GPT.
highest you can get using drugs, and then you write whatever you want, and then it's like, wow, man, and people believe it. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Okay, there it is.
They've been doing that, bro.
Watch it at your leisure if you want. But yeah, the
I'll
moon
check it
is
out.
a continent.
Are there still people selling like land on the moon and like stars and shit?
No. They claim they're going to go there on ships, like spaceships, but they're like ships that go on the ocean.
Oh, you mean like India? You mean like
Yeah,
India?
they claim
Okay,
they're going to.
man.
They claim that China is making this space force but they're space ships, and they're made like
Space Force.
ships that go on the ocean, and they're going to take
That
them ships and go to the moon. It's an island. That's what,
The
that's what
fucking
this
big
video
joke.
says. Oh my god!
That footage looks like fucking video game footage from like the 90s.
just shut up and take my money, NASA. Just take
It's
my money, NASA.
it's stupid. I agree. It is fucking hilariously stupid.
And I was seeing like the guys behind the computer just happy and applauding, and I was like, do they really believe? Yeah, I guess most of them really believe they landed on the moon, right? Like,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But
Dude,
I mean, at least they might be telling a tiny bit of truth here. I mean, there very well could be some water up there. I mean, water's above, water's below. So maybe this is their first attempt at showing just a little bit of truth about maybe there's some water up above us. We need to build a boat to go on it. Who knows?
Yeah.
who's Ava? Posted something in the live stream voice text, but she's not
See that?
in the stream. So she's not in here
Yeah.
with us.
Oh,
Ava is Ildico.
that that video is a bit spicy.
Yeah. I can't see the live stream right now. I'm too busy cooking. I'm making stock, baby.
Did you bring for the rest of the class?
No. You know, how about this? I'm very thoughtful, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna eat everything for you guys, okay?
Yo, thanks, man.
Yeah, man.
Now, that ain't cool, dude. You need to send some food my way, or I'm going to be pissed.
Man, I
You
don't know
in
how you
where?
guys.
Utah, right? God rocking?
That's correct.
Yeah. Shit.
If you want my
I could.
address, you show me the food, and I'll give it to you.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna drive there and cook at your house. How
All
about
right. All right.
that?
You're welcome. All right. We'll see you
Yeah.
soon then.
All right. It's gonna take me maybe like Oh no, I'm not gonna say 13 hours. I think at least freaking 16 hours to Utah, because I have to cross New Mexico, and the last time I checked, it takes over 10 hours to get across New Mexico from where I'm at, San
Relax,
Antonio.
Walter White.
Nah, I
I
don't
should
want to
set
fly,
up
man.
a flat Earth meetup for this server at my house. But I don't want
Sure,
no
yo, bro, that would be fun, bro.
dickheads
We're
showing
gonna do
up.
cookout and everything.
Yeah, I told you
Yeah,
what I want. I want to
Give
do
me
a
the
pig. I want to do a pig roast.
just give me the
that
GPS
would be
coordinates
amazing,
for
bro.
my pizza drone.
Well,
Get a
how about
beer.
this? We're gonna invite people from Australia. We're gonna invite Timbo and also Ruhif. If he wants to come.
Yeah,
No,
boy.
Ruhif ain't inviting.
Oh,
No, bro. Well, no, he could be invited. It's okay. He's a
No.
Yeah,
flat
thanks
earther
for
too, you know.
inviting me,
He
guys.
just that's why he loves hanging out with us.
So you're gonna throw one of those pigs in the ground and cover it with coals and then dig it up 2 days later?
Yeah, I would like to.
Oh,
Those are
the
supposed to
Simone
be.
style. The
I
Simone
would
style.
love
They
to
do
do
that
that.
shit.
You put all
Those are
them
supposed to.
vegetables in there with it too.
Yeah, everything. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I would love to do that.
I've seen it done on on a video or whatever, and it looks delicious, man. But I've never tried it. But
Yeah.
I mean,
You guys, have you guys ever seen the Philippines? The way they roast their pig, man. Damn, I think they got the best roast ever. Out of everybody, I think they roast the best pig ever. The Philippines, the way
You
they
gotta
do,
change the
the way they
subject
do
because
it.
I'm a vegan and I'm starting to get triggered about all this killing these poor helpless animals.
You the one talking about roasting a pig, fool. Funny guy.
I got big ass moths here I can bring to it. You guys cook up moths?
What?
I
Nah, we all
mean,
said.
we can. We can use it for target practice too.
Hey, have you guys seen the tick?
Yeah.
Was it
Is that a
like his
troll?
sidekick, a moth man?
Yeah.
I love that cartoon, man. When I was a kid.
Yeah. It was a weird one. Very quirky. There's actually a live action version thing reboot that I think they did for Amazon
That's
or
even
Netflix or
worse.
some
It's
crap.
even more quirky. Yeah, I've seen the
Yeah.
like the series.
It's super
That shit
weird.
is crazy bad.
Yeah, it's not. It's weird.
Hey, this is this is boring. We should
It,
all together right now just flood into Gem Panda server and troll the hell out of them.
just show
Let's
up and
do
be
it.
like, "Sup?"
Hey, you ready?
Nah,
Let's go.
I might hop over there. I'm tired. I'm actually
No,
probably
I'm
about to
just
go.
kidding. I'm too busy cooking right now. I can't talk.
Hey man,
I don't
let's
want to
raid
help him
whatever.
get
Just
super
send me the
chats.
link of the server.
I don't want to help him get more super chats.
True story. I think Ruhiv probably donate a lot of money to that server. I'm pretty sure. Right,
Let's
Ruhiv?
Genuinely,
LARP.
I'm
Let's
not
LARP.
into
We're
that.
like we're Globers.
I'll just warn you one thing right now. Jim Panda does not like me at all.
Oh, he doesn't
No.
like any flat earthers.
I know, but
Yeah.
I really had words with him one night, and yeah, and I'm glad he doesn't like me because I can't have a complete moron like me. That's just wow. That's stupid. Why would you want that?
Well, he's a character. He's
And most people do. I'm running into very few people that genuinely dislike me, but Jim Panda, he he fucking hates me, boy. Oh, it's so hilarious.
Excuse me. Well,
What you said before about him being a character, I think that that's actually true for a lot of folks out there.
oh
They
yes,
they play a persona, a character online. They
yes.
do it out of boredom. And just enjoy doing whatever, and they go back to their normal life and be themselves.
Are
Oh
you
yeah.
talking about Ruhif?
No, I think the roof is actually like the way he is, regardless.
Well, no, because Ruhif doesn't have he doesn't have a show, right? So he
He's just
comes here and
Ruhif.
hangs out, right?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
himself. But some of these other people, they really are just putting on a character. They're not actually being themselves. They're putting on a front.
Well, if Ruhev's being himself, he is one asshole.
Oh, Ruhev is cold as fuck though. Ruhev, he's cold.
God Rock
That
is a
guy's cold, man.
savage. He's straight up savage. He'll call it as he sees it and say it.
Ruhiv is a fucking snake. He's a flat earther.
Yep, he is.
He,
Y'all
he comes in here to make Globers look stupid. That's what y'all don't know.
There's certain people that I actually enjoy hanging out with them because they're not like. Oh, there's a lot of folks who'll come in here and they just want to be super sophists and talk crap about things that are nonsense. Oh, imagine this and imagine that. I think I can at least appreciate when people kind of talk about something that's tangible to an extent.
Yeah, if we want to imagine, we can, talk to John Legend. John Legend.
Yeah, well, Ruhev tried to tell me that he took a theodolite and went up on a mountainside and set it up and then shot it at an island like 40 some miles away or something. Detected some amount of the exact amount of curvature that would be expected is what he told me. It's like, oh my God.
Case closed then. Shit.
Yeah, case closed. Good job.
I think it would be.
I'm deleting my account. I'm out of here.
Fuck it. I'm going back to the Globus.
I think it would be cool to take one of those laser gyroscopes and mount it on a bus and just go to different elevations, go up in the mountains, all that good stuff. Just collect a ton of data points. To me, it's not about any one data point. It's about getting as many as I can.
I think the only problem with that scenario there is you got to spin them up every so often, and so because they lose their spin after a little while, and you got to spin them again, and so you'd have to go back to the original location, spin it, and hurry and go to where you left off again. I mean, that's a great argument, but I don't think that the gyroscope works too well for
I
that.
could have waypoints set at sea level, and that would be a way to do it because I'm going back and rechecking at the same level I was. Well, I have to time it right with tides and shit.
Yeah, you could just take it and walk down the beach, and it would just stay flat the entire time. It wouldn't deviate at all.
Maybe like in relation to checking your. Yeah, I guess you would have to, but I don't know. I just think it'd be cool to collect data points. That's all. Like I don't even have an agenda with it. I just want to collect data points. It to me would add to the conversation. Maybe give people something to talk about. There's other things too that I've thought about doing, like just straight up investing in a weather balloon and sending it up. Like anybody can do that. So why not?
No, the only problem I have with that whole scenario is, bro, is I don't think that there is a conversation. I don't think there is an argument. Not a real one.
I mean, what are you going to really accomplish with the weather balloon that already has been done?
Well, for me, it's about just catching pictures and being like, yeah, this is a picture I took by sending this up. There's just more data points. But I get what y'all are saying too. It's not like we can prove the proof anymore. Like there's no way you can go beyond proving something.
I'd rather
have it even more proven.
I'd rather have you keep all that money for yourself and your family, man. Take care of your family.
Yeah.
So,
well, I factored in that it's like $15 to get the weather balloon, then I have to pay for helium and put a small device in there, which whatever, I could use a lot of different things.
Good luck buying some helium. I think NASA's got.
That's what I say. That's the most expensive part is getting enough of that to lift it all the way up.
I don't even think they'd sell it to you in that quantity.
They end up getting a bunch of
They might. I don't know. They might. I guess amateurs do send balloons up every now and then, but
yeah. But I get what y'all are saying too. You can't collect any getting more data of the same thing is redundant.
Yeah, it really is.
How much helium would you really need?
I would be good. Well, if I were to do this idealistically, I'd be going for the same amount of helium used for freaking Echo 2. But that requires a rocket to send the payload up to where you're going to launch it.
Wait, I got a better idea. Let's get that balloon, but then let's put Ruhif in it.
I'll go up with him. We can take pictures and talk about what we see. We might need some of those Red Bull Stratos suits though, so we can jump down.
Yeah, send him up there.
You guys remember when Felix Baumgartner came down? He's like, yeah, you can see the curvature of the Earth and blah 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 blah. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. No, you can't see the curvature.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth if you're
Curvature.
2
That shit
millimeters
is
above this
flat.
beach ball. Then he slaps the ball.
So who's lying?
Well, it's
I don't
pretty
even
obvious who's
believe.
lying because
I don't
there's a
even believe
camera. There's a
Gumbarner did
camera
that
on
shit.
that Felix Baumgartner jump that's inside the cabin that looks out the window or it
It's
looks out
flat.
the doorway, and it
Yep.
shows a perfectly flat horizon. It's not a GoPro or a lens that causes
No,
curvature.
it's a
But the
flat
entire
lens.
video footage has to be faked because look at the fucking
No,
landmass. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, I know.
nope. It's
So the entire
all
footage is
GoPro.
fake.
It's
No, it's not
GoPro.
even real. It's not real at all. He was never up there.
It's just a lens.
No, you look at the Earth next time. Go watch it. Look at the Earth. The New Mexico is the size of
You
fucking
can
North
see it from the
America.
ground up. It don't matter. So what?
What?
So if you have a GoPro lens going all the way up, does it matter?
I don't understand what your point. What are you talking about?
If you have a GoPro lens from the ground up and you see a curve and you go all the way up, then you still see a curve. It's the same lens. So what?
That's
I'm not
true.
talking about curves, so
But I
that's
think
not
that
what I'm
Paul
talking
was
about.
Okay.
mentioning that there
All
might
right,
be
fine.
another camera that was up there that did not have the curve, and I think he was pointing out that
Exactly.
that
There's
one
one that
was
was
flat.
inside the actual
No, what I'm
Yeah.
shuttle.
saying is he
Yeah.
wasn't up there at all.
But you're okay. Well, I could
Who
actually see
cares?
that as being within the realm of possibility too. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not going to claim one way or the other, but that's possible.
Yeah.
And that's the way I think about things, though, is in terms of realms of possibility. Anything that's not within that realm is literally impossible. So,
Well, then what's the point?
I don't like talking about stuff that's impossible.
All right. And then what's the point?
Let's go into space.
That's my point I was making a minute ago. There is no argument.
All
There's
right.
no point.
Good
There's
enough.
no reason to even discuss it. It's ridiculous. There's no argument. There's no
So what
curve.
is the argument?
What?
The globe is the claim.
No. Like, what is the argument?
That's
There
the
is
argument.
not one.
The
There
globe's the
isn't one.
claim.
It's self-evident. The Earth is obviously what it is. There's no argument for it.
Yeah, no, it's
For the globe.
stationary. It's yeah.
Yeah, there is no
It's
argument.
simple.
It's obvious.
Yeah. Well, then, how's everybody else's day?
We good,
This is no
brother.
argument. That's what I'm talking about, bud.
You want us all to answer that? My day's fine.
No, like one person did, and it's good enough for me.
All right. I'm having a great day too. So there's two.
Good, brother.
No, we are good,
If I was
man.
having
You
a
know what
bad
I'm
day,
saying?
you're gonna, make my day better.
All right.
I'm just fucking around, man.
Okay.
All I know is all that food he was talking about cooking made me hungry. I would love some. I would love some.
Oh, what food?
No, I'm cooking some. Well, I'm making stock, and also I'm cooking this beef rib. I see it a little bit, and then pop in the oven for 2 hours. Kind of slow cook a little bit, but I marinate the shit out of it already for over a day, so it's gonna be great. Yesterday I only marinated for like an hour, and I cooked for 2 hours. I see it first, so you gotta kind of like see it first and pop in the oven for 2 hours. So we go for like 400,
I'm eating
375,
some
and the
douchebag
300
Taco Bell.
within two
Yeah.
hours. Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh,
I love food, bro. So
me too, sir. Me too. Yeah, I'm Cajun. I don't know if that matters to anybody in here, but it matters when it comes to food. Yes.
oh, you from Louisiana?
Yeah, yes, sir. Baton
That's
Rouge.
that's cool, bro. That's cool. Louisiana
Yeah,
is one
dude.
crazy fucking place. Hey man, I was gonna move over there because the property was cheap, man. But yeah,
No, you
it's
should
a
do
little
it.
bit crazy, right? Louisiana.
Make sure you have financial. You gotta make sure you get your finances up. But yeah, dude, it's good.
I
Yeah.
want some etouffee.
Don't buy land too close to the ocean. Keep it
Ooh,
right
which
up underwater.
etouffee? Crawfish etouffee?
Yeah, I want the
Mm-hmm.
crawfish etouffee.
Yes, sir,
Ooh.
dude. I know it. I mean, I can't cook it. My wife can, but oh my gosh, when she cooks
I
it,
that's
dude.
all I did when I went to Louisiana was fucking eat.
Who's that talking?
Paul.
Paul.
I was down in the French Quarter. I had
French Quarter, boy, you're in the real stuff. Like you didn't even have to be there. That's a funny thing. But hey, kudos to you. I'm gonna add you just because of that. Whew. Yeah. No, like
Yo,
you
they
can
got
go
that
to.
gumbo out there too, right, bro? They got that good
Oh
gumbo
yeah.
out there. Oh man,
Which one? The shrimp
that
or
shit
I
looks
mean
good.
the seafood or the
you know what's
chicken
Both
really
sausage or
good?
the
sausage one.
chicken sausage?
They got,
Mm.
Hmm.
they're pulling them fresh oysters right out the water over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Mm. Mm-mm.
I had
See,
alligator when
I'm
I was
eating
at
Taco Bell tonight,
alligator.
and y'all are making
Yeah,
me upset. I'm trying to
alligator.
eat cheap tonight. You know what I mean,
You should never eat with your wallet, man. You
bro?
should
Bro, they
don't eat with
have
your wallet.
no. Listen,
Don't cheat
they
yourself.
have. I know, but they have Cajun fast food now in Baton Rouge.
No,
For real?
Yeah,
that can't be good.
Off the Hook is a great Cajun place. Jambalaya shop, it's okay. Uh, what's it called? Pot and Paddle, better than Jambalaya shop. Um, then of course they got Route 61. They got the Chimes. Like, yeah, they got some good Cajun restaurants for sure, dude.
That's what's up.
Yeah. My last name is Abear. I don't know if y'all are French or Canadian or in the French acquisition, but yeah, dude.
That's cool, bro. I love food,
Mm.
man. You know, I read a little bit about and I read and watched about Louisiana and stuff. You guys got some good ass food out there too. So
There's a lot of wildfires right now, though. It's weird.
That was my dinner tonight.
what?
I just posted it.
Oh,
It's goat cheese on a
oh, you got some
T-bone.
goats
See the
out there
people
too?
I know in
Or no?
here. I know Jimsy. I know Godric. I know Paul TV.
What up,
I've seen
Rex?
you. Or Paul V. What's up, brother?
You think you do?
That's a good postulation.
No, yeah, I'm
Good
good, man. How
enough,
you doing?
though. I'm doing good.
I tried to
I'm
send
in
you a
Shreveport right now doing two change outs. HVAC, if y'all
hey
know what
Brett.
that means. Hi.
My brother-in-law works at HVAC.
What?
Yeah, I'm familiar with a little bit of stuff. He knows way more about it than I do, but I just picked up on a couple of random things just paying attention to him talk. But yeah, I don't really know much about it.
Where
But I
does
just
this
thought it was
HVAC
cool.
come?
We're in North Carolina, so he's around this area.
Nice.
It's especially useful in the with these hot summers we get.
I
Do
know it,
people
brother.
even go?
Uh,
Sorry.
what's his favorite brand equipment?
I'm not sure. It's likely whatever the company that he works for
Then
uses.
you
It's
don't know
probably their
him that
name.
well.
Yeah,
You
that's
don't know
just
him that well.
well. I have. That's the thing is he's got his own thing going on, and they live kind of far from us, so I don't really talk to him much anymore. But we used to a
That's
lot
sad,
10 years
dude.
ago.
You're
But they're
making me
so
cry, brother.
yeah.
Like, wait.
But he's a great guy. He's awesome. He's just trying right at the moment. He's trying
That's
to
good.
focus on his family and
But you
stuff.
need to
So
know. You need to know these things that I ask because
yeah,
I mean this is important for his business as well as I don't even know what else, but his
Well,
business. Like,
I am
you need
thinking
to
about
know.
asking him to help me install a mini split in the bus.
Bruh, okay, wait. Hold on. Where am I at? I'm in 24/7? Hold on. Live stream voice text, right? Is that where
Yeah.
everybody looks at? Okay, hold
Yeah.
on.
I mean, are you 100% sure you're actually here and talking to us?
Oh, jeez.
No, I don't. Do you? No, I don't. All right, hold
Paul trying to turn you into a 99 percenter.
on. All right, here we go. I'm not trying to pull one of them whole what's it called? What's his name? Mosquito? Migu? I'm not doing that. No. Save that out though. Do y'all see my stuff? Or no?
I don't even know what you're talking about. What are we talking about? You posted something in the
Live stream voice text.
God. Why do people keep making me?
Yeah, make you search.
I'm on my phone. It's just a pain in the ass. I'm not even
Yeah,
looking
I'm
at
on
the
my
screen.
phone. I posted it. What? Yeah, I know how hard it is. I
What are we? Why am I looking at this fucking garage?
don't know. It's my garage. That's why. It's a mini
Oh,
split. Dang it.
fucking clean it. Jesus Christ! Doesn't
Well,
having organizational
bruh,
skills? What the fuck?
dude. Like,
So
dude, I have a 2-story house, and every part
mini
of my
split.
downstairs has an upstairs above it. Like, there is no upstairs attic. Like, yeah, one day,
It looks like
okay?
you organize shit like my dad does. He just pushes everything against the walls.
Bruh. Like, man, you
That's
have
how
a
you
wife
clean up
like
a
I
garage. You
do?
push everything up against the
You'd be
wall.
amazed at how much you can push towards a garage or towards the wall. Man, dude, I'm doing great here, brother. I'm trying.
That's all we can do,
How
man.
do you
Anyway,
like that mini? That
bruh,
thing
that's the
cool
coolest
well?
part of my house. I have a 2-story house, 3 tons, one on the downstairs, one on the upstairs, and my garage is the coolest part. It scares me because I think it's wintertime outside. I'm not gonna make no more money.
That's crazy. You put a
Yeah.
mini split in your garage. Do you have any
Oh,
units
hell
inside,
yeah.
or it's just all right?
What?
Okay, like dude, I've
Huh?
never seen a mini split in a garage.
Wait, what? Yeah, like I put a mini split in my garage because you don't have nothing in there. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, I
Well,
thought I posted a
I mean,
good thing here, y'all. Like, what the?
no, it's awesome. I'm not
Y'all
saying it's a
normally
bad
cuss,
thing.
but
You have a mini
dang.
split in your garage is a good thing. It's a good. I wasn't saying like, oh my god,
Hey,
you're stupid. No, I was
no,
more like, you have a mini split in your garage.
by the way, this mini split, like, okay, minus the electrical from the outdoor to the indoor, everything only costs like $12.50, like tops. That's including the surge protector. Oh wait. Also, like $75 from Lowe's to run the electrical from my breaker to my disconnect. But dude, yeah, like that's legit, bruh. But like I said, dude, it scares me because like I walk in the garage and I'm thinking it's wintertime outside until I open the garage. I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. It's hot. But yeah, no, like if y'all wanted to do something cool, there you go. Put a mini split in that mug. Trying to help.
Yeah, I'm looking at mini splits for this room right here. It's got big old ceilings, but it also
You're close to
snows too, right?
Louisiana,
So
I can help, but other than that, dude, I'm sorry about you.
yeah, not gonna work.
Mm, I can point you in the right direction
Sum it
though.
out.
At least to where it ain't like where people are screwing you over on cost. I can help you. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like around here. I'm higher up, so it
Where
heats up
what
pretty
state?
quick, but it also
What state?
I'm in California, about 4,000 feet elevation right now, so it heats up
Mhm.
quick and cools down quick. So not necessary. So
Yeah. Still. Uh anything around 3K to 4K, you're good on a 2-ton. Like if you get a bid that low, then yeah, roll the dice.
Hey, that's a really nice satellite dish you got there on the roof.
Bruh, I don't even use it. Yeah, I need to use it for something. Dude, hold on. Okay, now I'm mad. Hold on. Here's this damn picture. I want to see it because now I'm mad. Stupid satellite dish. I am so mad right now. I can't even find it. Wait, I'm in the locker room. Hold on. Voice text. Ooh, God rockin'. You got a pretty home. Let me come put your AC in, brother.
Man, you're funny, bro.
I'm funny. Like, dude, I'm a
Just had a
badass
brand new one put
AC.
in about 2 years ago.
Yeah, dude, that satellite was already there whenever I bought the house, by the way. I used Cody.
Nah, Cody's whack. Sorry.
You're
It used to
whack.
be really good. It used to be really good.
You're
Now it's
whack.
like
No, you're
it's
whack
something way
now.
better than Cody, bro. Come on.
Wait, God Rocket put for sale.
Hey,
Dang, he's
what was
selling
the other
that.
option besides Cody? What's the other option?
There is no other option.
The other guy was
Buy
saying something.
Netflix.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just kidding, bro. Cody's the best, according to him. So
Oh, okay.
we're good.
So, Reg, you bought your house from a globe dart? He has satellite TV.
Oh, I would assume, yes. Yes, I would 100% assume, especially with a satellite.
Uh,
Like, I'm a paper cable.
who still watch cable? Like I mean, who still
I don't
use
know,
cable
dude. Like,
nowadays,
that's
bro?
such a ripoff, man. It's such a
Boomers.
ripoff.
Eh,
Like,
Boomers are still paying for it.
well, I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer. What are you talking about? I'm 38.
That's
No,
not
that
a
don't make
boomer.
sense.
Sound like you
What?
50.
What's a boomer?
I thought it was like it would be my parents' generation. I thought they were boomers.
How old are you?
I'm 45, so they're in their 60s and 70s.
Holy crap. Okay. Well,
Am I wrong?
regardless, I don't know. I think it's just people that are
Oh,
stupid to
you're
the
right.
system. I don't
Right,
know.
dude.
Oh no, I thought it was like a
Boomers are like
generation.
they're like 65 or something like
Yeah,
that, or
that
pre
I
satellite
thought
is
they
50.
called
not
boomers because they
in
came from the
function.
baby boom generation in the
Yeah,
1950s. Their
yeah,
parents.
yeah, yeah, yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
So yeah, you're not a boomer.
But I mean, a boomer is someone that's retarded enough to buy cable or
He might be
satellite, I
a
should say.
he might be a boomer wannabe, but not a boomer.
Well, I'm not a boomer, even though I have a satellite on my house. It's just because I didn't take it down when I bought the house.
Good job, good job.
Yeah, but actually, I mean, I'm interested in keeping that satellite and seeing what I can grab off of it. But
Well,
that's
yeah, try to
just
point it at the moon and see if you could,
I don't care where
reach
it's pointed at. Yeah,
the
but
India
still, yeah, they're
the
space
India
launch.
moon lander. Maybe you can
Yeah,
maybe you can hack into that lunar lander.
but yeah, no, like as far as my house goes, the only thing that's getting paid there is electricity, water, internet, and what natural gas. That's about it. I ain't paying for no cable. But I did wall mount that mini split and it came out nicely because I want to do a generator because we're in Louisiana and we have hurricanes and crap. Yeah, but dude, Godric, dude, that's a pretty home, bro. Looks like something that's from what's it called? The Bundy kids or whatever the hell it's called. But it's pretty home for sure.
I built that in
The
1974.
Brady Bunch.
Hey,
Woo,
so big
Is
woo.
that
announcement,
wood
right?
panel siding?
Not hating.
A big announcement,
What?
okay? Well, he shown the house to us, so that means Only flat earthers can go over there. We all can move in there. Okay, let's go.
It's not how it works, dude. There's still, economics. No, sorry about
God
you.
rocking, is that wood panel siding?
That's
It is.
T111. It's called T111 wood siding.
Okay.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. I'll tell you this though, man. My brick is, ooh, it's rough. My brick is rough, dude. Oh my gosh, just drilling little quarter-inch holes in it just to mount. Oh my gosh, what a pain in the butt.
Yeah, this house is 4,000 square feet, 5 bedrooms, 5 fireplaces, 3 living rooms, formal dining room. I mean, you
God,
name it.
dang, dude.
What state are
Are
you
you
in?
on Zillow? Are you actually up for sale?
4,000 square feet. You got like what, 2 5 tons in that mud?
5 fireplaces.
Well, no, I'm not talking about fire.
You must,
talking about
Oh,
I was gonna say you
AC.
must pay a fortune to heat that fucking place.
Where's that place at? What location?
Utah.
Utah.
I tell
That's
you what,
mid
I like
range.
Utah. I
That's
think we
mid
talked about
range.
this before, man. Utah's a nice place. I'm
Yeah,
gonna be there
dude.
next
No,
month.
it's beautiful. Yeah, bro.
I'm gonna be in Park next month.
How much you selling it for?
We're trying to get like 550.
Nice. Not complaining about that. Reasonable price.
That's what the taxes are
Does it,
on it.
does it got any land?
Huh?
Does it have any land?
Probably not
Does it got
bad.
any acreage?
It's about a third of an acre is all. It's
Not
not a
bad.
huge. It's not a huge
Yeah, but
property.
you gotta think about the location.
It's a real cool subdivision. I mean, it's like
I gotta have land.
it's just a nice location. Period. It just really is.
Well, that's a
Here's the
pretty
picture.
home there, brother.
Here's a
With a
picture of the
triple
back
garage?
deck.
Is that
This is
triple or double?
double. This is the back deck that everybody. This is where everybody wants to hang out. Go out this back door there, the slider, and this deck is covered. There's another one above it, an aluminum awning. I just put that lattice on the right there. I just put that on last year
Yeah.
to give the neighbors a little more privacy to the right there. Anyway, uh, there's trees all the way around this patio, and then it's covered.
Is that where you're
There's a
living
little,
at right now, God reckon, or no?
yeah. I'm not living there. My mother is. This is actually my mother's home. She put
Oh,
it. It's in a
shit.
trust and I got the trust. She wants me to sell it for her, and then obviously, you know,
Well, God rocking, I don't know how to add you, so I don't know. Let me
what's
see.
that?
I want to add you to my friends list because that's a good
I, tr-
property.
I tried to send you a friend request, wrecked, but yeah, obviously it's disabled.
Well,
So
oh gosh,
feel
I gotta
feel
learn how
free to
to
send me one
disable.
if you want to, bro.
All right, who's that? Who's that talking?
Aethergress.
Huh?
My name's Aethergress. I have like the blue AE symbol. That's my profile pic.
Oh my god.
Here's another view.
Ether
Here's
grass.
another view of
Okay,
the deck
okay,
from the
okay.
side there. You look, that's the barbecuers on the left there. And anyway, this is where everybody wants to hang out. It's where everybody hangs out. It's on this
I
patio.
gotta fix it 'cause I used to stream on Twitch, so like I turned my crap off to where I don't get friend requests because like there's weirdos
Yeah,
or whatever.
you get like 1,000 from just random people with
Yeah,
little
that's how it
yeah.
used to be, but it's not like that no more, and I'm retarded now when it comes to Ethergrass. How do I get to? Let me just tap
You should be able
that.
to just click my name and add friend like from my profile.
It's a good, yeah. You're absolutely right as far as that goes.
Here's a flyer
But
I'm putting together. I got to finish the bottom of it.
Hang on, I
In
might
that
got
little
you now.
spot at the bottom, I got to put, the price and the address and the phone number. And we're going to pass these out at some, I don't know where, real estate office, wherever. My mom wants to sell it real bad, so I got to help her sell it. And then
Yeah.
I'm in control of the trust, and so she's left it all up to me to get rid of the home. She's 84. She doesn't want to bother with it, so.
So you're taking care of business like a badass good son.
That's right.
God Rockin', were you the one the other day that was talking about Robert Pisano popped in here not that long ago? Was that you?
Yeah.
Does he go by Kaiser Soze in here?
I don't think so.
Intergrass, can you send me a message?
Because I remember, I swear he used to have another YouTube channel, and it was Kaiser Soze. Because I've been
Crap.
trying to find him and friend request him.
Like you would be at the very bottom where my home slash, back out slash where my apps would go. I can't quite click on you. See, I can't click on you. Right, Ethergrass. Send me a message. Say hello.
There we go.
See.
And that
I
should
love that
show
little
up.
dinosaur book on the live
Yeah.
stream. But oh, fucking asteroid. Shit is hilarious.
And then I reckon if you click at the top, add
Oh my
friend.
gosh, dude. What
If I click it, it tells me that I can't add you.
Hold on. Hold on.
Here, I'll show you what I
Did I
see.
get you? I got you. I got you. I got you, brother.
I haven't seen that
It's
message in a
just so
long
much
time.
harder on my phone, dude. That's all.
Like the friend request
Sorry
failed
about
thing
that.
for that reason. Like I haven't seen that in a long time. Because very few people restrict their
Did I
accounts
get
like
you?
that. Yeah,
I
you're
thought I
good.
added you. Okay.
Accepted. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm not much. I'm just a AC guy.
I like connecting
But
with
if you ever
folks who
have
are
problems
chill,
with your
man.
AC, man, you can always, message me. I can be
Yeah.
like, hey, this is what's wrong. Oh, it's
Yeah,
funny
I
too,
grew up in the
because
construction fields, obviously. I dropped out of high school at the age of 17 and went to work full time for my daddy. Was a general contractor.
ain't no problem with that. General
Yeah.
contract is a privilege.
And well, yeah. And then, I ended up going to college for a little bit, but anyway,
For what?
I finished out my career building
Context matters.
huge stuff like the conference center in Salt Lake for the Mormon church.
I have no
And
idea what you're talking about now.
then I built the skating rink for the Olympics in 2002 in Salt Lake. And there's
Good
a
enough,
cold storage
I
unit,
guess.
the largest cold storage unit in the Western United States, a quarter of a mile from corner to corner. I built that for the 17th largest construction company in the nation.
Well, it's just in the northern parts that I'm impressive.
Anyway, so I love to build. Let's put it that way. I'm a builder at heart.
Hey.
I love it. Doesn't matter what it is, I'll fucking build it.
I can't hate on that, brother. That's awesome. That is awesome.
So when these idiots come in and start talking about these theodolites and how they're using them to shoot curvature, I've used one so many times building shooting every grade on skyscrapers, on buildings, laying out the lot, the property lines, finding the grade for the footings, the foundations. I mean, you name it. I've used one so many times that it's like getting out a toothbrush for me, pulling it out of my pocket. That's how familiar I am
Oh.
with the theodolite. And these idiots that come on here and tell you people that they can use it to measure curvature, they're straight full of shit. Cannot be
When you
done.
say idiots, you mean Ruhif, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's one of them. Tried to tell me he put a theodolite up on the side of a mountain and then aimed it at an island 40 some miles away and detected the expected amount of drop. And I'm like, well, I asked him, I says, well, so what was the process that you did when you set it up? How did you set it up? What did you do to level it and all this kind of stuff? And he just said, well, I just set it up. What do you mean? Well, there's a process that you need to go through when you set up a theodolite. You hang a plumb bob down through the center of it, and then you square off that plumb bob to find the horizontal from the vertical. I mean, it's just, I've done it so many times. And then you got to spin the scope around 365 degrees and make sure that bubble stays right in the middle, because if it moves even a tiny bit and it's not stays exactly in the center, and if it, let's say that scope is tipped down like even like 1/100th of an inch in that, it's like an 8-inch fucking telescope on one of those theodolites. Or it could be a total station, which is, big, but I don't think that's what he used. But they don't have big telescopes on them either. But they just got a bunch of electronics in it that supposedly connects to GPS, but it's just connecting to cell towers, in my opinion.
I was gonna
I've
get a
never,
picture.
yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
Anyway, like I was saying, if that scope is tipped down even 1/100th of an inch within that 8 inches of out of level, which you wouldn't be able to detect, you wouldn't be able to see it, you wouldn't be able to see it on the bubble, you wouldn't be able to see 1/100th of an inch. But I guarantee you, if it was out that much and you was aiming at 43 miles out over the ocean, it would be aiming down like 50 feet at least. You know what I mean? I mean, just a tiny bit. That's why they're not made for those kind of distances. They're made, it says right in the manuals, they're made for like basically 300 feet. I mean, a football field, that's anything over that, they don't recommend that that's what you use. And if you do it, if you have to shoot something further than that, you shoot 300 feet, then you go reset it up again at the 300-foot mark and then shoot another 300 feet. You don't shoot 40 fucking miles in any direction with a theodolite. That's not what they're made for. They're not accurate. They can't be. I mean, yeah, you can set it up and look through this little tiny scope, and you think you're going to see this little scope that's 8 inches long with a 1-inch round lens. And you're going to put your eye up there and look in this little scope and see an island 43 fucking miles away, and you see and you're going to see crosshairs in it, and you're going to see a point on that island somewhere where those crosshairs are hitting. At 40, you're out of your mind. You're not going to see any. No. You can't use it for that. I'm sorry. It's stupid. So when these idiots start talking about using these things to shoot miles and miles and miles, tell them to get out the manual and see what distance it says it's accurate up to. I guarantee you it won't be over 100 yards.
I found a manhole cover down the street from my office, and I was gonna stop and take a picture of it and see. I want to see what you told me about the. It tells you how above sea level it is, and
Yeah.
I did see the little flat spot where you said you could set the satellite, but
Not every manhole will have it stamped in it, but they're often enough that you can,
yeah, this one did.
Yeah.
But I didn't get out and look at it because it was like 100 degrees and it was in the middle of the road, and I didn't want to get out the car.
I mean, that's where I've always got my elevations from, is the manhole out in the road somewhere. It tells you it's stamped right in the manhole, and you just get your story pull right on top of the manhole lid. It tells you exactly how many feet and inches and tenths of an inch. They always use tenths of inches when you do. When you use a theodolite and when you're using, what's it called? I can't even think now. Anyway, when you set a theodolite up and you look at the measurements, they're always in tenths of inches on the blueprints and on the manhole or wherever you're going to find the measurement. It's always in tenths of an inch. And that's not that easy to. I mean, There's a conversion for it, and once you do it a few times, it's pretty easy, because you always have to transfer that from that manhole so many feet and inches and so many tenths of an inch. And then there's a little formula that you use, so you can just pull out your tape measure or your story pole that comes with the old light, and then you can convert it to feet and inches. But it's pretty. I mean, a tenth of an inch is, well, tape measures use 16ths of an inch.
Are
Basically.
you looking at what Ruhif has put in the text chat, Yada
No. He's putting something in there now?
Yeah, he's been putting all types of shit in. He's putting
Oh, I don't give a shit what he's putting in there. He's a fucking moron. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it.
He's showing his manual for his theodolite and all this
I
shit.
don't care what he says. I don't care. Yeah, they're going to tell you these things are good because they're using GPS. It's not the lens on these things that allows you to see 40 or 50 fucking miles down. You can't look through that lens and see anything 50 miles away. You can read on the screen that what it says, but it's the curvature, the expected curvature, and all that. It's calculated into the electronics. I mean, it's a sham. It's a fucking sham. I don't give a shit what Ruhip says. He can stuff it up his ass. Has he ever been paid to use a theodolite? Actually been paid by someone to go build a building? No.
I don't
He
work
hasn't.
anymore, Godrockin. I don't work anymore. I made my money. I'm retired.
Of course you're retired. How convenient. How convenient.
Yeah. I do it for fun.
Yeah, very convenient, Ruhip. Nice.
Agent in place. Hey man,
it's
so they
good
got
it's good to have hobbies.
So you got paid the control flat earthers? Is that what you do?
Yeah, he paid himself. Ruhif actually paid himself, but he pays himself to be here.
Exactly.
Hey, Ruhif, are you a Christian? Are you a Christian
No.
No?
But I've heard a lot of people like try and throw shade on Root with like the money thing, but it's like he clearly has time to do this, so how could he be lying about that? That's my assumption, is he's honest about being financially stable and not having to worry about it.
Who,
everything else, and that's up for discussion. But he clearly has enough time to do this, so I don't think he's full of shit. He actually
I
does.
wouldn't even put that into question.
Yeah. Well, just for the money thing, like, yeah, he's obviously stable.
I mean, I don't know. I don't.
But
I like poking fun and just talking shit, and I don't know. I don't mind.
I'll talk shit about a bunch of other stuff, but it's like I'm not going to make an assumption based off of that, though.
No, but I mean, I'm just having fun and like giving.
Now this manual thing, I think, is funny because how many instruction manuals are accurate? Like, in all honesty, how many of them are actually 100% accurate? Most of them have some kind of flaw or details that are left out, or just a bias based off of the developer of that particular thing. It's kind of like a moot point.
He showed a total station.
I think that he's just showing kind of to contradict what you were saying.
Yeah, I know.
Can I just correct like 10 things that you've got wrong, Godrockin? That's not a total station.
Whatever, dude. Have you ever been paid to use one?
No, like I said, I retired when I was 30.
Oh, yeah, of course. You're a millionaire. I forgot. Yeah. You're the biggest bullshitter.
Why would I be paid to do a bullshit job?
Yeah, you've got this college education. You're smarter than everybody. You're a millionaire. What else are you? You a genius? Does that qualify for you?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. It's pretty obvious that you're full of shit.
Okay.
Hey, I think when Ruhif become a flat earther, right? Like the real flat earther, he gonna be the most hated flat earther ever.
we kind of say that about like if Nathan Oakley come out as a global one day, everyone would just be like, get fucked. Like no one would speak to him at all.
Hey bro, hey Ruhif, when you become a real flat earther, bro, listen, I might not hate you. No, I won't hate you, bro. I won't hate you. Not as much as everybody else.
I don't hate you, Ruben.
Yeah. I've got a note on Godrocken on his profile that says doesn't want to talk to me. That's what I wrote.
Really?
Well, at least you're taking notes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Man, hey man, but what did you do to everybody else, man? Like, what happened? I must miss something, you know. Well, I only been here for 2 months, so what do I know?
Yeah. Well, I correct people that say wrong things. So I don't have a total station. Theodolites are used over very long distances. I posted the Utah triangulation survey, 192 kilometer shot.
So, but
Not a
it
lot
does.
else.
But does it prove that we're on a globe? Whatever you're
Oh, I'm
talking about.
just correcting. I know how to level the theodolite. I posted the instructions, and I do it 3 or 4 times, 3 or 4 different rotations to make sure that the bubbles level both ways, or 4 ways even.
Okay. I don't know too much, so I can't speak on that.
Okay. And then I
Then
posted
shut the
that
fuck
upside
up.
down photo. Posted the upside down photo of the sensitivity of the spirit level as well.
Is
That was
there
from
Hey, we have one of these.
a margin?
Is there what?
My grandfather has one of
A
these. I
margin
just realized.
Oh, a margin of error.
yeah.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
what the
on
spirit
like
level sensitivity is.
192 on 192 miles. You said 192 miles in
Kilometers.
1927, right?
Yeah, kilometers. But they had massive
192
theodolites. I'll show you the theodolites they
Very
used.
convenient that they call it the margin of error is now called spherical excess. That's
Can,
very convenient.
am I allowed to correct you again or no?
No, hey, Ruhif, you've been here longer since July of this year, haven't you? I thought you've been around a lot longer than
Yeah.
that.
You know Shane St. Pierre. He made me a mod on his server like 6 months ago, and then his server got nuked. So my proper Ruhif account got nuked as
Oh,
well.
okay.
So yeah. Let me find the theodolites they use for these like massive surveys. One sec.
Dune. Hey, the whole time you've been here, you ever converted a flat earther into a glober?
Oh, people attribute Ranty to me. So
I don't know who that
maybe.
is.
Okay. Oh, he was a fairly well known flat earther, I guess. Hello,
Nancy
George.
used to have this flat Earth channel, and then all of a sudden he flipped back to being a glober. I don't ever think he was a flat earther. I think it was just a big joke. He was doing the round table and this weird
Hey, oh, I'm sorry, you're rocking.
thing that he had going on. And, I think it was just part of his, it's just my opinion, obviously. But I don't think he ever was a real flat earther, to be honest with you. I think he was just playing some kind of a game. Started this round table, flat earth channel, blah, blah, blah. And then he flipped back to being a glober because I can't remember what his reason was, but I'm sure he had one.
Oh shit, what I wanted to ask you, Ruhif?
How's the geometric horizon going? Is that the yes, Aetheras, that is a massive. It's a massive theodolite and a massive telescope. So they had accuracy round about an arc second.
But what if they made it 100 times bigger than that? Would the accuracy be 100 times better? I don't understand what the size matters.
Yeah. So see the disc plate on the bottom, like the circular disc that's flat. That's the disc that they're reading off the angles off. Right. So if that's bigger, it's got a bigger circumference, then it's got more of a gap between individual readings. Yes,
Does it
that's
need to be
12-inch
machined? Like,
diameter.
what's the disc made of? What's
Say
the
again?
disc made? The disc made of? What's the disc made of?
Metal, I guess. Some metal.
What's the
Ruhif, are you
does it?
go ahead. Because I was just gonna ask some bullshit.
Yeah,
Does
I'm
that
just trying to figure out what
have
the
3
important.
or 4 leveling points?
Oh,
Does it have 3 or 4 leveling points? I only see
I
3.
think it's 3. Yeah. Mine's only got 3. I don't think there's one on the other side.
Right. That's an older model there. It's a nice one. I like those antique fuckers.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably in a museum somewhere now.
Your ancestors apes, Ruhif?
Yes. In fact, we are apes.
Uh,
Do you like care about us? Is that why you come in here? Because you don't like that, we're believing in this nonsense, and you want to help us out? And
that's very much secondary. Very much secondary.
no, I'm just
I love a good
interested.
argument. Yeah, love a
You
good
just like to
argument.
argue.
Yeah, basically.
So it's just all about arguing. Okay.
Oh, not all. I mean,
Oh,
like I
he's
said,
all about correcting. He wants to correct everyone.
Yes. Yeah. So these massive theodolites, they would, just to sort of cater for possible imperfections in the manufacture of the disc, they would set it up 12 times.
Yeah.
12 times.
You think
and
that?
take different
You think that
measures
scope on
different
that
parts of the disc.
theodolite is stronger than like a rifle scope or something?
No idea.
Yeah.
Looks pretty big. Like if the plate's 12 inches, that thing's got to be 2 or 3 feet long, right?
The plate is. I'm talking about the lenses in that
That's
scope.
what she said.
Talk about the lenses inside the telescope. Think that's more powerful than a 9-power rifle scope?
Probably.
I would have to beg to differ on that, but
yeah.
I just don't see how you're going to accurately use something that's 40 miles away with a lens of that size. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Crosshairs are going to be, you're going to try and locate the crosshairs on an object that's 40 miles away. That just, I can't imagine trying to do that.
How about 120 miles away?
I'm sorry, I just can't imagine it. I've used these a lot of times. I've used a theodolite almost just like this one when I worked for Leighton Construction, 17th largest construction company in the nation. And I built the largest cold storage unit for them. I
Was
built
Ruhif a DA? Did he work for the
LDS
as a
Conference
lawyer
Center
for
in Salt Lake City.
the state?
No.
Then I did the super flat for the skating, for the Olympics, for the skating rink in Salt Lake as well. It's called the super flat. It's laser screed. They have a special laser screed they set up to make sure that it's perfectly flat. And it wasn't exactly perfect, but it was within 1/8 of an inch.
When you say flat,
that's
right.
who I founded this company.
Surface of the ice. I mean, but the surface of the ice is probably more accurate than the concrete that you pour the water onto. When you put the water obviously finds its perfect level, and so, but you got to get the concrete underneath it. The floor underneath it has got to be. We got it within 1/8 of an inch, and that was absolutely close enough from what they said. So, because you put a couple of inches of water on top of that, it doesn't really matter what's underneath it. It could be out a 1/2 inch, really, and the water would still be level on top. You let it settle, let it sit and freeze.
Yeah. So the company that I posted in the chat.
Is this your company?
I was a co-founder. Yeah, one of 3 co-founders. Yeah.
you got a hot stock tip or what, man? Come on.
No.
Give it up.
Yeah, that's not what the company does.
Oh, I should have bought a hedge fund manager.
Yes, that's closer. Yeah.
Just people just give me all their money, and I just.
So you just run data analysis on the market, or what?
Back when I was there, it was more market making. Not really sure what they do now.
It's 1927 technology.
Say again?
Are you divorced?
No.
Are you married?
Yes.
You're very how should I say this then? You're a very wealthy man, so to speak, then. Yeah. Not just, monetarily, but
family is everything, guys. There's no doubt about that. He's got a great family, and he's got kids that love him, and a wife that loves him, and he's done.
Sounds like he's a good provider.
Yeah, he's done a good job. I can't argue with that. I mean, family's everything, you know, it really is. So if you did good with that, Ruhip, my hat's off to you, brother.
We talk a
Thanks,
lot
man.
of shit about the FE versus the GE stuff, but when it comes to this family stuff, real recognizes real.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question for Ruhif. Hey, Ruhif.
Yeah.
This is an honest question, right? Let's say, right? Let's say you become the real flat earther, right? Would you
Okay.
apologize to everybody you pissed off?
I don't
Sure.
want his apology. I wouldn't even. No, dude. He don't need to apologize to
Why?
anybody. Why doesn't he need to apologize?
No, I'm
No,
agreeing with
I'm
you.
sure all the
I'm
idiots
just
are fine.
asking
I
him,
was
bro.
a,
I'm asking Ruhif. Guys, I'm asking. This
I know, I'm
question is
just
for Ruhif.
joking. Let me quit. But I was also agreeing with Paul.
Oh, TV, holy shit.
Go ahead, Ruth. Mike's yours.
Oh, I'm just looking at the website of the company. So one of the founders is still there.
Did you hear Kembo's question, Ruhir?
What if I become a flat earther? Would I apologize? Probably.
Yeah.
And if I've called someone an idiot, sure.
Oh, yeah, I can say that.
There you
Yeah.
go. Hey,
Yeah.
see, that's all I want to hear
That's
from
fair.
Ruhif.
Cool. Happy
I
to
watched a
answer
video of yours,
hypotheticals.
and
Yeah.
you were sitting there doing something. You're like, if flat earthers weren't such fucking idiots, they'd check this. So I saw that.
Which video was
So
that?
when you become a flat earther, I'm gonna hold you to. You're gonna have to apologize for that one.
Okay. Which
You're like,
what video was
you're
that?
like, I forget what you were looking. You were verifying a photograph or something. It was a video that you sent in the thing, and I watched it.
Yeah.
And I kind of skip through videos. Like I click through. I don't watch 20-minute videos of something like. But
Sure.
I caught the point where you're like, if flat earthers weren't such fucking idiots,
They would check.
all right, man.
Yeah, it's
I've been
like
called. Yeah, exactly.
the
I've been called. It's like when they caught this stitching on the 24-hour sun in the Antarctica. It was like flat Earth we didn't pull any punches on that one. So if Globers weren't so fucking stupid, they would have checked that this was
No, I did. Do you want to see my
It's all part of the
emails
game.
to Anthony Powell? I emailed Anthony Powell and said, "What's the story with that?"
Well, I might not be the smartest guy on earth, but I'm certainly not an idiot because I was put in charge of building $100 million buildings. I used to drag race cars and build race car engines. The tolerances that you got to deal with when you build a $50,000 motor are very, very tight tolerances. You got to know exactly what you're doing, and I know that shit like the back of my hand. So I would like to think that I'm not a stupid man by any means, and just because I think that where we live is not a ball, I don't think that turns me into anything other than just somebody that just doesn't believe that we live on a ball. I mean, I've spent my whole life working, building race cars, building buildings, and that's not all I've done either. I mean, I've done all kinds of different things, and I think my self worth or worth to the community is great. I mean, you could put me in charge of just about anything, and I could make sure it got done right. As far as building something, I used to do underground plumbing, underground sewage, building retention ponds where everything has to slope to the pond. Everything's got to be shot in perfectly with these theodolites. You got to set grade for every single little thing when you build a subdivision from the ground up. I know how to do all that stuff like the back of my hand. So I don't think I'm stupid just because I believe that we don't live on a ball. I would argue that till the day I die because I think my knowledge speaks for itself. You could hand me a set of blueprints and walk away, and I could get the job done exactly the way the blueprints dictate. And there's not a lot of people that know how to read a set of blueprints, know how to pull the separate chits out on each one to make the changes where necessary, when they're not what's generally called for. I mean, it's,
You know what's funny about blueprints, God Rocket, is they're not blue anymore.
Oh, you're right.
I haven't
They're
seen
not.
an actual blue set of blueprints in years. at least over 10 years.
Like that.
Yeah, they changed the,
But hey,
lithograph
color of the ink.
looking. Yeah.
Yeah, they did change the color of the ink. You're right.
Hey, Ruhif, what other kind of
Yeah.
hobbies you got? What else do you do in your spare time?
Go to the gym, go to the driving range, go karting. Yeah. Take kids to the cat cafe. Go to dinner.
Sweet.
Post, yeah. Oh, sorry, I posted in the chat.
Just want to get
From
to know the
September
man
2020.
behind the mask. So.
Nice. Yeah, posted in the chat the response from Anthony Powell, who's the 24-hour Sun video person, back in September 2020. Yeah, so I did follow it up. Also posted in the chat my video acknowledging that PBS basically faked that footage of the helicopter above the horizon thing.
You don't get tired of arguing with us in here?
Oh, occasionally. I like legitimate arguments, not trolling arguments. They get tired pretty quickly.
Did you do that shit when you were in school? Were you a part of a debate team or something?
No, not in school. When I met my wife first, she's a Christian, and she said I'm a Christian. Basically, when it got serious, can you look into Christianity? And I did. Concluded that it wasn't correct, it wasn't true, and then started this debate with her father, so my soon-to-be father-in-law, and that went for a couple of years, and it ended pretty badly.
Yeah, that
So
sounds
I
like a
got
horrible
out of
idea.
yes, it was. Got out of that after about 2 years, and then tangentially started arguing with creationist geneticists. That was fun for a few years, and then the geneticist that I'd been debating basically just stopped responding. So yeah, then Flat Earth came along.
I'm just asking because I don't understand that sort of energy. I could never sit and just argue with people like that. So I'm just curious, the people that are interested in it. I don't know, man. I couldn't stand it. I just feel like I could be doing my time, spending my time doing something more productive, like learning a skill or something.
Yeah.
Or helping someone in need.
Yeah, because you're not even really
True.
getting anything out of this. You don't even have your own channel or nothing, so you're not doing it for clicks or likes or views, right?
I do have a channel, but I don't really
Oh, you do?
do much. Yeah. Yeah, I
No,
posted a video from it a minute ago. I've got 47 videos apparently, so yeah.
Yeah.
Those are rookie numbers. Gotta get
God
those
Rocket
numbers up.
Beasticles came in here if you want to send him that invite for that server.
Sure.
Yeah,
I can do that.
I say that, but I have 2 videos on mine. So, and still, these are rookie numbers. 1,000 is a proper amount of videos
check this one out
on it.
actually. Check out the thumbnail for this one.
And I've only got 2.
I'm not interested in doing that at all, but sometimes I feel guilty about it, because if I'm not creating content for these topics, then what am I doing? You know what I mean? Because I could be doing more, but I don't want to be I don't want people to follow me and stuff. I don't like that.
You see the thumbnail in the chat now? That's me.
Yeah, damn, you got a punchable face. I'm just kidding.
The dude on the right looks like Chris Weidman, the UFC fighter.
Chris Weidman.
Oh yeah, kind of.
He just lost the other night. Looks quite a bit like him.
A question, Ruhiv. Have you learned anything since you joined the server?
Like in Flat Earth, yes. I'll be careful to phrase that. I don't think I've learned from Flat Earthers. I've learned stuff because of Flat Earth.
That's weird.
Like what?
All about refraction, a fair bit of physics, dusted off a lot of geometry. Yeah.
I'd say that.
I agree. This is one of the best ways to learn, man. I don't care what side you're on. It forces you to think.
Yep.
And it's and it motivates you to learn more than school. Like, it's a better format than school. Just
It's
debate
also,
kind of back and forth.
it teaches a lot of people about fallacious reasoning and critical thinking, which is something that the schools are lacking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Isn't
I
it
mean,
interesting that a couple can get together and be like Ruhif is basically you're an atheist, right?
Yep.
And his wife is Christian, and they got married and are still making it work. I think that's really.
Yeah.
I don't know how. That's crazy. I don't know how y'all
She
can do
has
that.
faith
I couldn't do that.
because she
I
has
couldn't do that.
faith.
yeah, I
Oh,
could.
Yeah.
it's not a topic of discussion, and we've come to an agreement about how to do it with the kids. They basically get to make up their own mind. Daddy's an atheist, mummy's not, and it's up to them. But between us, it's not really a topic of conversation. Yeah, because it doesn't go anywhere. It just starts a fight.
I got a
Yeah.
question.
I could
So,
imagine.
do you agree, Ruhif, that there definitely is a problem with the education system, no matter what country you're in terms of
Uh,
teaching people how to use critical thinking?
yeah, it sounds like it's more of a problem in America than other countries, but yes, generally yes.
Yeah. And they'll teach it for like honors classes and stuff, but for the average person, these kids aren't hearing that.
Yeah, that's just more along the lines of, not to appeal to authority or, oh, I only believe it because this guy
Uh,
said it or that
you
guy said
can't,
it.
well, if you want a nation of workers, you can't teach them how to think critically. You want them to
Exactly.
obey. Or that Rockefeller stuff, man.
Let me ask you, Ruhif, what do you think about that India moon landing?
Cool. Yep. What about it?
I'm just saying, what do you think about it?
I think they landed on the moon.
So you watched it?
Oh, I've seen bits of it. Yeah.
Oh,
It reminded me of China's stuff with their weird thing. Like it didn't look anything like NASA's imagery or some of these other.
Do you
Very
think
weird.
This is crazy? This is crazy because Ruhif isn't stupid. He's not
right.
dumb, right? He's a successful man, and so you can't be stupid and successful. But yet you telling me you watched that footage,
Yeah,
and you
but do you
actually
think? Do you think I think that animation was real? Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Well, that's the question.
Okay, that wasn't the question. The question was, do you think they landed on the moon? Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was specifically speaking of the animation and the video because they did have all that. You can actually honestly
I hate to
watch all that.
admit it, but Rube's right. We probably should frame our questions more specifically.
Yeah,
For sure.
definitely.
For sure.
Definitely.
Yeah, that was
I'm lazy.
obviously an animation. The telemetry data, was telling them how close it was and blah blah blah, and which
Yeah.
rockets boosters were firing, and then they added that to the animation. Of course. Yeah.
So, question for you then. Do you entertain the possibility that it was just a PR stunt?
I leave open the possibility. I don't think it was.
Because they spent about 4 times the amount that NASA spent when they went to the moon. Obviously, for inflation, you can
Adjustment,
say
yeah.
that. Yeah, but I mean, it's just it's pretty surprising that you would spend the 4 times the amount and not be able to have cameras.
They did have a camera on the lander.
Yeah, there
they
was a
were
camera on
taking
the lander.
pictures. Yeah,
But it was
those photos are real.
You should go look at it. It's
Oh, I have.
man. Oh, okay.
It's just quite not it's not convincing, at all. But hey, whatever, to each his own. If you want to,
Yeah.
assume that, but yeah, I was just curious.
So Rufus, what do you say about all the like NASA footage that they show us with like the people in the ISS or allegedly in the ISS, and there's all those inconsistencies, like wires, visible wires, and shit like that. And then that one where the guy was holding like a ball or something, and he dropped it and it fell to the floor. Have you
About the
watched all that
key?
stuff?
Yes. You're talking about the Dutch guy where he opens the panel near the toilet?
And you hear the screw fall?
Do you see a screw fall?
Nope.
No, I
That's
wasn't
true.
talking about that.
Okay.
I'm saying for
Because
that
that
one, for
one,
me though, that's the yeah. I technically didn't hear or see it, so yeah.
okay. But do
I'll
you
give you
think
that.
that's evidence? Do you think it's good evidence?
No, not necessarily, but it's peculiar.
Okay. Okay. What if the screw is still in the panel? Did it fall?
I don't know, but that's all speculative. But it's again, it's
No,
just
it's not speculative. The
it
screw is
is
in
because
the
we didn't
panel.
see
No,
what
it's
happened
not.
to it.
Yes, you do. The screw is still in the panel.
In a weightless situation, then why would it move at all?
Yeah,
It's still in the panel. It doesn't fall.
What?
It doesn't fall. It's still in the panel.
You know, it had to
Don't
have
bring it up.
moved to make noise.
Right.
It didn't make noise.
Okay, then
We just
so
agreed
that
it didn't make noise.
wasn't a screw making that noise. What made the noise?
I don't think we're saying that there was a noise. It doesn't matter because the screw or whatever it's called, is still in the panel. Nothing fell. Let's bring it up. Yeah.
What about the other? What about the other ones though? Like that I brought up.
Hang on, Timbo Slice asking. Hold on. What's his name? Andre Kuipers or something.
By the way, I am outside smoking a cigarette, so I can't see if there's anything in the chat. So let me know if I'm going over tracks or anything that we already went
About
over.
35 minutes in, I think. Here we are. Yep, 35 minutes in. Oh, he looks down. Yep, I agree. He looks down. I'll put the link in the chat one sec.
Mm-hmm.
Because we had like a 3-hour. Remember Brandon's Discord server? We had like a 3-hour chat on this, showing people that this screw attachment thing is still in the panel, and now he's going, no.
It's just funny though how he does look down as if as someone normally with that reaction dropping.
Yeah. Yeah, he does look down. Yeah, I think he's trying to figure out where to put his feet. But that's again, I'm not in his head.
Yeah, I guess you got to be careful in 0G, huh?
Hey, Ruhif, do you know how they like clean the inside of the ISS?
No idea.
Yeah, or like if they have to use the bathroom, how's that work?
Because like imagine like all the oils and stuff on people's hands. So when you're touching things in the ISS, that grime that would build up over all these years, I mean that would be disgusting.
Right.
You'd have to
Ruhif,
clean that.
I got a scenario for you, if you don't mind listening for a second. Say you're atheist. I can, I guess that's what what you want to believe. That's fine. But if a person had a very, very complicated testimony that revealed something to them, and then they went and verified what was revealed to them through their, let's say, through the testimony. I got something that I'd like to share with you at some point. I'm not ready yet because I haven't gone up to verify that the testimony is. I mean, part of it I know has already happened, but there's one big part that is it's going to happen here. At some later date, and if there was a testimony that could there be a testimony? Could there be something that something happened to someone, something that they were revealed, whatever process that proved something to be true, and there was really no other way other than Creator to have revealed it to you? Would you possibly be open to changing your mind?
Yeah. My personal testimony or your testimony. Whatever testimony you have is not going to change my mind.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but I understand. Like, if you have a personal experience and you think, oh, this cannot possibly anything other than a God, fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I
think if I was you, Ruhif, I probably would have had the same answer. I think I would have to have an experience myself too.
Yeah. Timbo, are you in a spot where you can actually frame forward and backwards? I've also got that Ralph, what's his name? Is he? Studio. Content. Ralph Mastracchio. You can watch how many times Ralph either clasps his hands together or grabs the railing. Right, he does it like a dozen times throughout the video. And this time he just happens to be about to clasp his hands together and decides, I'm going to grab the railing.
Why the fuck are you guys watching that? What is that?
It's another one of the ISS videos that you guys think is evidence of
Boise
grabbing an
State?
object that's not there. The guy that you think is grabbing a ball, an invisible ball, and putting it to the side.
Oh, I don't see that. I see this Boise State University.
Yeah, that's it. Yes. Just watch the first few seconds, you'll see.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm too tired.
No. I'll post that guy. Hold on.
Yeah, it's just so many funny things, though. Like even,
oh, sorry,
like
Paul.
I'm sure I bet your arguments for your position are probably better than Neil deGrasse Tyson's, because he's such he just says fucking nonsense when people ask him about flat Earth that I don't think you'd even fucking say.
He's wrong.
Funny.
Yeah, he's wrong about the Felix Baumgartner jump. Yeah, definitely wrong about that.
I should try to find that video of the arguments he gave because they were childish. Because you understand, right, that if the Earth was flat, one of the ways we know it isn't is that because if it was, we should be able to see China from or not China, Japan from California, or silly shit like that. Yeah, that's. Thank you.
He can't. Neil deGrasse Tyson won't steelman the argument, and therefore you can't view him as a reputable opponent.
Yeah, I don't think he is. It's only flat earthers. It's only flat earthers that try and lump him with us. Like no glober really thinks Neil deGrasse Tyson is anyone.
Hey, Ruhif,
Then why is he? He's like the spokesman, though.
I don't accept him as my spokesman, and not many globers do, really.
I think he's just an actor myself, so
Well, yeah, of course he is, but I don't think what you're saying is true at all, because I would say the majority of the population hangs on his every word, and it's only people like you that actually come in here and engage us and have conversations with us that don't accept anything he has to say. Honestly,
yeah.
Well, I mean, you can summarize that up for he has a lot to lose. But real quick question, Ruhif. So I posted in the live stream about this interview about them talking about the future of humanity in space, and about 4 minutes and 29 seconds in, he says the statement, "We can only fly in Earth's orbit. That's the farthest we can go." What do you have to say about that?
Sounds a bit wrong. Yeah. Is he denying that we went to the moon? Or like, yeah, I'd love to ask him about that.
But that's a very peculiar thing to say, especially when it's a interview from 8 years ago. So definitely,
I got the link.
Yeah, I got it right there.
Buzz Aldrin saying because we didn't go to that 8-year-old girl.
I mean, that's a very peculiar statement, to hear from an astronaut saying that we can only fly, in Earth's orbit.
Yeah, he's wrong. Ask him to explain.
What was the one? There was another one too where that guy was saying that in order to, I don't know if he was talking about Mars or the moon, we have to figure out how to get through the Van Allen radiation belts. But
Yeah, I
apparently
don't think that's an issue either.
they didn't have a problem doing it in the 60s when they went to the moon.
Yeah.
You've seen that one too, haven't you?
Yeah, I've seen them all. Like I said,
Yeah.
I posted
So
a little while
he
ago.
just misspoke, or
I
he
don't
just
know.
doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. You think?
Yeah, like half an hour ago,
What-
I posted my email to Anthony Powell about the Antarctica looped footage, and he responded, and I accept his response. I tried to email PBS and say, like, what the fuck happened with your genius helicopter clip, and obviously didn't get a response. But I do chase up things that make the globe look bad. I ask, what the fuck did you say that? Why did you say that? What's the story? And I see how they go.
Hey, Ruhif, can you take some time and watch the link I post, on live stream voice text, please, and just watch it and come back and talk to us. You know what I mean? I think it's not just one of them; it's multiple of them in the video, and say over and over again. We can only fly, low Earth orbit. So please watch it and come back to talk to us. Thank you.
All right, back in 5 minutes.
Go.
Yeah, I definitely want to understand the other thing about, apparently India going to the moon, when Don Pettit said that, oh, I'd love to go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology to get to the moon, and it's too cumbersome to build it back up again.
Right.
Well, we're gonna go to Mars instead, and it's like what? It's like what?
That's easier, right?
900 times further. There you go. 900 times further away.
Hey,
or maybe more than that. Who knows?
I applaud Ruhif with his calm demeanor, though. I do applaud him.
He's a cold ass person, bro.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, he doesn't give a shit. You know what I mean? So why would he get excited about? You know what I'm saying? It's like, so I don't understand why he hangs out here. It's just, it seems weird.
I don't know.
He'd be banned if he lost it on.
Yeah.
Like QE doesn't like him. And that QE doesn't even want to see his name anywhere.
But he knows when to come on here. He comes on here when well, from my observations, and I've been here for 2 months. He come on here when QE's not here.
Well, I mean, he is also in Australia too, though.
He sure showed up when I started talking about the theodolite, didn't he?
The what light? I must have missed it.
Yeah, it's like
I wonder who sent him the message. Oh, look, God Rockins here talking about the theodolite again. You need to get over there and make him look stupid.
Yep. You might even have a notification.
Who did that for you, Ruhif, or did you just accidentally show up?
I to be honest though, I think it's just because he's in Australia. Time difference. Not saying you're wrong or anything, Godrock. I don't know, but I think that's why he comes on at this time.
I wonder if any of our Australian friends have actually met him before.
Ask Timbo. Timbo.
I was about to say Timbo.
Because he probably hasn't been to a flat Earth meetup, because those are usually in like California, right? Or I think there was one in Vegas, so he probably didn't fly to. But I mean, there seems to be a lot of flat earthers in
Lives in Australia? Is that where
What if he
you
goes to
live, Ruhif?
Flattoberfest? He's on. He's on not mute. He's on the deafen. He's deafened. He can't hear you.
Yeah, he's listening to the video that Kembo posted. Which, again, to be fair to Ruhif, even though it's very weird about why he's here, at least he's actually, participating. So I get it.
Well, he doesn't want to get banned.
We're like his best friends.
He's staying in his place.
I still want to know how come he showed up so conveniently after I started talking about the.
He's been here pretty much all day, bro.
No, Ruhif, let me tell you something. Remember, the live stream, it's being played on YouTube, so you can go just YouTube without coming here. Yep. I think that's what most people do. Yep. And they just wait for you, God Rockin'. He just wait for you. You heard your voice like, shit, let me pop in.
This is not the first time this has happened, by the way.
Yeah. He must have loved you.
No, I don't think so.
You know what I mean.
I'd like to. I would like to meet Ruhif in person because it's different when you meet somebody in person. You get a better kind of feel for who they are and what they're about, and it's hard to kind of doing that in this way. But
Hey, Paul.
like PD
I
too, I
think you
want to
probably.
meet PD.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
I think you would stop punching fucking Ruhip for everybody.
No, dude, I wouldn't do
You
that. I'm not
probably
there.
no. You probably be like, okay, yeah, I just want to meet Ruhip. Just want to talk him normal. When you see him, you stop punching his ass
I just want to
for
see what kind of man
everybody.
he is. I just want to see what kind of man he is.
I do agree that it is a different experience when you're talking to someone in person rather than over the internet. You see body language and
Yeah,
it
definitely.
is different. Yeah.
Yo, Cambo.
Yes, sir.
So those people that said that, have you tried to contact them and ask them to explain what they meant?
Do you really, bro? I mean, okay, you tell me. What do you think they say? Tell me. Tell me,
Yeah, they
bro.
said, "Oh, we didn't go above low Earth orbit. This is the only place we can go right now." Yeah,
I mean,
ask them what they meant. Do they deny the moon landing? Or like, what?
No,
Ask them to explain themselves.
no. What is your understanding? I'm asking you. What is your understanding? Like, because to me, the way they sound is like shit. This is the furthest we can go. You know what I mean? Until we figure out this shit out, we can go to Moon, Mars, and somewhere in our solar system, or even outside our solar system. Wait, what? You talking about the moon? We went to the fucking moon already. What the fuck you mean?
Exactly. What the fuck do you mean? Ask them that.
Exactly. So who's lying?
They
Yeah.
may not be lying. Just ask them to clarify. What do you mean? Are you claiming we have never been outside of low Earth orbit? Like, just ask them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's cool. Hey, if so, what is your understanding anyway? I'm asking you. What is your understanding from what you just watched? What do you think they say?
I just gave it. Yeah, they're saying, oh, we can't go outside of low Earth orbit right now. As to what that means, I don't know.
And
Ask them.
and,
Mate.
and until we figure this stuff out, so we can go explore the moon,
Oh, the Van Allen
Mars,
belt guy. I think the
yeah.
Van Allen belts guy is probably talking himself up a little bit. I don't think that's correct.
To be fair, again to you, Ruhif, like that'd be a great idea. Let's talk to these guys. Hopefully
Yeah.
they don't
Just do it
end up.
politely and try not to.
It wouldn't work because even if you got them on the phone, say, right, the moment you tried to get to those questions, they'd immediately know what you're trying to do and they'd hang up.
Yeah.
Get him on
Or
Twitter.
they
He'll be
just give you some
astronauts on
bullshit
Twitter.
ass answer.
Hey, yeah.
This is
Until we ask.
what Witzit's trying to do with audit NASA, right? Witzit's trying to talk to these people. This is what his whole audit NASA website and like trying to create a business out of it. And I think it's for stuff like this. It's like, let's go ask them where they spend their money, why they're doing what we're doing, how did they do it, and check on it. That's the whole idea.
That's a great idea.
Because like nobody's yeah, we're just like either taking it or we're not taking it. We're just rejecting it or we're accepting it, or we're mad about it or we're not mad about it. Like he's like, let's just go in there and get their freaking, get them to answer these fucking questions.
Yeah.
And then track it. And I think that's fair because it's $60 million a freaking day, right?
Nope.
Dude.
85 million.
Now it went up,
looked at
bro.
the court. Yeah, I just looked at it.
It went up.
$32.41 billion
I'll tell
a
you what.
year.
One day, send that to Hawaii, the people in Hawaii. Take one day away from NASA. You don't get the 85 million. Fix the Hawaii situation.
That's a great idea.
We won't
That's
do
a
it.
great
So
idea.
how much money do you think has been spent since the foundation of NASA till today?
They fucking
a lot.
That's an insane number, right? Yeah. Now, for all that money, what have we gotten for it?
Yeah, what is NASA contributing? How has humanity?
Wait,
he said it. He just said fuck all.
Yeah, very little. It's
a sweet sci-fi story.
yeah. What have we
Sweet
At
got
least you're
to
honest
help
about
us?
it. I'm surprised, but yeah, you're right. Fuck
Yeah.
all. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Nothing that
How has
changes
it
our lives much.
improved
Yes.
our lives? How has it improved anything?
Oh, very little.
If you
Yeah.
believe
Negligible.
SpaceX, then SpaceX has done way more. If you buy into SpaceX, if you can just re-landing a rocket, let's say you believe that, right? Which I think we can re-land a rocket. Maybe it doesn't go to space, but you can re-land it. That's pretty good. That's way better than NASA's ever done. Probably better than going to the moon as far as money savings, but
Well,
You know, it's
controversial
funny.
subject
it's
around
definitely
here.
better because nobody's been to the fucking moon. But
Right.
yeah.
But
I
just
mean that number, dude. I can't even imagine come up with a figure. It's
you know, it's
so
funny,
crazy.
right? So I'm on NASA's website right now, and I want to contact NASA. So I hit NASA employee directory. The site can't be reached, and I want to contact. Let's see the NASA's organization structure. So who would we probably have to talk to? Probably someone in the media or public relations. So let's see
Well,
here.
yeah, that's the thing. And anybody, you would need an extension number to reach anybody that you really would want to talk to. How the fuck would we get that?
I have a buddy with a NASA.gov email. He works inside, but I'm not going to use him.
Yeah,
He wouldn't do it.
yeah.
He's my biggest. He's my biggest. It doesn't matter. Like he's my boy from I've known him since I was 5. So there is no subject that either one of us won't take devil's advocate for.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? So we just argue about everything. So I'm not going to use him like that. But he does have a NASA.gov domain.
Okay,
He does their
so
website.
let's
Yeah.
see. I got it right here. Well, I got the names at least.
Hey, you know it would be crazy. He's a flat earther working in NASA.
I wouldn't be
No,
surprised.
he's not. Dude, he's not. This guy is
Yeah.
not for sure. He's a T
Yep.
jump like logic. I'm gonna do this. Like he watches Matt Dillahunty pretty much constantly. If you
Oh,
guys know who that
so
is, then you'll understand.
Yeah, I do. I'm
so
a
wait.
life member.
I'd work for NASA. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I got a
I'm a life
question.
member, but no longer a functional member, shall we say?
I got a question for you guys. Do you think
Of
this
what?
would be the best person to
ACA.
contact? His name is Josh Finch. Space operations, which include commercial crew program and international space station. So, do you guys think that would be one of the I mean, his number's right here. So let's see, Josh Finch. I don't know. I'm just, you know what? I'm honestly like now I'm inspired to actually go talk to these people and just have a.
I mean, we could do it and do it on the live stream.
Oh yeah, for
Well, I guess
sure.
it depends on what state it is because you can't record somebody in certain states without their without them knowing. So you'd have to tell them that it's being recorded.
If the law usually is if they're working for a company and it says, "Oh, your voice may be, your call may be recorded for coaching and quality," that is enough. Where you don't have to say you are being recorded because he is already aware that he's being recorded by his own company.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome, then. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Did you guys know about the ISS deorbit?
Yes.
Did you guys know about that?
6 years away? 7 years away, isn't it? Yeah.
It's pretty weird.
Hey
I
guys,
didn't know about
what
that.
are we
I just
talking
looked
about
at it right
tonight?
now. Hey, what's up, Eider?
Who's that?
So the thing, I don't know if you were listening or not, but it is a very interesting debate about hearing how many astronauts, Kembo or Roof, how many said the same thing about we can't go farther than low Earth orbit.
Five things.
There's about 5 astronauts that have said that, and then Ruhiv brings up a good point. Like, let's call them. Let's go talk to them and see why did they say that. I think it's a great idea.
Because
Honestly,
I think Dom Pettit admits that, right? They don't have the telemetry or they don't have the
Technology.
data, whatever they say.
I posted it
to
right
do
there.
it,
Yep,
right?
just now.
Yeah. So like all of that's true. They can't go past low Earth orbit. That's not it's 255 miles or something, or what's low Earth orbit? It's something like that.
200 all the
Maybe
way
it's
to like
1,000.
1200, I believe.
ISS is 250, right? And I think low Earth is 1,000. They all say that, and I think that's like documented, like the truth. Like they're going to admit that, and they're going to say we got rid of our data because. I mean, that's so suspect. How can Ruhif? How can you think that's legit? You know,
They
like
destroyed the
you just.
technology.
I bet AI could reproduce that in the next day. I bet I could ask ChatGPT to reproduce whatever garbage they had there, and it would
Yeah.
do just as well.
Again, I don't know what Don Pettit meant when he said that. We destroyed the technology and it's a pain in the ass to build it back up. Please ask him. Someone ask him.
That's a fair
What he
answer,
really meant.
though.
That's exactly what he
Seems-
really meant.
I
But
mean, a
yeah,
lot of
like
the
There's
stuff
no
to
way
take
you
us
could do
to the moon was essentially handmade by, extremely skilled craftsmen who then retired.
wait, what did you say?
That's a cover your ass statement for sure.
Yeah.
A CYA,
That's bullshit.
like no doubt.
People have called NASA.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Just admit it. Just say like, listen, man, we suck. We're bad at everything.
Yeah.
People back then were better.
There, Jake the asshole.
Yep.
Other YouTubers have called NASA and tried to get through, and they got some results. Supposedly, Robert Bassano got the best results, but I don't know if the video's still up.
Yeah,
And
it's
NASA's going to be taking precautions.
I have the
NASA's going to
Robert
be taking
Pisano video. I
precautions
can
now
post
so that they don't get. So
You-
NASA's going to be taking precautions now so that they don't get secretly recorded and exposed. So it's going to be harder to get those conversations now. Just like Wakey Wakey with that PhD or whatever. Like
Yeah,
they're
bro,
going to be
he's
a bit
gone.
more cautious of.
Wakey, wakey, he's gone, right, bro? Like I haven't seen his channel anymore. It's gone.
You know,
Yeah, he
it's
went back to the
funny.
globe.
The last time the Contact NASA page has been updated was March 21st, 2022. I feel like they should update that. So I think that number might not even be in service anymore. I think I'm
Well, you
going to
should
make
do a
that my
live stream
mission
and.
to contact them for real. I think like I really, yeah, I want to know what they said, like what they meant.
Yeah, even pretend to be a glober, saying, "Oh, these bloody stupid flat earthers are asking me what they're bringing this up all the time."
Right.
Yeah, I
Pretend to be a
wouldn't
glober.
mention
Fine.
shit about flat Earth.
Of course not, but I am. I'll just yeah, whatever I got to do. But it's just so funny to be Ruhif. It's like,
Hey, Ruhif, why don't you do it, bro? I think you'll have a better chance because you know what I mean. Because you, the real globe earther.
Yeah, true.
that is a good point.
Yeah,
Damn.
bro. Like we believe in you, bro.
Hey,
Watch.
look, let's both try and contact them. Why not?
Right.
Shit,
So,
you
All
know
right.
what? I
Hmm.
don't see that video on Pisano's YouTube channel anymore.
Or get taken down, bro. They shut down everybody.
And
Or
But
get thumbs down.
what's his
I
name?
think
What's his name? The Amish dude. He played it the other day on the bot, so he has it. What's his name? Amish. Can't remember his name.
Hey, Ruhif, how pro censorship are you pro this censorship?
What censorship?
What censorship?
I think this is more important. Okay, like government says we don't like this idea, flat Earth. We don't like it. We think it's wrong. We think it's malinformation, whatever you want to call it. They go to YouTube, Facebook, whatever, and they say, take it down. Is that
Did
a
they?
good thing? Is that a good trend to set?
Did the government tell Facebook or YouTube to censor it?
I mean, that's speculative.
I'm giving you a hypothetical. Like, how pro are you pro that happening or not?
No.
Okay.
Hey, look at that video.
That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
Censorship is awful, dude. It's awful, man. It goes the wrong way every single time.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think people should be
YouTube
exposed
can
to
do what they
whatever they
like.
want. Well, not whatever they want necessarily, but flat Earth stuff, sure.
I hear you. But when
I
the
mean-
government goes and says we don't like this, and they take control and tell you to do it, which they did with Facebook, with a lot of things, you guys know that's true. And YouTube went in there and told them that they were gonna put a disclaimer on everything, and they shadow man certain
I
people's
don't really
things. You
have any
can't find
problem with the
certain people's.
disclaimer.
Yeah, but YouTube's a
But
private
you're
company, not the
okay.
government.
Disclaimer's fair, right? But the shadow banning, which they obviously do, you can't find a lot of videos just straight searching. They point you towards Professor Dave, right? Who's a complete jackass. Like
I don't know anything
from
about that. I'm
top
just
to
all I
bottom.
can speak to is the disclaimer because that's all I see.
I mean, I
No,
totally
but
get your
I'm
point,
talking
Galau.
about true.
I totally get it,
Talking
bro.
about true censorship.
The thing is, to prove that,
True censorship.
it's almost impossible because YouTube is a private company. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
You
true.
could subpoena the records and say, "What's your algorithm?" And
You can't
like, are
subpoena
you
a
doing?
private
You know what
company
I
for
mean? Like,
shit unless you're
They
suing them
don't
or
even.
something.
You know what they
what do
say,
you
though?
think they've been doing with Facebook? What do you
But you
think
know
they've
what?
been doing with Facebook with all
But
these records?
do you know what they say, though? They say we don't actually know what the algorithm's doing. That's what they say. I'm telling you,
Dude, they found internal emails on shutting down. Are you serious? They found internal emails on shutting down certain. You know what I'm talking about?
on Slack. Yeah, trust me, I
In
know.
the last 2 years.
Trust me, I
Okay,
know.
so and they've shut down certain non-left wing site people. That's all like documented in internal emails. I'm saying like I don't want to get into that. I just want to talk about flat Earth.
No, but I
We
get.
shouldn't
Trust
censor,
me,
right?
bro.
That's all
I
I want to do.
completely understand where you're coming from, and I am with you 100%. The problem is this has
I
been
know
already
you're with me, but
attempted. Yeah.
we got Iter, who's another strong astrophysicist, I believe, right? A
I am in
very
fact an astrophysicist. Yes.
accomplished. Yes, I
What are
remember
your
you,
thoughts
right?
on
So
Neil
we got
deGrasse
a
Tyson
strong.
then?
What are my thoughts on Neil deGrasse Tyson? I don't like him very
Yeah.
much personally.
Yeah.
That's fair. So you're an
Love him.
astrophysicist,
I am. Yes.
and I'm sure you've heard of Miggy's 3 points before.
I certainly have.
So what do you say about the third point?
Which one was that?
How can we have the vacuum of space adjacent to our pressurized air, our pressurized atmosphere without a container?
Well, I don't think anyone's claiming that there is a sharp divide between a pressurized environment and a vacuum environment. There is a smooth gradient between pressure, vacuum.
Okay. So what is separating the vacuum of space from that smooth gradient?
Well, where do you define the vacuum of space to be? It's not separated from the gradient at any point. It's just one end of it.
Oh, so how is our air not being completely sucked out by the vacuum of space? I don't get it.
Well, of course, you would know that the answer is that it's held down by gravity. Whether or not
So,
you believe in it, don't pretend you don't at least know that that's my answer, right? Come on.
I mean, you can take any type of gas particles in a vacuum chamber, and they still disperse in all directions. So where's the gravity in that aspect?
Well, if I took one gas that was denser than another gas and I put them in a chamber, the denser gas would settle to the bottom, right?
No.
Really? You can see this. It's demonstratable.
Yeah, but it's still not saying why. It's still dispersing throughout the chamber, no matter what kind of gas it is. It still goes in all directions.
But it'll do it underneath the lighter gas.
Okay, so you have the vacuum of space adjacent to the gradient, and you being an astrophysicist, could you please tell me what is the last layer, if you will, of atmosphere before you do hit the vacuum of space? What's it? Do you know what it's called? I don't know what it's called.
It's not discontinuous, right? It's just a smooth transition.
It's a smooth transition.
Using our imagination, yep, I can see that.
Yeah, it's weird.
I mean, as we all know, the vacuum of space is not a perfect vacuum, right? Sea level is not infinitely dense, so you have some density that is a gradient to some lower density space.
I think it's not more. It's not like we know. It's more like we believe. I get it.
Whatever terminology you'd like to use, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but
Yep. So we believe.
if I'm a student,
Okay.
let's say you're a professor, right? And I'm a student.
I am not a professor, but sure.
Okay, well, you got a master's in astrophysics, so let's just say I'm a kid who's curious, which
All
I
right.
am. I am curious. Where do you
You're a
see
child
an
too.
example of differentials in pressure and the smooth gradient that you're, claiming. Where else do we see that in nature? I mean, you have to have like a container for gas pressure. Like I just don't get that.
If you'd like to demonstrate it on a small scale here, a container is certainly helpful, but we see it in nature when we look at all the other planets.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know that these are the discussions, right? You guys don't bias what I say, blah blah blah. We've been over this, right? It's not exactly like new ground.
Yeah.
No one is
So
saying
we
anything
believe
that is
that there's
surprising
other
anyone
planets.
else, right?
Yeah, we
I think
believe
Yeah.
that there's other planets, or
I do. I
other
think
Oh
I've
boy.
Hold on, wait,
seen
God Rocking,
evidence.
what'd you
And
say? I heard you say something.
I was trying to say something.
Yeah.
I was
Go
going
ahead,
to
Rock.
say that I think they try to explain it. I've heard it. Well, I've heard it explained like this: that once it gets up there, that it's so thin that the last gradient does migrate off into the vacuum of space, but it does so at basically the same rate that all the new gas is produced at ground level. So it's sort of a system that maintains itself. The gas is produced at ground level. It migrates up, it gets thinner and thinner and thinner, and then when it gets to the top, it is migrating into space, but basically at the same rate that it is produced at the ground level. That's why it stays the way it is. I've heard it explained that way. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know if it's true. I have heard that explanation.
Well, that brings up a good question then. You said we all know space is not a complete vacuum, right? What is it?
partial vacuum, some stuff there.
I know, but what does that mean? I really don't know.
Well, if a perfect vacuum there's nothing there, right? No molecules. Space is not a perfect vacuum. There are some things out there. Hydrogen nuclei mostly, particles. It's certainly quite good. It's close to a perfect vacuum, but it is not.
Close to
I
a
think they
perfect.
How
try
do
to
I learn that for myself, bro? Like how do I know that? How do I look? Is there something how do I teach myself that? How do I learn that?
You got to spend
That's
100,000
fair.
a year.
Some things are very challenging, if not impossible, to determine experimentally by yourself. That's true, and that does not mean necessarily that is not correct, right? Something could be very difficult to determine or understand and still be true, right? Just fundamentally, that's philosophically possible, right? It's not an argument against something being true or false just because it's hard to discover.
Well, what he's trying to say,
What?
Paul, is that we actually
Yeah, I know what he's
believe
trying
in
to say.
that. Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
we
what he's
believe
trying
in
to
that.
say.
I
Yeah.
believe. I used to believe in that too. Yeah, but I get it. Yeah.
And yeah, he knows what I'm going to say anyway, so it's boring.
We could go over it a little bit if you want, but yeah.
To be honest, I want to go over it just because I want to actually hear it from someone with a master's degree in astrophysics, because it will see if there's any difference in argument. Which I've seen clips and stuff when I haven't seen really any differences, but it's one thing listening to a video, it's another thing experience it firsthand. So definitely want to pick your brain.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Godrock, and you seem like you want to say something.
I was finished. I just said what I said. That
I do have to go to bed pretty soon here, but I'm happy to stay on for a little bit longer. Yeah, talk about some stuff.
Okay.
Gotta go.
Do you know exactly how they got the measurement of Earth spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator?
Well, if you measure the radius of the Earth, however you'd like to go about doing that, know how long a day is, and there you go, right?
No, I'm saying, has anyone ever done that? Where did that number come from?
Like I said, if you know the radius and you know how long a day is, it's just geometry.
So it's 1,000 miles per hour according to nobody?
So if you know the radius and you know how long a day is, then it's just geometry.
Who measured the radius then?
All right. Well, how about this? We're gonna apply the same math. The radius, 3959. Drop over distance to find the curvature, 8 inches per mile square. Let's take the same math and try to find the curvature.
Jesus, Stosthenes.
No, in
Why
all
does
honesty, it's
light
a weird.
travel
Go ahead.
so far from a star? Like, do you say we can see the star and therefore and it has this luminosity, therefore we know how far away it is? Or like, how do
That's
you
actually
if
a
you
really
find a
good
star?
question. Yeah. No, that's a totally fair question. One of the hardest things to do in astronomy is to determine how far away something is. It's quite challenging. If you look at
Right. So
a
you have
star and you don't know anything about it, then obviously you do not know if it's close or far, right?
right. So
Got to
what
dig
are the
deeper.
assumptions that you like? You start with some assumptions, right?
Absolutely.
What are those?
Well, let me just ask you: are you actually asking, or do you want to chase this down to cosmic distances are all based on the radius of the Earth?
Let's
If
take
you
the
want to just
radius
go to
out
that, we
and
could
let's
just
go
skip
with
to that
the
part and
inverse.
Wait, hold
No,
on.
let's go inverse square law. Let's
Yeah, that's
focus
what I
on the
was
inverse
thinking.
square law,
Inverse
like how
square
far
law.
light's
Yeah.
traveling.
Okay, what about it?
Let's hit that.
Huh?
How do you find the distance of a star? What's the methodology you would use to get it?
Well, obviously it depends on the star and the situation, but the simplest way would be parallax.
Okay.
Parallax based on the movement of the Earth?
That's right. So you look at the same star 6 months apart, see how it moves compared to background of much farther away stars.
Okay, so how do you determine how far the light should travel then using the inverse square law? Because that's what I'm more interested in. Like,
Well, the inverse square law does not
how
tell
does the
you how
light
far light should
get here?
travel. Uh-huh.
It tells you how bright it should be
Right, it
based on
tells
how
you
far it is, right?
how much that light should attenuate, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it should
But
decrease. Right?
the inverse square law has nothing to do with a parallax measurement. They're unrelated.
So
Okay,
what if you found out the star was too far for the light to get here? What would you say about the star?
Too far for the light to get here. What do you mean by that?
Or the parallax? Well, there has to be a max distance the starlight could travel, right? Or is it just infinite
Not
amount? It could just
really,
travel
no.
infinitely.
Yeah, go forever. The
Okay.
photon is self-propagating, so obviously, can get
Light
absorbed
goes
by
forever?
dust or scattered, but yeah, absent anything else, light goes forever, as far as we can tell.
Right. Or multiple trillions of miles of distance.
It's pretty crazy how we can see with the naked eye.
All right.
Something that's a trillion miles or more away. I don't get that.
Well,
So
Very
I,
bright.
I do.
one light year is over 5 trillion miles.
That's
One
crazy.
light year.
That's
It is kind of crazy. Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
Oh, okay. I do have a question. I do have a question, sir. Can you explain, with the whole star, well, the whole, Earth position, with the sun, right? So we will be 6 months on one side of the sun, right? We would see one sky, right?
Right.
And then on like the other 6 months, we will see the other, like a different sky. But how come we see the same sky if you're on the other side of the sun?
Well, there's quite a bit of overlap.
What's the explanation for that?
Well, I mean, are you asking how you would make a parallax measurement if you're looking at different stars 6 months
No,
apart?
it's not a measurement. It's like what we see in the sky. Like, let's say, like, okay, from like 6 months we see one, whatever star up there, and then the other 6 months we would expect to see different stars. But how come we see the same star? So what's the explanation
Well, we
for
don't
that?
see the same star all years around. It's not true, right? Watch the stars for a year; they change quite dramatically over that time.
In what way?
Some stars go away and new stars come up. Then a year later, you have the same stars again.
Okay.
Well, I seen the time lapse. The stars, like, they go around and come back to the same spot. They go around and come back to the same spot.
Yeah,
So,
but that's a time lapse over one night, right?
Hey, Beasticle,
Mhm.
do you, when you go outside, you still see the same star, bro? The same whatever you were talking about, the same star. Yeah, there you go. He done observations, so I'm just curious. I don't know.
Now,
I don't know shit. But
granted, this is all naked eye observations that I've done. So, I will have to get the measurements and actually have, solid measurements every day for me to provide that argument. But anecdotally speaking, speculatively speaking, where I'm located in Las Vegas, Nevada, on my stairs in my apartments, I wanted to test this for myself in terms of just to speculate and see what the hell is going on, because I have seen time lapses of people having long exposure cameras, faced towards the Polaris, the North Star, and you see perfect concentric circles with these exposure, exposure on.
I've taken those pictures myself.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So I wanted
cool,
to test and see if that was the case for myself. So every night
I've done it myself. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So but for me, every night I would sit on my stairs and I would get off work at around 9:30, 10ish. And I always noticed that the Orion's belt was right overhead. So then I made it conscious decision at 10:30 every night, basically, to look up and see if Orion's belt is in the same position for 6 months straight. Now, the reason why I did it for 6 months straight is just because, it wasn't no actual reason why I did 6 months. It's just how long I looked at it until I was convinced that, it's in the same spot every night. And what didn't add up for me personally is the fact that you have all these different movements that the Earth and the Sun is making, and I just didn't quite. It just doesn't make sense from what we experience, what we see. Like, how can we be spinning 1,000 miles per hour while also orbiting around the Sun at 67,000 miles per hour, while the Sun is also going towards the center of the galaxy, or the Milky Way, at 667,000 miles per hour? So those movements,
I'm
those
not
parallaxes.
sure exactly what the question is, but there's a couple answers to that. So sort of in order, you can imagine a situation pretty easily in which case you would see like a certain star at a certain place the whole year around, right? If you're standing like, near the North Pole or something, you look up, right? You would not expect that, like in the sort of globe model, right? You would not expect that star to change. So it's certainly possible for something to remain very, very static over those time periods. But also the sort of incredulity with these large numbers, obviously the answer is that, they're small compared to the distances, but also the stars in Orion, for example, right? This big number moving around the galaxy, they're going with us, right? We're going the same way. Everything's orbiting the center of the Milky Way. Yeah. So their relative velocity is not high going around the Milky Way compared to, like, with us, it's not a particularly big difference. You imagine things like orbiting a whirlpool, right? If you're right next to something else, you're both moving pretty fast, but you're not, departing from each other particularly quickly.
So you're saying that all these stars that we are able to see with the naked eye, some of them, which are light years away, are actually orbiting with us in the galaxy?
Essentially, every naked eye star is quite close relative to the size of the galaxy. So essentially, yes. I mean, you're not able to see things super far away with your naked eyes. It's not possible.
Yet it's perfect concentric circles around Polaris.
Well, the concentric circles are caused by the rotation of the Earth, nothing to do with any other motion.
Well, that's what I'm confused about. How come Polaris is perfectly centered around the North Pole, around,
Well, it's actually not perfect, but
you get my point, though. It's like that's where the axis of spin is according to the globe model. So how does that? I just don't understand.
I'm not sure I get your point, actually. I mean, not trying to be like facetious. Like, what's the actual
you're good.
question?
You're good.
What's the actual question here?
The question is, how do we see perfect concentric circles year in, year out, with all these different movements
because all of those movements are very small compared to the distances involved.
Okay.
I mean, which sounds a little,
convenient,
but it's true, right? Well,
sounds a little convenient.
Convenient, I suppose, is one way to look at it.
Yeah,
it's just the way things are.
The reason why it doesn't move is because the stars are so far away that we can't notice a change, yet you can still measure the distances from them. That doesn't make sense.
But that's not like an argument, right? Incredulity is not an argument. Why does that not make sense?
Because how can you be so sure of one measurement and then not be sure of a different one? I just don't understand.
What measurement are we not sure about?
So you're saying, like, you're so sure, certain about these distances that these stars are away from the planet, right?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Pretty sure, right?
Got a good number of decimal places on there at this point, yeah.
Okay, so knowing that and comparing that to what we experienced here on Earth, how do you not find the incredulity of that? I just don't understand.
I suppose that's the personal thing. If you're like, that number is too big for me, I don't buy it. Okay, fair enough. I don't really see an argument in that, right? Why is that number too big? Why do the numbers of the universe have any obligation to be like small and daily, normal for us? I don't see why that should be the case.
Well, it's just the fact that we see with the naked eye these stars that are trillions of light years away, right?
Trillions of miles. Definitely not trillions of light years.
Trillions of miles away, excuse me.
You only see naked eye stars, I don't know, maybe 100-ish light years, somewhere in that order. Not that far.
Okay, why? Why is that the case when you have a certain amount of distance before the brightness of that star should absolutely fade away? It just doesn't make sense to me. So if you could explain.
Well, again, you keep saying it doesn't make sense, but I don't really understand what the question is there. If you're like, I don't believe that we would be able to see these stars if they're that far away. I mean, if you just, you could do the math if you want to convince yourself, right? If you have a certain brightness over a certain distance, then you can either see it or not, right? Obviously, if the stars are very far away, then yes, they must be very bright. Sure, all right. I don't see what's necessarily. Yeah, let's go ahead.
I mean, if you guys are done, I don't want to interrupt.
Go for it.
And I mean, this really has nothing to do with anything.
That's
But
right.
we're in the weeds, so let's stay in it just for the hell of it, because we're fuck.
I like to talk about astronomy. I don't mind.
let's. So, what? How was the Earth created? The Big Bang, right?
No, the Earth is quite a bit younger than the Big Bang. So, the large cloud of gas and dust that collapsed into a protoplanetary disk, and the Earth created out of pebbles. There you go. That's obviously condensed version. I mean, we talk about it. I actually study protoplanetary disks in my work. So, like young solar system formation, planet formation. That's sort of my subfield. So, I can definitely talk about that at any degree of detail you prefer.
So it's the entire. It created the entire solar system.
What did?
The Big Bang.
No, the Big Bang. So the solar system's like 5 billion years old. Big Bang like 13. So
why? Okay, because this is my question. I don't understand why they're all moving together in unison through space.
They being
everything. The planets, the Earth, the Sun.
Well, the reason the planets and the Earth and the Sun are all moving together is because they came from the same place, which is the protosolar cloud, big cloud of gas and dust that collapses to form a solar system. So they're created, roughly at the same time they come into being. And what happens, we want to go into detail here, is if you have a big cloud, right, like imagine it just as like a sphere at the beginning, very big, like a parsec, and all these particles in there, gas and dust, they have thermal motion, right, they're just moving around. As this collapses due to gravity, the conservation of angular momentum will flatten it out into a disk. That's why everything orbits in the same direction, right? It's why everything spins in the same direction with the sun, most things. And you sort of get this thing naturally. We can see this happening. You can go look at, protoplanetary systems that are forming planets like right now and see these disks in various stages of evolution.
Sure.
Well, I mean, you can buy that or not. It's literally the thing that is in the sky. I mean, you can go look at it. Maybe you can't, but I mean, I have done it. Whether or not you believe me, I guess it's up to you. But I mean, I've seen them myself, so I can post a picture if you want.
You wouldn't be able to see them. You wouldn't be able to see them move. You would see no parallax because you don't see any parallax in stars. You wouldn't actually be seeing this happen, right? You just Like, okay, if you took a point in what's happening today and then a point and then looked at it again a year from now, how much difference would you see?
Not much. I mean, obviously the time scale here is quite long. What you do is you look at a region, generally like Taurus or Ophiuchus, that's forming stars and planets actively, and you look at the different objects there, and they will be at sort of various stages in their evolution. I mean, this is what we're constrained to do because the universe is slow and humans don't live very long. The time scale to form a planetary system out of a cloud is on the order of 10 million years. So yeah, you don't see much change from time to time. So what we're restricted to doing is just... Sorry?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to know, like, what's the telescope? What's the tool you use to see this?
I've used a variety of different telescopes. If you want to look at young star-forming planetary systems, ALMA is generally the best bet. That's ALMA, ALMA. I've used that before. It's a millimeter wave interferometer.
Man, if only we could live for 10 million years, huh?
That'd be pretty nice for a wide variety of reasons. Yeah.
If we entered a black hole, would we be like, how much time would pass? How much time dilation?
The equations say it would sort of trend to infinity, but I don't know. I mean, obviously, you've never done it. Just math. That's not really my subfield. So relativity and stuff. I study young stars and planets, right? So.
Yep.
You know, I used to be completely obsessed with space. Not to the extent, never got to the extent that you have, but
science. I hear that a lot from people in here. I hear that a lot from you guys. Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, space and dinosaurs, man. That was my room growing up. Space and
real,
dinosaurs.
Man.
Well, if it isn't the person who takes photos of exoplanets.
Me, what's up, man?
Timbo.
To be fair,
busted.
Nah, I'm not gonna harass you, mate.
Bust your fantasy balls. Don't worry.
Who you
I'm like spamming in the chat right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the kitchen. I don't bother reading the live stream chat. It's usually a bit of a mess. Just making.
I think you would quite enjoy my messages, Itir.
Well, what do you? While I'm making this sandwich, you can tell me what you want to talk about.
I just want to hear all the crap that you're gonna say.
Busted.
And then tell us that. Oh, but it's all assumptions.
You want me to read what I wrote in the chat?
If you'd like to read what you wrote in the chat, go ahead.
Yeah, because it's funny. Oh, if you use the inverse square law, just up the brightness of the star in the sky to cancel it out. Not a problem that it would logically mean that the whole vacuum of space should all be lit the heck up.
There's a name for that. Actually, it's called Olber's paradox.
Oh, I know. Yeah, okay. Don't worry about the...
sorry, Flatsy, go ahead.
I'm not done. You got to hear my spamming, okay? Then you can talk. Don't worry about the second law of thermodynamics. Don't worry about Newton's laws of motion. That would mean Earth is the inertial reference frame by necessity. And then I said he looks at 1 to 7 pixels.
Well, I believe the picture I sent was like 3 pixels on his side, so that's actually 9 total pixels. Yeah, just if someone's counting.
Oh, okay. I should put 1 to 9 pixels then.
Thank you, please. I appreciate the accuracy.
You got it.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Just for clarity, Ite, can you explain to the guys how you know that there's an exoplanet floating around a star? Just go through the process.
Let's talk about exoplanets. Yeah.
So you've got a light. Like let's call this the star in the sky a light, and then that light dims by a certain percentage.
Yeah.
And then you say because that light dims by a certain percentage, that means we have a planet.
Not quite. You had me till that last part. Really what's going on here is we say, if that light dimming is caused by a planet orbiting around it, then I might expect to see some other things. And then I go look for those other things, and if I see them, I say, hey, it's probably a planet. And if I don't, which sometimes you don't, you say, it might be due to something else. And you have some other things.
Specific. Let's get hyper-specific.
There's actually almost more common than... Sorry, go ahead.
Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it a light? Is it a light in the conventional sense?
I have no idea what that means.
So how are we seeing this light?
By detecting photons? I'm not really sure what you're
What's
getting at
being
here, sorry.
what's being used to view it?
Telescope? Or are you talking
Is
about the
it
detector, which is generally a CCD?
right? Yeah. Is what sort of lens are we looking in? Sort of what spectrum?
I mean, you could look at them in whatever spectrum you'd prefer. Obviously, exoplanets are normally detected with optical photometry.
And in this case, what are you doing? Are you seeing
Mine's
it
optical, yeah.
through? It's optical. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I think it's like 600 microns, or nanometers, excuse me, 6 microns, roughly.
Do you think it could be anything else that do you think it could be something else that?
Yeah, it's totally possible. That's why you have to ask sort of more follow-up questions, right? You say, okay, well, if it's an exoplanet, it should do these things. If not, it should do these other things, right? And you asked me, like, what else could be? A great
What are the
example is
other
something called
things?
an
Yeah.
What are
eclipsing
the other
binary,
things? Yeah.
where you
Eclipsing
have one
binary.
star orbiting another star, and that has, detectable differences than just an exoplanet.
Well, you'd see two stars. That wouldn't be a difference.
No, not necessarily, right? These things are very far away. They are not resolvable. You
Okay,
can't
so
detect the difference.
you now you're saying.
So
So
it's
how do
not
you
optical.
detect that two stars are rotating around each other then?
Right. Yeah. If it's not optical, that's what I was
Say it's
asking.
not optical. This can be detected with optical wavelengths. So if you have an exoplanet orbiting
You
a
said you
star,
can't
right?
see it.
I said it
You can't
wasn't
see it.
resolvable, which means you can't distinguish between the two stars.
Oh.
Yeah,
So they might.
resolvable means can't see it. Yeah.
You cannot distinguish between the two stars.
So how do you know it's two stars?
Well, you don't know. You can get evidence, and so if you have two stars, then you would expect certain features in the light curve. Specifically, you would expect when one star is passing in front of another.
Expect it compared to what though? Because you've got no baseline.
Well, I mean, you can do the math, right? And say, okay, if I have a big star, right, and there's another star orbiting it, what would the light from those two things look like if they were orbiting each other? And it gives you some testable things, right? Okay, well,
And
if it's
then
an
how do you
eclipsing
confirm
binary,
it in reality?
What would it look like if it was just one big star?
they wouldn't be variable, right? It wouldn't be variable. Not on this level.
Why not? How do you know that?
This is not proof, right? It's
Hey,
evidence.
gentlemen, can I press pause on the conversation real quick? I just want
Yeah,
to
go
address
for it,
somebody
man.
in the room and ask them if they want to come down to chill and have a conversation because you guys are going at it. It's fag time, VC verified, but no roles. If you want to have a conversation, I'll go down to chill with you and we can talk. Or if you just want to listen, that's fine.
I think he wants to listen in here. Actually, we've been talking in the lobby. Or I mean, if that's fine too. If you wanted to go down there, that's fine
Jump
too.
in here as well if you want.
Honestly, this is very interesting conversation because I like to. I find it funny that it's unresolvable. Just so you don't really know. You just have to make assumptions about these exoplanets, and then you see the picture of these exoplanets. How the hell did they get those details like that? Like how? What is that? All assumptions there?
Photoshop.
Well,
I mean,
aren't most stars claim to be binary systems?
Most systems are binary. Most stars, like statistically, are not. So, if you have two stars orbiting each other, right? It's binary. Most systems are binary, but you got enough stars that aren't binary that it works out that I don't know. That's just semantics. Yes, there's a lot of binaries.
Orbiting each other. Wait. Clarify that for us. Orbiting each other.
Yeah, that's right.
So how do they orbit each other?
What is so confusing about that?
Well, how could possibly okay? So in the heliocentric model, right? Earth's orbiting the sun. Let's say in another system, the Earth was orbiting the sun, and the sun was orbiting the Earth at the same time. How does that work?
So if two objects are comparable in mass, one does not orbit the other. They orbit a common center of mass called the barycenter. This is actually true even in the Earth-Sun system, but if you work out the math, the barycenter is inside the sun, so we appear to orbit the sun. But if the Earth was much, much larger, comparable to the size of the sun, you would see us orbiting our common center of mass.
what would be the common center of mass?
it would be, you can imagine that you took a stick, right, and you put the sun on one end and the other sun on the other end. The center of mass is where that would like balance if you held it on your finger.
So where's the moon? Is the moon orbit within the Earth, or is it
the very center of the Earth system is also within the Earth? Yes.
Yeah, but how do you know the Earth is moving?
Wow.
The first movement in this chain of movements would have to be the axial rotation of the Earth, right?
Hi, Heretic. How's it going,
coming
man?
in hot?
That's not an answer.
Well, we've been over this like so many times, right?
I never heard this.
I heard it earlier. Nobody gave an answer as to how the axial rotation was measured. They just said it was calculated from the assumption of the radius. But still, even then, that would be begging the question, because how do you know it's not a geocentric stationary sphere? That you're begging the question of as well.
That's a good question.
Begging the question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's all you're doing, and we're just talking sci-fi, so you guys can carry on doing that if you want. Unless there's some measurement of rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, I brought up the fact that we would be, Newton's laws of motion. We would be the inertial reference frame by necessity, and what you're viewing. That's a problem. Also, there was another thing I wanted to say. All the stars that you claim to go and look at. 1 to 9 pixels. Sorry about the 7 earlier, but whatever.
I'm just giving you a hard time, Flatsy. I'm sorry.
I know. It's fine. It's fine.
The Earth would be non-inertial if it's rotating. It's treated as inertial, though. So practically it's stationary. So where's the evidence it's not?
Exactly. Exactly.
Good point.
And I want to know, don't you find it a bit odd that all the stars that you look at are, even the ones in retrograde, are all relative to Polaris, not the sun?
What do you mean by relative to Polaris?
They all are in respect to Polaris.
Sorry, I'm still not following you. In respect to? I don't really know what that means.
They move in respect to Polaris being the center.
You're talking about like if you take a long exposure overnight or something. Well,
yeah,
Polaris
even in retrograde over time, if you study the stars over time, they're all moving in respect to Polaris, not the sun.
I'm not sure exactly what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure that's not true. I mean, the stars all have some small motion and proper motion you can detect, and it's essentially stochastic. So
prove it.
All right.
Well, are you Flatsy? I'm just trying to clarify that question because, so you're saying even if Polaris it might minutely moves over the course of time, everything else around it moves in relatively.
Yeah, even the stars that are claimed to be planets that move in retrograde still all move in respect to Polaris's position. Yeah, and even if Polaris slightly moves, it doesn't matter. They're all still in respect to Polaris in the position.
That also begs another question. Is there any major telescopes that are on the southern hemisphere?
Certainly. The one I talked about earlier, ALMA, that I've used.
ALMA.
It's in Chile.
Okay.
And did I say retrospect or retrograde? I meant to say retrograde.
You said retrograde. You said retrograde.
VLT's down there. Quite a few telescopes in Chile, actually.
Did you say used, so physically used, or logged on to by a computer?
Both, actually.
Oh, it's remote?
Yeah, mostly it's remote. Most observing is remote these days.
That's convenient.
Because, no one wants to go to the top of the fuck off tall mountains, right? It's a pain in the ass. I've done it.
Yeah, who wants to do that? Just look at a video screen, right?
Listen, it's very nice at the top. It's beautiful, but it takes a long time. And go to the one in... Yeah, I have several times.
Have you noticed any
He's
difference
never done it.
remote?
Listen, if you don't believe me, I mean, these conversations have to have a certain level of good faith, right? If you don't believe that I'm telling the truth about basic shit like that, I don't really know what to tell you, man. Like, it's my job. It's what I do.
Did you notice any...
You sound like a priest, bro.
But did you notice any difference between you physically going to where the telescope is versus you using it remotely?
Differences in terms of like what?
What you're seeing.
Well, I'm looking at different things every time, so.
Okay.
I mean, most times at least, yeah. Going up to the telescope is kind of a special occasion, just because it's it's such a pain get up there.
I
I mean, when I
just
went
want
to Alma, I had
to
to fly down to
reiterate.
Chile, right?
I just want to reiterate that your whole work is based on assumptions, correct?
That's one way to look at it, yeah.
And do you consider what you do science?
I do, Flatsy, yes. I mean, we've been through this so many
So,
times, right?
so okay. So, what is the observed phenomenon?
Yeah. You hit me with independent, blah blah blah, right?
Yeah,
That's the
exactly,
whole
because that
thing.
means
Yeah.
it's pseudoscience.
Yeah,
By the way.
hold on.
So,
I'm confused. How can assumptions be science? If
well,
everything is based on assumptions, where's the science at?
I don't believe that everything is based on assumptions, but at a certain point, it's a matter of opinion.
Well, so far you haven't given any evidence. It's all just been assumptions, really.
Well, I mean, from my point of view, right? If someone says, hey, this might be the way things are. If that's the way things are, we expect to see this thing, and we go look and we see that thing. It's not proof, but it's evidence, right? And you do that a bunch of times, you really start to say, okay, we got a lot of evidence to support this. It's not proof, right? But if you got all this evidence, okay, maybe you believe it. Maybe you don't. Everyone's standard of evidence, where they decide if they believe something or not, is personal.
So you're saying that looking at something is evidence?
Can be for me, yeah. Looking in a scientific way, right? Asking a question, saying, okay, well, if this is the way it is, then maybe I expect to see this, and you go look
Yeah,
and
but
you see that.
why
Right?
would you? But why would you ever start anything with if?
It's basic of science, man. If this, then that.
Is it?
Sure.
I mean, so let's take boiling water. Where does the if come in?
In what sense?
Well, so we're going to apply science to boiling water. Tell me the if.
Okay. If I apply heat to this water, it will come to a boil.
Okay. So then we can test it and then we can prove it. Correct?
Yeah. Listen, I get the whole thing
Okay.
between
Okay. All right.
observational
All
and
right. All right.
experimental
So
science, right?
see, you're already starting to run away.
I'm not running away from anything.
Right?
Just have this
Yeah, because
conversation several times, right?
you're realizing where the conversation is going to go. It's going to go to a place where you no longer have any answers because none of it is true. Because when you start with an if and then you can't come to a conclusion, it's bupkis. So if the pink shit on the ground came from a unicorn, we should be able to prove that. So when you make statements, if we see this, then this, where's the proof?
Science is not in the business of proving things. It is
Oh, it's
gathering
not.
evidence
What
to
is
favor or
what is
disfavor ideas.
favor or
Hmm.
disfavor? What the fuck does that mean? What?
You have a hypothesis, gather evidence. That evidence either supports or does not support your hypothesis.
So basically, yeah, you just live in a world of assumptions. You don't live in reality.
I understand that that is your position.
So no, that's your position. You have to accept that because you don't live in a world where evidence or proving things is necessary. It's
Evidence
all in
is
your head.
absolutely necessary.
It is. Okay, so where is any evidence for anything that you've been saying?
Well, talked about it at
Proof
length, right?
is evidence.
Wait, what's evidence?
Proof.
I
The
have no idea what that
definition
means.
of proof is evidence. Look it up. Look up the definition of proof and read it to us.
Or synonyms. That'll work.
I'm going to head to bed, guys. I bet it has been lovely as always.
Okay.
You do
Nothing
this every
rooted
time,
in
right? I come on and I say, I'm
assumption.
going to hang out for a little bit. I got to go to bed. And I go to bed. Everyone's like, it's going to bed. Look at that. I'm like, well, listen, man. Got to get some sleep,
Hey,
I can stay here for
you
8 hours, and if I left, people are like, oh,
you
look at
still
that. Here he
didn't answer
goes.
my question. You still didn't
So,
answer my question
what
earlier.
was it's a lot
Remember
of
when?
questions, man.
No, remember when you mentioned about the we know the radius, so we use the radius and to figure out the how fast the Earth spin,
Yeah.
right? 1,000 miles per hour. Well, I said, well, if you applied that logic, so let's use the radius to measure the curvature of the Earth, 8 inches per mile square, drop over distance. Can we do that? Can you do that?
Nope, never done it. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
that's just such a
So
tired subject.
it's all imagination. I get it. Okay, I got it, bro.
He must
All
go
right.
to bed.
Yeah,
All
that's
right. You have a
fine.
good
That's
night,
the
guys.
you
I'm going to
too.
bed.
The whole radius of the Earth is the first rung of all of the cosmology. So
Yeah,
if
we
it's
covered that
wrong,
earlier.
yeah, if it's wrong, then it's all wrong because the next rung would be that Venus is the same size or relatively the same size as Earth, and that's how you decide the
And
whole
where?
orbital system around the
Yeah, we
sun,
had a
how
whole
big the
conversation about
sun
this. Talk about
is,
the
how far away the sun
sun
is.
fusion,
Yeah,
right?
but these are all
Spectra, black body
assumptions.
curves.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
these are all
how
assumptions.
can you make a whole cosmology out of assumptions?
That's right, exactly. This is a problem.
At a certain point, like all this aside, right? Um, it does come, if nothing else, if all this is false and we didn't measure the radius, blah 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 blah,
Right.
there are a remarkable number of coincidences. Things that we would expect to see that we look out there and see. It's
Oh,
absolutely possible they were put there to
so
fool
you mean
us.
that they've been seen for thousands of years, and we have recorded history of people tracking these things, so it's not actually prediction.
No. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about things like
You
the
don't think that that's a you don't think
radioactive nickel line in supernova spectra. Crazy shit that we would
what?
never have predicted, right?
What?
Right? These things are predicted
What?
long before they are
No,
observed.
nobody,
Are
no.
you a coincidence theorist?
I'm not saying it's proof. I'm just saying at a certain point it starts to get a little bit incredulous. But anyway, guys, like I said, gotta go to bed. Been a
It was a
pleasure.
good laugh. Thank you for that
I'll
last
talk
little
to
bit
you
of
later.
laugh.
Have a good night.
Later, hater.
Whew. I'm glad you guys popped in when you did. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good laugh, man. I had to pop in because I knew that he was being one of those people that'll monologue about a bunch of bull crap. So I wanted to pop in and spam, and then thank you guys for letting me. And I'm glad that he even allowed me to read off my spams.
It was hilarious though. Oh, sorry, not 7, 9. Excuse me, pixels.
Yeah, and I changed it.
That's so crazy though. It
Makes all the
really
difference.
is.
He's fun.
You know, while he was trying to explain like a lot of stuff, he didn't even sound believable. He didn't believe in what he was saying. Like if you guys actually can hear in his voice, after a while he started to kind of like shaky, with his voice.
Nah,
So
unfortunately, I think he completely believes it.
Hold on,
I want
this
you to realize
GIF.
that
Sorry.
2 pixels is the difference between Mario having a toenail and not having a toenail.
I was about to go. I was about to whoever posted this GIF of
The
the
exoplanets.
not the exoplanets, the one underneath it with the Gilu. Did you do that? That has more way. All of these have way more pixels, but I was gonna ask him. Doesn't he find that pretty problematic that National Geographic would, put out those as exoplanets when he knows he doesn't look at that?
Exactly. That's a great question.
I wanted to ask that,
um,
but Heretic was already dragging him through the mud, so it was fine.
Back when
who
we get
jumped? Who jumped on Arian before about the meaning of evidence and proof? Who was that?
Oh, he didn't jump on him. He wasn't jumping on him. He was just clarifying to ITR to know that using the word evidence meant synonymous
proof.
to proof. Yeah.
Right. I looked it up too. Evidence or argument establishing or helping to establish a fact or the truth of a statement. Right.
And that can't be rooted in an assumption, right?
No.
Evidence, yeah, evidences can't be rooted in assumptions.
Yeah,
I was
Yeah, you
evidence
on
or
can't have.
argument.
You can't
Yeah.
get. Yeah, you can't get evidence from an assumption. Yeah, you're
yeah.
right. Even if it proves even if it gives you like a little bit towards your assumption, you've still based it on an assumption anyway. Like it's
Yeah.
kind of silly.
I'm glad he
Yeah,
came
if
in
you
when he
look,
did because I was having fun. I'd like to go into outer space. It was nice.
yeah, if you look into the lobby, whoever, Timbo, if you look into the
Yeah.
lobby, it was right after he addressed me. He was like, I can't really talk. I'm working in between customers, FEG time. And I was like, you're all good. I told them you probably just wanted to listen. And when he heard, I guess ITR said something about proof
Proof and
or
evidence.
evidence. He
Yeah.
was saying evidence. He was like, someone tell that clown in live stream to look up the definition of proof. It means evidence. He said it's not proof, but it's evidence. So I guess ITR said something like that, and he wanted to clarify. Hey,
Yeah.
you look up the
Okay.
definition of evidence, and it's synonymous with proof.
Okay, that's what was happening.
I found it
I
interesting.
know how Timbo is always on the hunt for somebody that's a pretender clown. We've been talking to FEG time in the lobby, so I already can vouch for him. So you're okay, Timbo. Settle down.
I'm gonna mute then. Nah.
No, you don't have to mute.
Nah. I'm just gonna get some just at the shop's getting some dinner for tonight. So
There you go.
we're already Saturday evening here in future time.
Ah,
Pity I'm
blood
on the same
sticker.
island as Ruhif, but you know.
Yeah, that's kind of sad
It's
for real.
a big island, so we can put up with it.
I'm glad he's there with you and not with us. I'm just kidding. It wouldn't matter.
So I
Yeah.
see someone
You
in
should
your
meet up. We
name,
should meet up with him and take him to dinner.
Ruhif.
He's in Sydney, man. It's too far away.
Hey,
It's only a
blood
10-hour
sticker.
drive.
Where do you
Just
stand
shout.
on this? It looks like you're VC verified. Just curious.
Who?
Blood
Blood
sticker doesn't
sticker.
talk.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man.
Blood's too fake.
Actually, I think I might be wrong. Have we spoken to him before, Flatsy? D-Dub, blood sticker?
I think so. I think he's spoken before here and there, but it's very rare.
Yeah,
I
it
know
seems like he's
he
idle.
does comment in the chat, yeah? He, she, I don't even know if it's I think it's a
Pretty
he.
sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a he, and I'm pretty sure he's a flat earther, just kind of always
Yeah.
hanging out, listening.
From memory, I think he's from the UK, yeah?
Yep.
Poor guy.
I couldn't tell you. I don't remember.
Let's not hold it against him.
Ah,
Yep,
there he
yep,
is.
UK.
Yeah, I found it interesting his answer to the Miggy's 3 points, the third point about how can we have the vacuum of space adjacent to our pressurized air without a container, and he essentially said, well, that's because space isn't a complete vacuum.
Oh, then maybe he's not a flat earther because that is absurd.
No, not blood, ITR.
Oh,
ITR.
oh,
Yeah.
because it's a near perfect vacuum, and
Oh, you're not a flat earther,
no
blood?
matter, oh, he's not a flat earther.
Aha.
Well, target acquired. I'm just kidding.
What are you on the
You know,
fence about, blood sticker? Curious.
I don't know. I don't know if that means he's on the fence.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I find it very problematic that anytime that we can somewhat like create, not really, because there's no way to create a perfect vacuum, even here on Earth or anywhere, by the way, that's not possible. So the fact that we even say that we live in a vacuum or near perfect vacuum is absurd because we can't even recreate one here on Earth. And we need a container for that. And due to us needing a container means that it can't be a perfect vacuum no matter how much of the air we can actually get out of the chamber. The walls of the chamber are still matter. So that means it cannot possibly be a vacuum. Anyways, I just wanted to put that out there because that's a point that I like to make.
No, I'm
Apparently.
learning. It's interesting.
I can't get it out of my head every time someone says vacuum. I think of that robot vacuum from Spaceballs sucking all the air out of that planet. I just can't get it out of my head.
Well, the problem with it is that whenever we like can kind of create a vacuum here on Earth,
It's only with a
if-
robot made.
Yeah, but think about it. Think about how the weight of anything increases in a vacuum and it doesn't decrease, and they depict a weightless environment when there's less gravity or whatever. You get like it just all seems really the more the vacuum, the more the weight, but the less the gravity, the less the weight. You know what I mean? Like there's something super contradictory there and double speaking.
I have a really nice Dyson vacuum, and I'd say it's it's almost near perfect.
Yeah, I've got the pet. I got the pet 12.
Yeah, that's what I got.
No
So
way.
good.
We both have the same vacuum. That's hilarious. It's funny how like if you
Because
look
of
at
the dogs. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was gonna say if you look at
That's why I got it too, bro.
you look at the statement, right, where they, you see all these, entertainers like Neil deGrasse Tyson or Carl Sagan in the vacuum of space, and it's really saying like space. The idea of space is vacuous. This means there's no substance there. It's just, I don't know. I feel like it's double speak right in itself, but
I'm glad he has all the answers though, and has everything figured out. I'm happy for him.
Who has all the answers?
that guy,
ITR.
ITR.
Oh,
He's
you
got
know
all the.
what?
He knows.
Oh, what a he tried to really there was okay, I can't remember exactly. If you give me a second, I'm gonna go on mute and I'm gonna remember, but Indio had him stumped one time with an argument. And just give me a second and I'll remember it because it's just I have a really good memory, but sometimes, especially late at night, especially when I've had a couple of glasses of wine, I don't remember very well. Hold on.
Oh, good.
But you may continue. Go ahead, talk.
So, another question I got. Is there any other way to show differentials in pressure, in air pressure without a container? You have to have it contained to measure it, right? Like to see gradients of gases, like let's say you had argon or nitrogen or oxygen or different types of gases inside of a enclosed system, right? You have to have it enclosed.
Yeah, you're talking about necessary antecedents. So the necessary antecedent for gas pressure gradient would be gas pressure, right? And the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container.
Yeah, it's in the definition, which is problematic for people because they want to invoke gravity for that, where gravity, because of the inverse square law, would be weaker, where the gravity couldn't hold the gases in. So the gases go up. They don't come down. That gravity's not in their paradigm. I'm sorry, I'm like speaking in
No,
their
you're right
paradigm.
though.
But
it doesn't make sense. How it leaks out according to him in this the uppermost gradient that he was talking about. It's like, okay, so how how is it? How are those molecules able to escape so-called gravity? Yet
So
it just doesn't make sense. Yeah.
here's another big problem with what ITR is saying, because the way that he remember when before he left he was talking about what was it? It was like iron something some sort of anyways, they use
Nickel.
spectroscopy. Yeah, oh yeah, nickel. It was nickel. Okay. They use spectroscopy to understand how gases, and even at this, you can see the hues of certain like uh, matter. Like it's hard to explain, but like how if you have some sort of reflection going on to a surface that has color, you can see the color reflected.
Okay.
Yeah, even pavement can reflect. So this is just bear with me. I'm sorry. So
No, you're good.
spectroscopy is only achieved through containing individual gases. By the way, you have to contain them first, and then you have to stimulate the gas so that it kind of with like a magnet or electromagnetic energy or something like that. You have to excite the gas for it to give off a color.
Kind of like
And
neon.
yeah,
Like neon
neon,
lights.
argon, all of those things give off a certain
Right.
color when you excite them.
Right.
So
Makes sense.
that's why we see sunsets the way that we do. So they're using that premise there to give you some idea and assumption of these stars that they see through the same gases that we contain and look through, like see how they look when they're excited. So we have this whole problem with whatever barrier here, we know that we're contained. So we know that when they're looking at the stars and they're using the idea of spectroscopy, how problematic that is when they make assumptions off of the type of gas ball in the vacuum of space that it is, which is also a second law of thermodynamic violation. Anyways,
Wouldn't they have to look through our own
yes, that's exactly the point I was
atmosphere?
getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, how'd you get so smart? You're
Well, I
so
mean,
smart.
I thought about this stuff for years. It just like what he was saying. Oh, the incredulity of certain things doesn't mean it's not real. Which is like, what? How do they take they don't take into account the variable of looking through our own pressurized system, basically oxygen,
Exactly.
nitrogen, all the other noble gases.
Yes,
Eh,
exactly, and that our sun excites those gases to
mhm.
form a certain color, and they don't even take that into account when they're looking at stars in the night sky because
Ridiculous.
must not even have to deal with those gases lighting up for any
Right.
reason or whatever. And not that I'm saying that they are, but they don't even take that as a variable or an issue.
Right. They don't have two different measurements, one in nighttime, one in the daytime when the sun's affecting those gases, right? I get what you're saying. That's crazy. It's all crazy.
And
Another thing.
just to clarify too, mate, the
Sure.
incredulity is not an argument for something being true or not true. So yeah, it goes either way. He just needs to present the proof that what he's saying is true.
Right.
Incredulity is irrelevant.
Yeah. I mean, I just, it's just if you really like. That's one thing that I love about this community. It's like you cut away all the bullshit and you really get down to brass tacks here. And it's like I'm really, I'm getting there, you guys.
Exactly, and we consider much more than they even have. Like the people in his field have never thought about these problems, probably that we, you know, can think about because we know what we know, and It's just, I mean, it's kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. It is really fun to talk to somebody like him that's just so stuck. But
Either
it's
way,
also sad. It's also sad too
it is
because
sad. Yeah.
he's just a literal religious zealot for the globe and
His
the whole
career relies
paradigm.
upon it.
It does. It does.
He's built a career on it.
Yeah, that's painful to even come to
Wait,
that.
what was his career?
Well, he said he has a master's degree in astrophysics.
It's not. It's not astrophysics. He's a student to have his PhD in astrophysics. He's a what is it? It's something else.
Some other useless title, probably.
Well, he's like a student for yeah. So astrophysics is, I guess, his goal, but he's not there yet. He's like a rung below that.
You know, it's really interesting just thinking about in general about how their lack of let's say proof, just to keep it simple, but their lack of proof has kind of turned everyone here into like almost perfectionists, and I freaking love it. You know what I mean? I feel like we all have that in common, where you're just like, no, if you are serious, you have to take these other factors into consideration. And I find that to be beautiful because, you know, it kind of helps us in our own daily lives in terms of like sniffing out bullshit. So I love it. I am addicted to learning like this. So thank you. You don't get to have these conversations with
Me too, because I don't see them as as sad as they can be, as problematic as it is in our worldview. It's also, it's kind of fun. It's really kind of one of those things where you just have to be able to take the good with the bad and see the good with the, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to else explain it because, you know, nothing is just, everything for us is sort of nuanced, and you know, all of our dirty laundry will be aired out at one point. Just make sure that it's minimal.
Right. No, right, yeah. Looking for anything to weaponize against, you know, the movement in a sense. Anything. It's just, it's so crazy. It's like if they would have spent the amount of effort that they spend trying to, you know, come over here and attack us, instead of just spending that amount of effort to just prove those first three claims, like it, you know what I mean? Anything like that. And it's so funny to hear even him say like, well, if you took the radius, like, okay, so you don't know anybody that's ever done it. No one's done it. He just goes,
He just
oh, like by
believes
the
it.
parallax. He just says, oh, it's the parallax. We're measuring the parallax. And that's
The
how it kind of started.
Yeah, he's talking about parallax with the luminaries, like but I mean like with the sun, the moon, the background stars, and the stars in retrograde, but literally all of them are moving in respect to the position that Polaris is in. So it's kind of funny. It really is kind of funny that nobody in their paradigm seems to realize that. So
I mean, even God rocking saying like 1 light year is about 5 trillion miles away. And the fact that we can see most of the stars, you know, let's say through, if there wasn't any pollution or light pollution, you can see most of the stars in the sky with the naked eye. And it's like, how? Right? Like, what is the point of even trying to like, how can we see it? It just doesn't make sense. How it's so far away. How do we see it with the naked eye? It just doesn't make sense. And the fact you have all these like CGI Photoshop representations, for example, of exoplanets and like all the different sizes and colors and stuff like that, when you're literally looking at 1 to 9 pixels. It's just like, what?
You know, guys like ITR, I really don't feel that sad for guys like him because he's completely happy in his, you know, his
Fantasy
belief.
life. Yeah.
Yeah, he's so happy. It's the people that like come in here and you can tell they're extremely conflicted, and that cog disc starts kicking in and they just can't. But you know they're trying to fight it, but it's so strong. Those are the people I feel sad
Like
for, and
earlier
you know what I
today
mean?
with
Yeah.
crazy.
But guys like ITR, I mean, he's happy. He doesn't. He has no conflict in his mind at all, and you know that's great for him. You
Hello,
know.
everybody. I just want to add something about parallax. We can't use parallax if the object we are seeing is a reflection. So it's it's a point where on flat Earth, when we speak about parallax, we need to account the fact that we have an azimuthal grid of vision, and we must add the fact that some of the luminaries may be only reflection. So it changed totally the geometry of the parallax.
Yeah,
You're saying
nobody
parallax,
claims,
right?
but nobody claims to know what the luminaries are. It's just,
I
yeah.
know.
So we
Yeah,
can't even make a claim to what they are with the whole parallax thing.
good point
We
though.
get it. We understand that the sun has its own path, the moon has its own path, the retrograde stars, the planets have what have you, whatever. They have their own path, and then we have the background stars. So, well, I mean, we get what you're saying, but I think that most of us do. If not, I just laid it out pretty well. That they all have like their own paths, and they all move um, with that parallax that you're talking about. But we're talking about I don't know. Maybe I was just talking about the how they move in respect to
Polaris.
Polaris, or the position where Polaris is. So maybe I won't even pinpoint it to exactly Polaris, but that's only due to our perspective and the way that we can see that Polaris. I don't know. I don't even know for sure. So I'm not going to make any claims on that. But respect to that position. So
Well, I get what you're saying though, because it's very important because you can be at different parts of the Earth and be viewing Polaris, and regardless of the parallax, you still see concentric circles. That's the thing that I don't get. I just don't understand.
It's because of the azimuthal grid of vision. When you are outside with a clear sky at night, uh, don't you have the impression that every star is equally distant to you, like you are seeing an hemisphere of sky? It's truly an impression. When I ask people about that, everyone is telling me the same thing. Stars appear to be on a radius from you every time, and this is the azimuthal grid of vision. In fact, so we
Celestial
don't see.
sphere, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
The celestial sphere
Yeah,
is what.
exact,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
what they call it.
Yeah. So the distance between the stars may be totally false from our perspective. But this is why we have the AE map, and every map is on a trigonometry building. This is because we use Polaris as a reference point. But if we see it like an hemisphere, every point we will draw on the map will have distance distortion. The more we have distance with Polaris, the more distortion we will have on the map, and this is what we observe on navigation.
Hmm. Yeah, it's essentially you're saying Polaris has to be that point of reference no matter what, including navigation, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Right. If you ever get lost, look for the North Star. Simple. I mean, it's been a saying for thousands of years. It's just like, sailors use it. It's just like, I just exactly, Flatsy. Like, it's still so important to bring into that conversation, no matter how far he gets into whatever he was getting into. It's just like, how do you explain the need for Polaris, like, and to use that as a reference point? Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. So they all like move in respect to that position, and I don't see how see how people don't like that are globers, not us, but that doesn't like strike a problem in their mind for their whole paradigm. And yeah, I know some of them will say it's because of the Southern Cross or whatever. But we know people that live in Australia that are telling you, like, no, these stars are moving in respect to the north. And also, just to bring this to a point, even people in Australia are using north to navigate if they use a compass at all. So that's kind of problematic with them being in the position that they are and there being another magnetic pole,
That's
which
exactly
is
what I was thinking.
absurd.
How come it
And
doesn't switch? Yeah.
and also, whether or not people think that this is a good argument, I don't really care. Australians, I've even asked Timbo or T-Dub and Timbo if when they navigate or if they even use a compass at any point, how do they hold their compass? And what are they holding it in respect to? They're holding it parallel to the ground in respect to the North Pole.
Right.
I rest my case. So that means in their position that the North Pole is, the main direction, and everything else is relative to that. And if you think in your mind, just think for a second, if the North Pole, and where the only direction that a compass will dictate, south would be 180 degrees all the way around in respect to the North Pole, which means that there cannot be a South Pole.
Right. Yeah. Simple as that. I mean, Timbo and T-Dub, you guys have compasses, right? It still points north, right? It doesn't, flip in terms of which direction it's facing towards the pole. Like, there is no.
Well, we have to deal with when you're navigating. You have to deal with what the magnetic declination and all of that. But if I can give you a couple of sources from people that have actually been on the seas navigating the waters that will tell you that there are discrepancies in certain places where they're not mapped out like those discrepancies are experienced. So the declination and the time, what is it? Oh crap! I lost the word. It's magnetic declination and the time zones are obscured and need to be in question when you are dealing with navigating, by the way.
There is a time zone is not aligned with latitude line. So time zone may be have done to hide.
Meridian, the meridian lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and swap over from latitude to the meridian lines. So, or is that what they're called?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So, there's the discrepancy is with the meridians, and the prime meridian, for example, is very, very obscure and a mess. If you ever want to see the prime meridian line, on a flat map. It's pretty funny, by the way.
It's interesting.
I have mapped on a map. I have mapped the ISS path, the GPS path. I have mapped 2 million fly paths from airplane, and I can tell you that we can't trust distance over water. Because GPS ping are a lot distorted over water, in fact. So the coverage is really bad. So we can't check with the AE map the geometry of the perfect geometry of this line and so on. So it's complicated to prove or unprove something using available data. So
Yeah, I agree with you. So I mean, I understand the discrepancies, and through, I guess, certain testimonies, or I guess it's up to you whether or not you want to take it as evidence. But someone that has navigated the seas in those areas where there would be discrepancies, and he's given a good outline of what he experienced and how, I mean, he's a flat earther now because of it, I think. So I would at least look into that. I can even post it for you. Just give me a second and I'll go find it.
yeah, I totally agree about the experience things. So if you are traveling on water, you may experience things that can let you to interpret more accurately the shape of the Earth. I am speaking about just analyzing data. It's how I can tell, there is no disproval possible with analyzing data. So every globie that is telling yes, there is airplane, fly pass from airplane proves the globe Earth. No, not at all. It's more we can have a better interpretation of fly path on a flat map, and it's obvious when you map it on the fly path. I don't have the right now to push some picture, but I have done some. I have done some mapping, so hence my name. I have done some mapping of this fly path, so I don't know if I speak really well, if I am understandable. So don't hesitate to tell me stop speaking.
Oh, you're
Okay.
good.
You sound great, bro. I don't have any trouble understanding you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Thanks.
actually, yeah, you're fine.
Thanks.
But
You
yeah.
guys know Vin real quick because he's not new.
There we
But
go. There's time zone. Sorry, go ahead. I'm going to post the rest of
yeah,
them.
Vin looks like Andrew
Vin-
Tate. Oh, that is Andrew Tate. Never mind.
I think I have seen this one.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's
I'll
funny what
post that too.
Andrew Tate
He's
had a
got a
little
broken
clip
mic roll.
where he
Yeah,
said,
I'll post that clip if you want me to.
Hey,
Hey,
Vin, you ever
Flatsy, is
see
the
that?
broken?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, guys.
No, it's me. Go ahead.
No, I'm just still asking about Vin. It says he's broken mic gang. Is does that mean he can't talk, or is that a joke?
Probably means he can't talk. But here's all of
Okay.
these videos of Hervé Riboni telling you all about his expeditions, because he was some sort of just you can watch it and
Oh, I've seen that guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Same
it's
thing.
in a different language. I think it's German or
No, it's yeah,
Italian or
it's
something.
French and German. French and German. It's a
Oh,
French
French
guy.
and German. Okay, okay, French and German. Sorry, I don't mean to get it wrong. I remembered that it was something along those lines. But there's subtitles, so if you don't speak that language, you can check it out. And he gives you an outline of his journeys and how it works on a flat Earth.
I can confirm it's a really good video. I have seen it all, so I can confirm. There is a lot of useful information.
And then I'll post the the Andrew Tate video for anybody who cares.
You know, it's funny. It's talking about magnetic declination. I know I heard that before, and I've seen it in reference to the 3 different types of norths that the military uses. You know, magnetic north, true north, and astronomical north. And I'm just finding it hilarious to read about true north, which basically it says true north is the direction along Earth's surface towards the place where the imaginary rotational axis of the Earth intersects the surface of the Earth. I just find that pretty funny that they have to say imaginary rotational axis of the Earth.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's linked, but they speak about a wobbling of the Earth, the axial rotation is eccentric. You know, it describe like a cone or so on over time. So there is a mix of 2 or 3 rotation. Just speaking about the Earth itself.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Yeah, just that's actually one of the first things that I heard about when looking into flat Earth from my military friend. He goes, "Listen, you got to look into the fact that we use 3 different norths now, according to Google 4. Now there's a Google Maps north apparently, which is hilarious." Again.
On my work field, I have already listened to that fact. I did not work directly on that fact that there is a multiple pole, North Pole, but I have already heard that yes, at some point we use multiple North Pole. That was virtual.
Is
It
it
was
virtual?
yeah. It at the time that was what they tell me that this North Pole was virtual just because of magnetic declination.
Right.
We put some virtual North Pole to make to make a distance match and so on because they use it as a reference point. In fact, so to triangulate by using magnetism and by using tower ground system, we can compensate the declination. In fact,
Right. You had to. That's why they have those. Yep, because of the magnetic declination. That's why true. It's just weird. It's just weird to me. Hmm.
I have a solution. Build your house lined up north to south with Polaris. Check it every year for 30 years and see if Polaris moves off that line. A lot of places are built to the stars, to those to certain locations. That Manhattan Henge, where the sun only comes there those 2 days or that one time a year. So
I'm really trying to find anything really that describes what what Timbo and T-Dub would have to use in terms of a compass for being below the southern hemisphere, but there's nothing. There's nothing. It just literally, nope, they all point north, which is kind of convenient.
Yeah, you can navigate using other celestial point, but you need a perfect time to do that in order to remap the position of stars in the night. You can do the same with sun. So
No, what I'm saying is, if you're below the southern hemisphere, how come the compass is still pointing north? Why doesn't it switch?
Oh yes, yeah. Sorry, bad understanding. Sorry.
But you get what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if the compass work on the south because it depends of the magnetic strength of the Earth. So I don't know if equatorial is a limit of this strength. In fact, so I never I never have
Never thought
asked
about it.
this question myself. So.
Yeah. Well, Timbo, are you available? Probably not. Oh, hey, Blood.
Hello.
Are you in Australia? Oh, you're in UK. That's right. That's right.
UK.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any explanation here.
yeah, there is no south magnetic pole. There is no compass pointing south. There is no spinning compass when you're in the south or anything like that. So
Yeah, how come a compass doesn't point to the South Pole in the Southern Hemisphere? I'm sure people have asked this. It's got to be some mainstream explanation.
what's their excuse?
I know. I'm really trying to
They'll
find the
be like,
benefit of the doubt.
they'll be like, you're 1 foot away of the magnetic south pole, yet the compass is still pointing north because insert lies.
Oh my God! Wait till you hear this. Okay.
What is funny about compass is that when you do experiment with compass, you never can have a good, how to say, a good functioning of the compass if you put the magnetic, I don't know the word for the magnetic piece. If you put it under the compass, it will not work. You need to put it behind the compass to make it work. So the local experimentation with the compass can lead to the fact that the magnetic field from Earth that attract compass come from one point and not under our feet. I don't know if I am clear about this one, but
Oh, this is interesting. What it's saying here.
the word I mean is magnet, simply. When you play with a magnet on the compass, you need to put it in the same plane. You cannot put it under the compass.
Yeah, but if you're using a compass, why would you be manipulating it with a second magnet anywhere near the compass? Just for fun, I guess.
It's just to explain the local experimentation you can do with the compass. You can put a magnet next to the compass. It will attract the compass. But if you do it under the compass, which the globe model describe, we are standing on the magnet, and the compass align with the magnetic field. But we cannot reproduce this experimentation.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it
Yeah.
says it right here. A magnetic compass near those locations would be extremely inaccurate as it lined up with the magnetic poles. The compass would tend to point southwest, not north, at those locations.
Yeah, because we have inertial magnetic plane at the middle of the magnet, so we cannot have a proper reading of compass anyway on Earth if it's not a local point emitting the magnetic field. Sorry. It's hard.
Yeah. It says the result is that the horizontal magnetic forces of the compass needle are very weak, causing the needle to quote unquote wander. So basically it's saying it doesn't work in the southern hemisphere. Yeah.
Technically, it depends on the strength of a magnetic field. So I am not sure about that. I mean, normally the strength of the magnetic field should be less and less high with the distance from the North Pole. So you may be right on this one, but.
Well, what I'm seeing here in the research here is that as you get closer to the north, like let's say you're in the northern hemisphere and you're somewhere near like Finland, Norway, somewhere near the Arctic, that the compass tends to point not exactly north in the first place. It's not really accurate. It's called a variation. But that's because of where you're located on the Earth. Like if you're in the northern hemisphere, so it doesn't say that it doesn't work. It just says that no, it's just when you're closer to the north that it's there's a variation because you're so close to the North Pole in a sense. But when you're in the South Pole or in the southern hemisphere, it just says it doesn't work. It just wanders. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why? Should it be just as? I mean, shouldn't it be just as strong? I mean, if it is a globe, or have the same
Yes.
kind of effect? Like, I don't get
Yes,
that.
I agree. If we are standing on the globe and the magnetic field comes from the core,
Right.
we should have the exact same tip of reading on the north and the south. So we should have the exact same behavior of the
Yeah.
compass.
The same. We should observe the same thing with
Exactly.
the. Yeah, but apparently it's not the case. They say that it's just when you're. They don't even say why. They just call it wanders. To me, that's just saying like, you're too far away from the magnetic North Pole. That's why. The only one that's magnetic.
It's totally another subject, but it remember me when I first started to looking to Eratosthenes and searching how he see that the sun was 1.3 million kilometers. 130 million kilometers away. How he figured it out? No explanation ever. I did not find one.
Wow.
It's the same things. So, they tell you a story, but they don't explain how we lead to that story. There is always a flaw somewhere. So if I think you're right because I have read a lot of Compass on the South, and yes, the difference between the South and the North is like strange, but they never explain. I
They
never
never
see.
explained, right?
Yeah.
That's the weird part. And I'm looking right here of the globe model, and when you look at, if you look up celestial pole, right? And it literally says there's a south celestial pole and a north celestial pole. And it's I mean, if it's this, if there's opposites, it should, I just don't understand why it wouldn't just switch. You know, I mean, I just but we all know. I mean, you know. It's just
Yes, yes. We have the explanation, but
maybe it's because the Earth is flat and everything in the sky that we see revolves around Polaris.
just maybe, just maybe.
I know you're on the fence about it, but there are some.
No, no, I am not on the fence. For me, it's totally not a globe, and I think it's flat. It's measurably flat. But I take any evidence of other things. But I worked on the subject since a couple of months, hardly on the subject, and
Nice.
I can tell for sure it's not a globe.
There you go. I mean, yeah. That's how, you know, when I first looked into it, that's exactly where I was on it, where it's like, I don't know the shape of the Earth, but I definitely know it's not a globe. But now I know I am a flat earther, for sure.
Well, I am too. I am too. I can tell it. I am too.
It's crazy.
Yeah, because I have done. When you look into that, I don't know for you, but I guess it's the same journey for everyone on the subject. You trust no one. I was in a state. I was like, okay, I am seeing some mathematical equation and so on, and in my it was my work field, mapping something, image analysis. I literally have downloaded like 100 gigabytes of ISS stream, ISS. I have built analytic software. I have built mapping software from scratch. So I have built my proper equidistant azimuthal map using S3 shapefile. Shapefile is the official boundary of Earth. So I have done every computation myself to prove myself I am not being fooled by some crazy people, and looking into it just lead me to on and only explanation. Gravity was a magnetic squeeze, in fact, because everything on Earth can be explained with electricity and magnetism.
So I'm looking right here. Oh my god, this is hilarious. So let's say, so for, okay, so looking into this, I just see this. This is so stupid. So this is called Discover Epic, where it's called Earth Polychromatic Imaging Camera. And if you look at the picture of it, it's just some weird looking satellite. But essentially, from this date right here, if you look at
Can
the
you write on the chat the keyword, please?
Yeah, I did.
Ah, thanks.
Now, what I want you to look at, if you are going to look at it, I want to know why the clouds aren't moving.
They just ask the Earth to stop moving cloud.
I mean, why aren't the clouds moving? If this is
they ask Earth freeze, and they just take the time to shoot picture. This is remapping. This is exactly like the Blue Marble.
yeah, you can even see the
just-
Photoshop clone stamping tool. I'm looking at, if you look at image 7 up to 8, you can see you can just see it doesn't move. It's the same thing, but not only that, you can see the evidence of the clone stamp right there. I used to do graphic design, so I can see it immediately. It's right there.
Yeah, it blow my mind when I encounter some people that has some work in the imagery field, and then they see ISS, they see Tesla on space and so on, and they are like wow, they are blind because of the face. It blow my mind, because when I looked seriously onto the subject, like you cannot see. You cannot unsee the CGI, the manipulating imagery.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's just, and like we come back to, it's just like we're not the ones claiming that it's a globe. You guys are. Like, prove it.
Exactly, default position. Yeah. I mean, it remember me the discovery photo of the moon passing the Earth. I don't know if you remember this one.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
I see
the model
it's a
builder.
better quality.
Hey, what do you think about India's moon landing?
Oh man. No, it's hilarious. I mean, how we can. It's less. It's worse quality than the 60s.
I'm about to play this over the bot because I looked for this video forever. I'm about to play it over the bot real quick. It won't be long.
Okay.
It'll be so fast. Okay.
Yeah, it's a minute. No, you deserve it. Go ahead.
Gosh, I took forever looking for this. What a pain in the butt. Oh, it didn't work. Hold on. One more time.
Someone new just came in the room.
No, that was the bot. She's trying to get on, but it popped out for some reason.
No, it's
The Earth is flat. I follow all the flat Earth.
Well,
yeah. So okay. I mean, it's not flat. You're a globe-tard. You're a globe-tard. You think this isn't flat? It's not. Is the world round? Yes, it's a globe. Globe-tard. All right. So how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat. Look outside. I see the curve.
He don't see shit.
I do. I see the curve.
Tell him more proof that the world's flat.
More proof. Did you know that not once in the history of space travel ever has any astronaut panned his camera around 360 degrees? Not once. Why don't they? What do you mean?
It's all fake, it's all manipulated.
Studios, yeah.
Images, yeah. You're a globe-tard. Your name should be Luke the Duke, but instead your name is Leek.
The geek. Like I start calling him Lord.
Lork.
Lork.
Lork the globe.
This is stupid. I'm not a globe-tard.
You have a spacesuit. You can go up there and see it's flat, but you ain't fucking got one.
It's not
and
flat.
That's why you're Lork the globe.
So is space fake? Is there even space?
Space is fake. You're Lork.
So it's a dome? Space is CGI. Yeah, it's a solid dome.
That is so funny. They should have said. They should have said, yeah. They should have said Lork the dork, and that is what CB said. I loved that he was like Lork the dork.
Right.
instead
That's a
of
good
leak.
point. Acid just said. You see that? It's a great point. It is weird, but that's
Yeah, it
because it's
is.
controlled
It is.
opposition.
Yeah, we only have to know that it's contained. We don't have to know the shape of the container.
Or what it is, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the antecedent to gas pressure that we're breathing on the Earth is a container for the gas to fill the available volume in a gradient or whatever, it doesn't matter, and press upon the walls of the container. That's how you get gas pressure.
Man, I'm still thinking about what you told me, Acid, or what we talked about. About, let's just say, not masculine men are not critical thinkers in a sense. I just don't want, I'm trying to be careful with it, but yeah, when you explain that, it just hits so hard.
Is there a Timbo, are you here? Timbo. Brit from Australia.
Is there anyone in here that's new, like you were saying, Paul?
Or
Yeah,
Grim.
Rick Sky, no roles, not VC
Grim.
verified.
Yeah, I was gonna go up and interview if anybody would verify the interview for me. I can go
I think
interview.
did Timbo say he was gonna cook something to eat a while ago? So I think
What
that's
about
what he said.
Grim?
Yeah.
Grim's good. Okay.
Yeah, I can do it.
I'll
You
go
want to
up and
interview and let me know?
interview. Yeah, I'll go up and interview. Hey, Rick Sky, if you'll go up to VC verification 1, I'll go up there with Kimbo Beats and we can get you
I
VC
think he's gone.
verified.
I think he jumped up there.
Sure.
No, that wasn't.
Oh yeah, no, never mind.
Okay, Rick Sky, if you want to go up to VC verification or VC check in 1, me and Kimbo, or Kimbo and me, can check you in. Oh, thanks. Okay, yeah.
So
thank you, Flatsy.
Yeah, thank you, Flatsy. While they're doing that, I got a question for you, Model Builder, since you were having a good conversation there.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you said you just came into the flat Earth, discussion a couple months ago.
No, more than that, but yeah, like 1 year and a half, maybe. It's a friend of mine that put me the subject on the table.
So a year and a half ago, your friend was like, "Hey, have you ever looked into this?"
Yeah, exactly. And I was the perfect example of Globy reaction.
So what did he show
That's
you?
awesome.
I was we debate like long night debate, and I was finding some experimentation like Eratosthenes and so on, and at one point I don't remember exactly, but at one point he told me just please give me a proof that I can check every data by myself, just by myself, without taking some data that come from an authority that you cannot check.
Right.
Okay, so I am a scientific person. I worked in space field. I worked in electronic field. So I know a lot about this, and I was telling myself, okay, I don't use GPS. I don't use given point like the sun is 130 million kilometers away. I don't take this one, and I will just prove the globe Earth
right.
by using some simple sensor or so on, and I just proved the flat Earth. So was
What
like
What was
okay,
your
sorry.
first thing? Like, what did you do?
I used the gyroscope, piezoelectric gyroscope, and I use a lot of emulation software to check every long observation, to check how a plane would do on globe Earth, to check every fly path from Flight Radar 24, and so on.
Interesting. And then you've been in the discussion for a year and a half, but a couple months ago, something really clicked for you.
Yeah, like it take me like 7 years or 5 years to look into it seriously. But a couple months ago, I with the research and it's the gyroscope. The gyroscope was the full figure for me.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah,
Because
gyroscopes are pretty solid in terms of what
it's
they do. Yeah.
there is one day, look, I was at a party, and I can't, in my environment, I cannot talk about flat Earth. It's because I have, it's the reason why I use a new account. It's because of a professional reputation.
Right.
But when I was at a party, someone present me a pilot. So a long-term pilot, like 20 years of profession. Yeah.
Oh, profession. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just a 20-year flight pilot. And I was like, oh, perfect. This man
Person
used
to ask. Right.
yeah, this man used to fly with maybe more because he used to fly with old mechanical gyroscope. So the with the things rotating in it, and you see what I mean?
Yeah, the old mechanical gyroscope that did it have what's it called?
Electronic, no electronic in it.
Right. But it didn't have the pendulous vanes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the older one, right? Okay.
Yeah. So I speak with him. At the time, I was building the software with a plane over a globe to emulate it, and I was struggling about how I do work the gyroscope on my globe. Okay,
right.
so I asked him how he experienced the gyroscope on plane.
Right. With the
And
artificial horizon as his
it was
reference point, right?
yeah, exactly. So at start, he start up his plane. He start up the gyroscope. He zeroing the horizon. And he wait a little to the gyroscope being speed up at cruise speed, and then he go. He telling me he was doing north to south, America north to South America flight, like 4,000 kilometers flight.
Wow.
And he never
had to
zeroed.
deviate.
He never zeroed the gyroscope in the flight.
That's
at any time. He flight straight line, okay, straight line, and the gyroscope was perfectly level to the full flight. Okay, so when I tell him, so listen, when I put the plan on the globe, and and I simulate the gyroscope like in just 10 kilometers. I see a drift on the gyroscope.
In the simulation on your computer, right?
Yeah, on simulation, yeah. So it was like, I can't answer you. I cannot answer you.
And you can't unsee it, right? Once you see it,
no.
yeah.
Exactly.
And the thing is, most people, well, not us in here, but most people, let's just say someone's listening that's on the fence, every single aerial vehicle has to have a gyroscope in it in order to establish a point of reference to the ground. That way you can, right, because you have to have attitude control. And without that, if there's, there's clouds or something in the sky that, you can't see, you need to know your point of reference. So that gyroscope, basically, before any takeoff, gets its point of reference, boom.
Exactly.
And that's how pilots know in which way they are tilting in terms of attitude based on the artificial horizon, to which the gyroscope is basically telling the artificial horizon if you're tilting or not. So you're saying that your 20-year pilot, someone you knew that could actually test this, took a flight from North America to South America, flew in a straight line for 1,000 miles and never had to adjust the gyroscope or deviate to adjust for the quote unquote curvature.
Exactly.
That's wild.
It's but I triggered him at the time. He don't think about flat Earth or because I don't mention it at all. But he was like, something's odd,
Right. And it's so crazy how powerful the globe lie is that even a 20-year veteran pilot still needs to look at it with like open eyes. Yeah, it's crazy.
Exactly. I don't know if you have seen it, but there is not a German but German-like pilot, maybe Netherlands, I don't know, north of Europe, don't care. There is a pilot that come up and do a presentation and exactly the same. And what it's funny, synchronicity. I found the video like 2 days after having speak to the pilot. So she was like, it's a female. She was like, 13 years of flight, and it's just now I understand gyroscope proves the flat Earth.
Right, and ironically, for me, when I started this journey 3 years ago, my military friend who basically was warning me about what I'm going to be privy to know going into U.S. Cybercom, and I had to get my OSCP, which is basically offensive certification personnel certification, essentially one of the hardest IT tests you can do. He sent me a video, and it was from Eric Dubé, and it was called "The History of the Flat Earth." And the only reason why I took it seriously was because it was from him, and I was like, why is this his warning to me, And that led me to another video from allegedly Dave Murphy, as some people, as people know him. And his two things were, one was gyroscopics. Like the first thing he mentioned was gyroscopes, and how, if you're a pilot or if you're in any aerial vehicle, you need to use the gyroscope as a point of reference. And yeah, it's the same kind of thing, and I'm even friends with the pilot, one of my friends, and he can't even say what he wants to say. Like he can't even say that the Earth's flat, or he'll lose his license. Now, that's what he told me, but I don't know if it's true. But I trust him.
He can lose his license because
we got
he have.
Rick Sky.
I can explain why.
Came back, fellas.
Oh, so Sorry, model, but hi, Rick. How's it going? Hello?
Shoot, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Ooh, hear you, but very quiet.
When you okay, when I first come into a room, does it automatically mic me on?
I think so.
Sometimes.
For me, it does. It doesn't put me in muted.
If you're on your phone, Rick, it joins as muted. When I find if I join on my mobile, I join as muted.
Rock and roll. Okay, so you guys seem to be interested in me coming into the room. This is not like Clubhouse, where sometimes you get sort of ignored for a little bit, and you let the conversation carry on. So hello, fellas and
Hello,
ladies.
sir. Welcome.
What's going on?
Welcome. Just having an interesting conversation with Model Builder, who we were just talking about. His pilot friend. He's been a pilot for 20 years. But before I get into that, and I'll definitely let you in on the conversation for sure. Just kind of curious where your head is at about flat Earth. Like, do you believe that you're on a globe, or do you know that you're on flat Earth?
Well, I was going to have a laugh with you guys and sort of pretend like I didn't know what the hell was going on, but I don't know, I felt like what was it? You got that verification process kind of took the wind out of my sail a bit. Yeah, confirmed flat earther, regularly get called a little bit nutty. Tried to present this to a couple of people. I've converted one person. That's my going rate at the moment.
Converted. That's an interesting word you use there.
I converted my
did.
mother.
there
I'm
you go.
gonna go ahead and put that out there. But that's just me.
Yeah, I've sort of mentioned it in the back. I wouldn't be bothering with my parents.
Well, I would only say converted for my mother because I didn't have to do anything but use scripture. And other people I've talked to about it, I don't want to convert anyone because I want them to be able to come to the truth on their own and be able to critically think on their own. But my mother is a special case, so that's the only person that I was able to literally convert, which is weird. I get it. So that's my mama, though. Sorry.
Right. Yeah. You might have to make an exception for her. I see. So
I forgot
yeah.
to say hello to sensual goat. Hey, I forgot. I seen you in there a minute ago, and then I forgot to say hello and address you. I'm sorry.
That's cool, man. I'm just listening in. Hello.
How's it going?
Not bad. I'm a bit busy at the minute, guys, so I'm just listening to you. Great conversation so far.
No listening, no being busy. Start flat smacking.
Now,
Hey,
heretic.
Rick Sky, they might have already asked you this in the other channel, but I'm wondering how you heard about the server and everything.
I'm little intrigued about the word convert people because it's not about conversion, it's just about science, you know?
I'm with you there, Model Builder. I'm with you
Yeah.
there.
And not necessarily science, but just the truth and knowledge because I get you. I understand what you're saying, but the geometric claim isn't science. It's more geometry. But yeah, I got you.
No, there is no just geometry on the flat Earth. There is the magnetism, there is electricity, there is a lot of things to say.
Well, let's just say this before you continue. We're not science deniers. We are science promoters and pseudoscience exposers.
Exactly.
It's a great way to put it.
Yeah, so we are not going to at least unless you have complete knowledge of these things, let's not make claims. Model Builder. I don't mean to offend you, but when we're talking about some of these things, they're a little sketchy sometimes. Right now, especially, we're on some touchy waters in the flat Earth, and I imagine that we all need to decide some things here and there. soon, and let's just at least welcome him to the server and let him know, yeah, the Earth is flat. It's a geometric claim that we falsified, not necessarily anything scientific so far. The scientific method, yes, we adhere to that, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree totally. And if I agree, I understand what you mean now. And I am bad at English, so sometimes the idea was not totally what the people mean in my head. I see what I understand, and I agree totally. I am not trying to make claim. Maybe it's just my speaking, my bad speaking that led to that. When I make claim, I just make my personal interpretation claim, but I try to back it with math a lot. So there is the geometric things, but there is a lot of experimentation that it outside of the geometry. I mean Sagnac, I mean Michelson-Morley, and so on. And you can use the results of this experimentation to back up your claim. It's not a proof, but it's it's the Occam razor. It's the explanation is simpler like that than like that. You understand? It's my point. I don't want to convert anyone. And when I say it's science, I know flat earthers are not science denier, and like you said, it's a personal journey on this subject.
100%. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting to. And many of the things that he was talking about, it may not have translated very well. If you need us to help you, Rick Scott, please feel free to ask. You may be already caught up on all these things, so we don't know until we let you talk. So
did you hear the conversation that me and Model were having while we were up there a little bit? It was really interesting.
I did
Sorry,
not.
are you talking to me?
Well, did you hear it too, Rick? Yeah.
I was no. We can't hear you down here when we're up there, so
Okay.
yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
But,
yeah, sorry, guys. Whatever questions you've got for me, I'm more than happy to answer. It sounds like you don't like the word that I used there of conversion. It's a loose term in my end. Though during that conversation, I didn't hear anything that was clear about terminology that you'd prefer.
Oh man,
basically,
I didn't actually specify any of that. That's fine. I'm not. Nobody's. I don't know. It's hard to explain. We don't necessarily need to convert anybody because we're just here to talk about it, you know?
Right.
We're here to talk about flat earth. To the globers, to the flat earthers, whoever want to come in here, this is a good place to have the conversation because nobody else that is having the conversation that we're having here on this forum. You have other flat earth servers, yeah, I'll give you that. But, you know, it's not like this one. So this one's kind of like, hey, we're not trying to convert you. We want to at least address all of the claims and, do our best to convey the fact that we were lied to and there is no actual evidence of the globe. And if you can see that, good on you. If you can't, I don't know what else to tell anyone that can't see it. So, don't let me monologue. I'm just gonna go ahead and leave it at that. We do have to be careful about some terminologies and stuff like.
Okay.
We're not here to convert people. We want to hear. We're here to have the conversation. We're also, we're also very open to people coming in and talking about other subjects But we will challenge them.
Okay, Flatsy, you said not to let you monologue, so I'm cutting you off. That's it.
All right. So,
Hey,
did you have any other questions, guys?
see, I don't know if you mentioned this, but I'm sorry.
No, it's alright. It happens. I'll mic down until you guys want to hear from me. And otherwise, I need to learn how you guys want to run this anyway. So it's not bad for me to just listen.
No, man, you're good. Essentially, what Flatsy's trying to say is, you know, we really want to be careful about what we say, especially in the live stream, because as you know, if you are, you know, already on this, you know, journey, in a sense, they look, the Globers look for anything to weaponize against us. So
I can confirm because when I searched the I don't know the word when I think the Earth was a globe, there is some point, notably by the Flat Earth Society, that completely cut off my research because of that. So I agree with this point. It's a science debate. It's just a science debate. We come with a claim, we back up the claim with some results, some research, and we confront.
Well, actually, there is no debate. There's some people who think some things, and then there's reality.
Right.
There is a debate only for those who have faith.
So, real quick, Rick's guy, do you have any questions that you know, anything that has been percolating in your brain that you wanted to ask some veterans? Because there's a lot of very informative people here that could definitely, you know, answer some questions if you do, you know, anything.
Sure, I got heaps of questions. Sounds like, are you guys sort of like, I don't know, I've spoken to a couple of people. Are you spread out amongst the array of different beliefs of sort of let's call it the flat Earth cosmology? As in, like, some people sort of think that there's multiple layers that are eggshelling out, and there's a passageway through. I'm not of that inclination at the moment. Or do you guys sort of, do you sort of try to maintain what is verifiably proven?
Yeah, so here's the thing. So as I just stated, right, there's a bunch of people who think some things, and then there's reality.
Sure.
We tend to stick to reality. So when it comes to what people think in their head, right, we can't really talk about that.
Sure, right. I think, like,
we
what were you guys were saying there? It's not a debate,
want to speculate, if you want to speculate or go into deeper esoteric topics or something like that, this live stream in this channel specifically is not for that specific, for the reason that we were stating earlier about being, you know, the Globers use anything as an excuse to weaponize, you know, just, you get my point. We got to be very tentative. Yeah. So if
They'll say things like, "Oh, prove the ice wall, prove the lands beyond the ice wall, prove this, prove that," right? So as soon as you start getting into rampant speculation and stuff that you can't verify, they're just going to use that against you.
Exactly.
It's fun to wonder, but you know,
we got a day set. Oh, sorry, we got a day set for that. That's called Speculation Sunday.
Hey.
Awesome. Okay.
Can I ask you one question, Rick?
Yeah, go for it.
What started? I know you probably talked about it up there, but what started you on your journey into this subject?
The thing that shall be not named started 3 years ago. What I was seeing in the news, and it just wasn't making sense. I started asking a lot of questions. I went down the terrain theory pathway, and listening to Kaufman talk, I then connected in through, I just went searching for Kaufman, and I think I found Eddie Bravo, and then he mentioned it, and I was like, I gotta go look into this last one. And I thought, of all the conspiracies, like, I've already convinced myself of the terrain theory, and so I was like, okay, I'm going right to the end. I'm not going to try to go through the little steps of each one. I listened to a really cool audio recently from Flat Earth Files, and it was called the Staircase of Disbelief. And I think that summarizes it really well. I think I got to about 50 or something. I just went straight to the end, and it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I kind of know what you're talking about, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, same. Also
Yeah.
being tentative about, yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah,
well,
interesting.
It wraps around, like, it's so similar in a lot of ways. Like the idea it's CGI. I don't want to talk about the thing that shall not be named, but a lot of it was using CGI, this imaging, the fake science that was going on, phony data. And then when I went looking into Flat Earth, all of those things just lined up. They're using computers as a black box in order to project reality.
Or what they claim to be reality, which is not. But yes, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you missed a fun conversation earlier with someone who's in. Is it astrology? It's astrology that he is a major in, and he's a student for he's a astrophysicist. Yeah. Okay. So he's a student to be an astrophysicist, and you missed that conversation earlier. It was quite interesting because we had a lot of fun with him. By the way.
Yeah.
Give me a quick summary of like where he was ducking and weaving.
Oh, just off of a lot of assumptions. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Beasticles.
No,
You
you're
talked to him
good.
longer than I did, so
No, you're
I
good.
just.
It was ridiculous nonetheless. But essentially he conceded that all of his, all of his quote unquote observations and they're all assumptions basically. They're all assumptions upon assumptions. And it was funny listening to T-Dub and Timbo and Heretic and I think O'Arian as well. But the funny part was when Flatsy showed what'd you say, Flatsy, that the images that they're looking at is from 1 to 9 pixels, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I said 1 to 7 pixels at first, and he was like, "Actually, it's 9 pixels." And I was like, "Oh, I'll go back in the chat and fix it."
So imagine looking at images 1 to 9 pixels in resolution and being able to tell any type of anything.
Our little icons with our pictures are multitudes of magnitudes of difference of 9 pixels.
I can confirm.
Just as
I can confirm in my work field, every time we get some data coming from satellite, coming from a CCTV capture of satellite, it's always a bunch of pixels, shitty bunch of pixels.
even one letter that we type out is more than 9 pixels. I mean, probably.
Yeah, but you know what? On my journey, I just checked something I have learned is just like 18. I don't know how to say this numbers, but a lot of picture from space coming from space agency. There is mention of artistry imagery on it.
Oh yeah, where they say that there's so much data coming from, these space agencies and satellites that they have to use Photoshop and they have to make composites. And the only photo
for Earth it's true, but for every other celestial object, like not the Discovery one, but this one that put in a comet some years ago. I have downloaded every data from this module. There is like I don't know 15 gigabytes, something like that, on raw data, untouched data. every picture is shitty pixel. The module was how to say that the module navigated with stars, but even with the best analytic logician, I cannot figure out which is the pixel and which is the stars on the pic. So it's every technical scientist has the data to check that it's pure fake. because you can match the data up, in fact, if you look closely.
Yeah, what was the term he used? Unresolvable?
Maybe I don't remember. Sorry.
No, I mean the guy that was in here earlier, Iter, the astrologer or whatever. He basically said that it's unresolvable to tell the difference between binary stars and a whole list of space nonsense I don't want to get into. But I do want to kind of restate that story that me and Model were talking about to you, Flatsy and Rick, because it's really interesting. And just to kind of like summarize it a little bit, because I'm sure everyone that was in here heard it already, but essentially, Model was telling us about gyroscopes and gyroscopics, and how he was able to. He had a friend that was a pilot of 20. He's a 20-year pilot, veteran pilot, and he basically wanted to know if he had to adjust the gyroscope in his plane the whole trip from somewhere in North America to South America. It was like 4,000 kilometers. And at the same time, Model was emulating the same gyroscope in his computer model with the globe. So he literally lined up when his friend that was an actual pilot in reality, going in a straight line with his model, and when when Model Builder basically said that he should have already deviated, like to adjust for the quote unquote curvature of the globe. It never happened in reality, and in fact, he never had to do it for the entire trip, essentially, it's really interesting. And I think the most crazy part about it is that without Model Builder ever mentioning flat Earth, it caused that pilot to kind of be like, this is weird. So even though he was a pilot of 20 years, the lie of the globe was so strong that he never actually thought about it. You know what I mean? It's pretty interesting. So,
did they mention anything about the pendulous vein?
I was talking to Model Builder about the pendulous veins, but the pilot used an old gyroscope, right, without the pendulous veins.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was the old one with air sucking to make the I don't know the word for the masses inside to turn. You see what I mean? There is just a masses turning into the gyroscope, and some arm that will eventually change a fake horizon on the screen. There is nothing more than that.
Right, all mechanical and no electronics in it.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Because the electronic one, there is it uses the Sagnac effect, so it uses the ether drift. So we need to compensate the ether drift on the new gyroscope.
So they basically caught on.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
Okay, if you don't mind, please. I'm so sorry. Please just go ahead and or you don't have to. If you want to, I would love for a clarification on what you just said.
Go for it, Model.
I will try to explain. Just said about what the old gyroscope or the new one.
So go ahead and describe
I
first
would love
the old
to.
one. Yeah.
I've kind of looked into gyroscopes, the ring laser and the mechanical. I've looked into them, so don't get me wrong. I'm not super uh uh ignorant of both. I just wanted to know the clarification you just made.
Yeah. I will try to be more clear. Just let me find the word missing. It may be easier to understand. Okay, I mute myself. I will take the speaker. Just I found the gyro.
Please forgive me. I was in the middle of something and I don't mean to be such a nuisance, but I knew that what you just said was significant. I wanted to hear it.
Okay, so the old mechanical gyro used by the pilot was spinning top system. So there is a masses turning in the gyroscope. The masses use a vacuum of the plane. The plane is creating a vacuum with his motors. The spinning top is turning, and it led to the gyroscopic precession. So the gyroscope the spinning masses keep the rigidity in space. So there is some arm linked to this spinning masses that will move when the gyroscopic precession occur. A gyroscopic precession occur when the plane will change his horizontal line. Okay. I am clear? Or
Yeah. So, let me try to reiterate just so that you know that I understand. Maybe I don't. So maybe you need to like help me. I'm trying to like kind of cut through the language barrier, so you got to forgive me. So this is a mechanical gyroscope that's used on an airplane, right?
right.
Okay. And it adjusts the airplane when it not to adjust for the curvature, but to adjust when it gets off course.
Technically, yes. How we tell that on when the pilot take a Cessna and do some looping and so on. When you do hard maneuver on a plane, you will drift the mechanical gyro because there is some loss in the mechanic. So at a moment when you take a hard turn and so on, you will have a drift between your horizontal line and the fake horizontal line of the gyroscope. So you need to be stable, have the horizontal line on site, and you do a gyroscope erection. I think it's called like that. That will zeroing the horizontal line.
Okay, I get you. So the mechanical gyroscope that is used on the airplanes are used when they are either taken off course, it balances them or helps them balance back on course, or if they're using a mechanical gyroscope in an airplane that they would do some sort of loop. That's like maybe one of those commercial airplane, or not commercial air flight, but not commercial, but the opposite, the private, or the maybe even the jetliners. I don't know. So you're talking about they have those to help them get back on course, right?
Yeah, on my maybe I misunderstand what you are telling. You need
I'm
to.
so sorry.
No,
Please
it's
forgive
my
me.
bad. It's my bad. I have the language barrier. So.
Me too. I'm trying to like bridge the gap a little
yeah,
bit.
same thing.
Model builder, if you want to link me, if you can, like the old gyroscope that the pilot was actually using in his plane.
Yeah, sure.
Link,
I think I have a link already ready. I found
yeah,
it. I give you. Yeah.
yeah, link me that one, and then also if you can link me the new one that they are using now in comparison, so we can see that. And I
So
think
there
that'll
is
help you, Vlad.
okay. So you're talking about a difference in a mechanical gyroscope that was used and that is used now.
Correct. So
Oh, okay.
basically, his older plane only had a mechanical gyroscope, no electronics in it, no pendulous vanes, literally just a normal gyroscope, mechanical gyroscope that you set a point of reference, boom, and that's it. That's all it was. It didn't have any pendulous vanes, and from my understanding model, it's an older plane, and I understand why it wouldn't need pendulous vanes, because that's usually used for like jets and more modern day aircraft because of all the maneuvers that modern day planes are able to make.
Oh, okay,
Exactly.
okay. Yeah, okay, I get you. Now, okay, I'm smelling what you're stepping in now. Please
Right.
forgive me.
No, you're
So,
good.
so the mechanical gyroscopes that were used for the older model of planes
Mhm.
were
Just mechanical.
just fine, but they were just fine.
Right.
The use of them were they were substantial.
Yeah, they were
And
practical.
then
They worked.
they
Yeah.
installed in new planes another gyroscope. Is this what we're calling? Just is it still a mechanical gyroscope or is it a ring laser?
Let
Sorry.
me try to clarify this one. There is three subjects about gyro and plane. There is I can't retell the name of the device that help jet flight to keep the gyroscope. I can't remember the name in English. But there is the mechanical gyro. There is the famous name to help hard maneuver, and there is the Sagnac gyroscope. It's
You
three
said
different
maneuver,
things.
by the way. That was maneuver, in case you didn't know what that was.
Okay.
Yeah.
But just to be clear,
Maneuver.
there is
Yes, that's what he said. Right.
Okay.
There is some old plane, like I think the Spitfire was one of the plane with mechanical gyro and another system that compensate the hard maneuver you can take with the plane. But it keep mechanical. I can't tell how it work exactly. But on the commercial airplane, my pilot friends was only flying a commercial plane in his career. There is no other thing as just compensate hard maneuver because there is no hard maneuver on a commercial plane.
So what's it called? What plane? How do you spell it?
No, just commercial plane. Commercial. Like Boeing 36, 37,
So like a passenger
or
plane.
Airbus. Sorry?
Like a passenger
Spitfire. Sorry.
Spitfire plane. Okay.
So this is
Spitfire
like
plane.
a Spitfire plane is more like
Oh, that looks like a World War II kind of plane. Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so these okay, please forgive me. So you were saying an alt maneuver or what?
I was saying on a old aircraft used in military, old aircraft that we do hard maneuver, we could use some mechanical system that will automatically compensate the hard maneuver.
Okay.
I posted it there,
Please
but
forgive me, but so it's an automatic maneuver.
It's automatic, but it's done by a mechanical system. I cannot tell how it works. I think there is some mass displacement with inertia and so on, but I can tell more about that. I don't want to mislead people.
Right. Okay. So, are you saying that the older one was very useful? The newer one is useful, but
It's the same things. It's exactly the same things. In
It's the
fact,
same thing. Essentially,
just electronic. It's just electronic.
Okay, so it's but you said that it goes by the Okay, hold on. If it goes by the Sagnac effect, then it's a ring laser gyroscope, right?
Exactly. There is it's complicated because before the Sagnac gyroscope, we have the piezoelectric gyroscope that work in the same way than the mechanical one.
Okay.
And a lot of plane is built with a piezoelectric gyroscope.
Right.
So
Nowadays.
there's not much difference from
There
the
is-
mechanical to the ring laser, or
There is a lot. In fact, the two gyroscope will work the same. The difference with Sagnac gyro is that the Sagnac gyro is getting the ether drift. So we don't have the physical reference plane, reference point like the mechanical gyro. We have the ether reference plane, in fact.
a what
The reference. Yeah, so
a different reference frame, or
Yeah, it's a different reference frame. The Sagnac gyroscope will use the ether reference frame, and the ether reference frame is drifting compared to the physical reference frame.
right. Basically, he's saying the mechanical. You're saying the mechanical one does not have quote unquote gyro drift.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So the mechanical one doesn't have the gyro drift that the more modern day I can't pronounce it, but the ring laser.
ring laser or Sagnac. It's either the Sagnac gyro, which is the ring laser gyro.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
Okay,
this
I
is
get what
the
he's saying.
distinguish. The one thing that I wanted to distinguish between the two is the usefulness of one versus the other.
Right.
It's the same usefulness, just the Sagnac on, the ring laser gyro on, is more precise. It can detect slight movement, a little turn. Like it's 10
not
power
precise.
4, I think. 10
Right.
power 4 better reading.
Okay, so it's using interferometry to detect a lot more of movement, not just with the airplane, but with the air outside, the drift from the plane, from its orientation, and maybe even the light.
It's no, the ring laser has the exact same purpose as the mechanical one. You cannot detect other things than radian turn, than just turning. You cannot detect acceleration. You cannot detect anything like that with Sagnac.
Okay,
It's literally the same things. It's just the reference frame that is changing.
It's just more sensitive to your being off
Yes.
course, or the plane being yeah, I get you. Okay. All right. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. That's the only thing I needed to have clarified, because we have a lot of people using this interferometry to prove other claims in flat earth lately, and and you have a lot of knowledge on it just in this field, so I appreciate you sharing that. So I that's the only reason why. If it seems like I was grilling you, I'm not. I'm just trying to
No, you're
really
good.
understand what you're saying.
I actually have a
Sorry.
question for Model.
It's good for people that is listening because it clarify for
Yeah.
them too. Just I want to clarify something. What I mean by it change the reference frame is a flatter things, because on the globe things, what we are telling is because the Earth is turning that we see the drift. Okay, it does it. It's clear or not?
Wait, real quick, Model. I have a question.
Yeah.
In the Sagnet gyroscope, are there pendulous vanes? And then the same question for the older mechanical gyroscope that's used in the Spitfire. Is there pendulous vanes in that old one?
I don't want to make a claim about this because I'm not sure. What I can tell is Sagnac effect. It's another sensor you add to the plane to help the first one, but the ring laser gyro can come up by itself. I don't know if I am clear.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So the ring laser can correct itself by itself without pendulous
It
vanes?
don't need, in my opinion, it don't need at all that, because it's a lot sensitive. So you don't have a gyroscopic precision and you don't have a mechanical loss.
Okay.
Okay, I get you. Okay, so the where you would be able to deviate with the airplane would be minuscule with the ring laser compared to the mechanical that was before it.
Exactly. But I don't want to make the claim it playing with Sagnac doesn't have other
Not as
sensors.
good. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
But in my opinion, they don't have, because literally the Sagnac gyroscope is using ether, so ether is not subject to inertia.
Okay.
It's a perfect reference frame. The only drift you have with the mechanical gyro is approximately 1 degree every 15 minutes. No, I don't remember the drift, but it's a slight drift that can be compensated by your GPS position on the time.
So I got it right here. A ring laser gyroscope relies on the Sagnac effect to measure rotation by measuring.
What I took from it is that it relies on a different reference frame, whereas the mechanical gyroscope relies on the inertial reference frame of the Earth. The ring laser actually relies on the non-inertial reference frame of the plane above the Earth.
It's literally the ether reference frame. It's the ether. I mean ether, like the medium where the light propagate. Okay. And
Okay, so it
this
is about
medium,
the light propagating.
there is two interpretation possible on the Sagnac effect. One is the globe interpretation, that we are saying the Earth turning, okay, and the other is the flat Earth interpretation, which is it's the ether that is turning above us. Not above us, because the ether is a medium. The ether is. We can see the ether as a mathematical model, but on this mathematical model, we have the propagation of light that is seen to be drifting from the inertial reference frame.
So I
got
you.
you. I do. I've got you too. All right. Heard. I understand now. Yeah.
Yeah, but essentially the point of bringing the gyroscopes up in the first place was that even the old Spitfire mechanical gyroscopes that they used in it, you didn't need to have any deviation. Like the pilot basically didn't have to make any adjustment
Yeah,
or
no,
deviation.
it's not what I have said about Spitfire. I don't know if exactly this plane have. I have taken this plane in order to situate the timing, the timeline. But some of those planes have some other things to correct gyro when we do hard maneuver.
Right. So there's
Not
another cause, or there's something else that helps adjust the gyro when the plane
because
makes a maneuver.
Mechanical gyro, an old one using mechanical masses, is huge, and because of that, you have the gyroscopic precession, and you have loss in mechanic, you have vibration, you have a lot of things that will make the gyroscope drift when you are using the plane hardly.
Using the plane what?
Hardly, like hard maneuver and so on.
Okay.
But on a commercial plane, you don't do huge maneuver. You do only slight maneuver. So the gyroscope, mechanical gyroscope, don't need to be helped.
Okay. Gotcha. And I was looking at Rick Sky, who said, awesome, because I am in a debate with a fellow on Clubhouse about the claim that pendulous vanes are required. So someone made a claim that pendulous vanes are required in order to have gyroscopic precession. But what you're saying, Model, is essentially that you don't need pendulous vanes specifically because of a ring laser gyroscope, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
But I can do, like I said, I don't want to make claim about the new principle of plane, how the new plane work, because I only have a theoretical concept about Sagnac and so on. I just know how Sagnac work, what the experimentation lead, and I can only do interpretation, and I don't have. I don't like make claim if I don't have the data sheet of what I am looking for. But I can guarantee you, on all commercial plane, there is nothing more than a gyroscope for the horizon. And for the azimuthal things. Things very interesting is that the azimuthal gyroscope was never used by a pilot because he was drifting, which is totally logical on flat Earth.
Right.
Did you call it an azimuthal? Did you say an? Okay.
Yeah, azimuthal gyroscope, because there is two things zero head on old plane with mechanical gyroscope. There is two mechanical gyroscope. There is one that display you the horizontal line, a virtual horizontal line, and there is one that you zeroing for the north. So it's a vertical one, and the one that you zeroing for the north drift very quickly. Why?
Have you?
Because
I
the
have a
north
question.
point,
I have a. Sorry, please. Never mind. Go ahead. Finish.
No. Go ahead. You.
No, my question is going to be completely non sequitur. So please finish. That's not fair.
Okay, remember the question. I'm curious. So the azimuthal gyro will lead to a point, but on a flat Earth, it makes sense that it drifts. In fact, it does not drift. It's just the North Pole that is moving if you are going west. And there is two possibilities. You use the compass and you keep your circle on east, and the azimuthal gyro will not drift. Or you use the mechanical gyro and it will drift from the north because you are going on a straight line. I don't know if I am clear, but
From the north. Okay, I see. Okay, you're
yeah.
saying it only works on a flat Earth because the the drift. Hold on, wait. Let me see if I can get this correct here.
No. I am saying that when you follow the azimuthal gyroscope, you are going on a straight line. But if you are following the west of the compass, you are going on a circle. And the more you go to north or to south, you are going on a straight line, and the mechanical gyro will not drift or less drift. It will.
Gotcha.
The more you follow the west on compass, the more the azimuthal gyro will drift from the north.
Okay, so you're saying that everything is like in respect to the north. So when you're able to navigate east and west.
On the globe, on the north hemisphere, when you are not on the equator, when you are on some latitude, you have two possibilities to get on the point. The first possibility is to follow the west, is to follow a cardinal point. No, yes, it's to follow the west, so it led you to only use compass, but you are making a huge circle, not the grid one. But the other possibility is to follow a straight line. So this straight line is considered the grid circle on the globe, and you need to have an azimuth from the start, and don't move this azimuth. But if your gyroscope, if you lost your gyroscope on flight, you will not be able to continue the straight line. So you will be lost. This is why some plane will follow the longitude line, and some other plane we go on a straight line because they have backup with GPS and so on. I don't know if I am clear, but
I'm trying. I'm really trying. I'm trying to follow what you're saying. I hate having to ask you to clarify because I know that you've said everything that you needed to say. It's just hard to understand what you're saying. You have to forgive me. Please forgive me.
I do. Don't worry. It's I will try to be more clear.
You're clear. Don't get me wrong. It's just maybe you have to repeat it so that I catch words that I wasn't able to catch before. It's so hard to catch them.
I will do it in form of question to understand which point you need to be clarified. Do you understand what is the difference between on the flat Earth model? There is a huge difference. I can't remember now what my emulation give me on the globe from gyroscope, but on a flat Earth model, when you use a gyroscope to keep your cardinal point, and when you use a compass, there is a huge difference if you are going north or if you are going west. Do you understand that or not?
Yes. So if you're going north, you're able to.
If you are going north, the azimuthal gyro on the compass will keep the same direction.
Okay.
But if you are going west, we imagine that we are going we follow the west curve. We follow the west curve. The compass will keep pointing to north, but not the mechanical gyro.
Okay.
So
because the mechanical gyro will not follow the curve of west. It will keep pointing to a virtual point, moving with you. In fact.
So the mechanical gyro will lead you in a straight line, and the ring laser
exactly.
will give you a curve.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, this is exact. Oh, okay, all right.
No, I just got it now too.
Oh man, this is.
You're
I
good.
knew he was trying to make us like he was trying to give us a point, and we weren't catching it. And I'm trying. There we go. That's the point he was trying to make.
I assumed, but I didn't want to assume.
Then I explain it. So
So sorry. Please forgive us, model builder. You are such a blessing.
Stop, excuse yourself. I'm bad at English, so it's not a
No,
problem.
you're actually not that bad. It's just
You're good, man. I'm worse at French, so there you go.
I can speak Spanish like that. That's it. Like, you are doing great, man. And honestly, we have Spake. He's really hard to. When he talks, it's hard for other people or Sasha from Croatia. But I understand them so well because I hear them talk all the time. So the more you talk to us, the better you'll get at speaking English, and the better we'll get at understanding you. And this is a huge, huge thing that you just said. Just saying.
It is.
Yes, I need to redo some simulation on Globe to figure it out how it works on a Globe. I will try to mind represent now, but in a discussion it's hard for me to do some. Because it's geometry, but it's hard geometry to represent how a gyroscope should work on a globe. Because there is two things. There is the experimentation that show us that gyroscope does not deviate a single inch in 4,000 kilometers of flight. And there is what the gyroscope should do on a globe, like following the curve and so on. So I need to represent what it's going on if hypothetically the gyroscope is following the curve, which is a nonsense total, and what it should do if it keeps its rigidity in space.
So you're okay. I get it now. So we all get it now. I'm so glad. The point that you're making is that the instruments of the mechanical versus the ring laser have different results, and however
No. You obtain. Alors, I will clarify why I am keeping on mechanical gyro, because on the head of people, it's easier to represent, to understand how mechanic work than how electronic works. But it's exactly the same with Sagnac gyro. The only things you add up on the Sagnac effect is that you have a slight drift occurring during your experimentation.
Right.
But your result will be the same. Modulo this slight drift. Okay?
Okay, I got you. All right, that's fine. Okay, I do want to at least note the difference. Whereas the mechanical gyroscope on the older models of the planes.
I can tell other things. If the gyroscope is keeping its rigidity in space, you need to have some sort of automatic system to keep your horizontal line up if the gyro is not drifting.
Right.
So the point is how in a mechanical gyroscope, because with electronic we can always say, well, there is some computer, there is some software engineer, there is some and blah blah blah. But on a mechanical gyro, how you tell the plane you are not following the same curve because you are drifting. The gyroscope need to know exactly the azimuthal things and the curve you are applying to your plane, because when you are going up or going down, you are not following the same geometric curve than Earth, in fact, and it's a huge complex mathematical curve, because you are adding up the descent of the plane and the curve of Earth. Donc you need to modulate the straight line of the descent of the plane with the curve of the Earth.
Okay.
It's a nonsense.
Okay, I'm getting what you're saying. I'm trying to at least like take out all of the extraneous information, because I know that a lot of like it requires other variables, and that's what you're trying to convey.
Exactly. It's my point.
But I am taking a lot from this than you realize. So,
you know what? Every fucking document, sorry for language, every document is about how aircraft work. So not only airplane, every aircraft work.
What is that?
Is mentioning we consider a flat, non-rotating plane. So we consider that every gyroscope is holding the true horizon. Okay?
Mm-hmm. No, I get that. You're not understanding. I don't know if you are understanding. Maybe you are, but maybe you're not, because there's a language barrier. But you're not just giving us the horizontal plane information. You're giving me, I don't know if you're giving anyone else, but me personally, you're giving me extra information due to other, I don't know. Let's just say that you're giving me a lot of information that doesn't even have to do with flat Earth, or it does have to do with flat Earth, but it doesn't have to do with how flat the Earth is.
It's pure technical information. Pure technical information.
Yes.
It has to do with science and experiment. And what the flat Earth is the interpretation of this experiment. So I am somebody who work in tech field. I am expert on my domain, expert in embedded system. So I need to have this knowledge in my work field. I used to have some hobby, like I used to fly not drone but remote controlled helicopter. So I used gyroscope on this helicopter. This helicopter is a 3D. You can search 3D helicopter RC, and you will not believe the video you will see. The helicopter is overpowering the inertia of the. It's powerful. It's really powerful. The gyroscope does not drift at all, and there is nothing more than gyroscope and accelerometer on the helicopter. So
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. It's so hard. You've said a lot, and I haven't really understood all of it. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm trying, and I've understood little snippets, but not all of it. So yeah.
I just what I am saying is that I used to have a hobby an hobby. I don't know if it's the correct word. So
Are you
in
saying
my free time,
an
eh,
old?
yeah, old hobby,
Okay, okay,
old hobby. In my free time, I used to do some remote control helicopters. So it's modelism. So you know,
so
cal-sized
you,
electric helicopters that
so
work exactly like a true arms, but it's powerful and we can do stunt with those helicopters. So
so it's a type
there
of
is training.
helicopter. It's a type of, okay. You have to. I'm trying to just make sure that I understand you. So it's a
Yeah,
type of
yeah.
helicopter that is an older ran helicopter, but still
No,
it's
we don't care old or not. We don't care. It's just me. It's back in time. I used to fly those helicopters. It's remote controlled model helicopter.
remote controlled. Okay, okay.
Remote control model helicopter that can do really hard stunt. For example, those helicopters can take 10 G.
And G.
10 G, 10 times his weight.
Okay.
By just stopping and going back the other side and so on.
This is the
Like,
maneuvers that you can
yeah,
make with
yeah.
this helicopter.
Yeah,
Okay,
hard
okay.
maneuvers, and there is a piezoelectric gyroscope on this helicopter. They do not drift at all, and there is nothing more than a gyroscope on that.
It's just a mechanical one.
Like mechanical, yes, it's
Okay.
piezoelectric. So it's mechanical, but it's
Electric.
smaller, and then
Okay.
there is less drift due to inertia.
Okay, okay, I got you. Yeah, so there's more inertia and more maneuver with a helicopter, so it needs to be a little less than, or let- more actually, I guess. In tune with the helicopter than an airliner.
No, what I am trying to say is that even the electronical mechanical gyro does not need other sensor to keep the perfect horizontal line.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because
So it's like a drone. It's kind of like a
yeah,
drone,
it's a
but
drone, but it can do really best maneuver than a drone, hard maneuver than a drone.
right, exactly. So yeah, it's got more maneuvers than a drone, of course. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I'm trying to like kind of hone in on what you're saying because whether or not I know you're telling me that it is, and I want you to, by the way, tell me how it's relevant for a flat Earth. I'm also taking a lot of other
It,
information while you're talking.
it's just relevant for the fact that even all the electronical gyro can keep rigidity in space perfectly. It
Yeah,
does not
exactly.
need, it doesn't. We don't need to think about flat Earth when we do experimentation. It's like I said, it's just a result of experiment, and this result of experiment does not disprove flat Earth at all. So when I heard some argument that said, yeah, but now in plane there is Sagnac gyroscope and which is called ring laser gyroscope. And there is some computation to help counter the curvature of Earth is fucking bullshit.
So when you're talking about a ring laser gyroscope versus a mechanical, it follows more of an azimuthal grid. Instead of going in a the let's say the least path of resistance. So we're going in one place to another straight line. the ring laser will take you to a more arced position due to latitude.
Maybe I cannot do any claim about that. If the experimentation that has been done with thanks Bob, you are aware about this one?
The which one? What? I'm sorry.
Thanks Bob, you know or not? Thanks Bob. It's the psyop done by Netflix.
Sorry.
With
go
sorry, my dog. Shut up.
You're fine. I'm really just super interested in what you're saying because you have a lot of knowledge on it and there's a language barrier, so I really apologize for how many times you're having to repeat yourself.
It's not a problem. I understand the struggle. There is no problem. What I mean, there is a psyop done by Netflix where some people just use the Sagnac gyroscope and detect the ether drift about.
Yes.
I guess it's 15 degree per hours, something like that,
Right.
if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And from that people, it appears that if you take this gyroscope anywhere on Earth, you see approximately this drift, which is counterintuitive with the globe. And with latitude, you change. With altitude, you change this drift. So I don't know. I trust no one. So if I want to make claim about that, I need to do the experimentation myself. But I don't want to make any claim. I just know that we see a drift with Sagnac gyroscope. I don't know if this drift is coherent with anywhere on Earth and anywhere with altitude on Earth with the globe model. I don't want to say it counters the globe model or it does not counter the globe model, but if you take the Michelson-Morley experiment, it counters the fact that it's reading physical drift.
Okay. All right. This is the crux of the matter that I wanted to get to, Model Builder. So you are getting right to the matter that I was actually trying to get to. Without, I didn't know if you knew it or if you were going to get to it. But honestly, this is. I'm not gonna say. This is the matter that I was trying to get to. Okay. So you're saying that with elevation, even in an airplane, that there is some sort of drift that you're having to be respected to, or you have to respect due to some sort of drift with one gyroscope versus the other, is what I really want to get to the crux of that, because one of them would be the Sagnac effect.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And the other would just be a directional, like from one place to another in a straight line, right?
Exactly, but you need to keep in mind that the drift of ring laser gyro is really, really small. So on short distance, it does not make any problem. You drift for 1 hour of flight, you will drift of about 15 degrees.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, I'm saying like versus one versus the other. One is more precise, right? So it's going to detect the not just the drift, but also how much the plane gets off of course, right? Like to a precision. Okay.
Exactly.
and the mechanical does that, but it doesn't do it as well, or it does it in a different way.
It does not detect any drift at all, so it keeps really straight for the inertial reference plane.
Okay.
It's less sensitive, but it's totally unsensitive for any commercial flight.
So it's completely usable in any kind of commercial.
I don't know if it's always true, but at some times, even with electronic gyro, every plane has a backup mechanical one.
Okay, yeah, I got you. Not really necessarily the crux of the point I guess I'm trying to get to. I do want to understand the sensitivity of both.
I don't. The Sagnacon is more precise. Is really more precise by a
So
factor of 10 power 4.